1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
All right, hey, sexy, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? What's the deal? And how you feeling? What's the deal? And how you feeling? Get the feeling. Oh, smoking blonde out of here with that warmonger. Oh, he's gone, baby. He's gone. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Get on up and get down. Get on up and get down, everybody. Get on up and get down. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, here we go. Let's make it happen. Oh, yeah. Princess Hanada, what the heck? 1, 2, 3. You know, you don't have to be a loner. You just have to be a rebel.
Up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy.
Oh, no.
A rebel.
Oh, Lord. You're so beautiful today. Oh, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Oh, oh. What? Hey, 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 hey.
News with Skyjack Morgan.
Because it's
early new dawn. Every headline, every story. Is your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day breaks new
Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. This is the show that you came for. Feel the vibe. Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Get popped. Gotta get popped. Information for you, darling. Hey, everybody. How are you out there? You? Lindsey Graham? What happened to Lindsey? Bow, 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 bow. You know, it's a beautiful day. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. You're amazing. I think you're beautiful. I can't believe that we made it one more weekend. Any 71-year-olds out there? Oh, man, 71 years young. 71 years young. Lindsey Graham's pushing up daisies. He's sleeping with the slaves. He's goofing on Elvis. Lindsey Graham is goofing on Elvis, saying, baby. Poor guy. But fentanyl is getting a lot of people, you know. Fentanyl is it's a killer. It's a killer, you know. It's gotten a lot of people. And one more of God's children sleeps in hell tonight. Lindsey Graham. Hawkish, they'll call him. They'll call him never married, lifetime bachelor. They'll call him Donald Trump convert. That he converted to Trumpism. He wasn't a born Trumpist. He converted after saying that if we elect Donald Trump, that we deserve to no longer have an America. You know, it's funny. I said the same thing, but I don't suck up to power. But you know who does? Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham does. Lindsey Graham has said a lot of things. He said a lot of stuff about Donnie, and now he's Hawk Tua-ish. Yes. He's taught the Fent got him, man. The Fent got him. That's the thing, you know. That's the thing about these degenerates. Yeah, the Fent got him, man. That's what killed him. Russian window disease is what happened. Actually, here it may have been a heart attack gun from the 1950s. See, it could have been a heart attack gun. Could have been. No, it was fentanyl, guys. Just like Charlie Kirk said about George Floyd. George, you know, fentanyl got Charlie, and now it got Lindsey. I hope they're watching trans porn together in hell. I hope that they have found each other in hell. You know, they always had a secret affection for one another. It's a sad situation. I'm sure that the flags are at half mast, but I didn't see any flags yesterday. I went outside today too. I went outside, did not see any. Huh. At least not that I noticed. I didn't see the flags at half. Maybe Donald Trump isn't putting the flags at half mast anymore. The flags will only go to half mast for me, and that's all. No one else will ever have a flag at the low end, never again. An Indian man. Okay, okay. Call me nobody. I prefer nobody. Yes, maybe he's in Israel. No, he's not in Israel. He is where he belongs. That's the thing about warmongers. Warmongers. They live by the sword. They die of heart attacks. 71 years young. He's 10 years younger than Donnie Boy. And I saw this cartoon of Lindsey saying between the Grim Reaper and Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham was standing there saying, you know, got to go through me to get to him. But really, they should put Donnie there. They should put Chuck Grassley behind him. They should put all of the octogenarians right behind Lindsey. Lindsey goes first. As much as I hated Lindsey Graham, I didn't think that he should have gone before those other guys. Doesn't seem fair. Doesn't seem fair. Lindsey never got his place in the sun. Lindsey was thinking he was going to run for president when he turns 80. Thought maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it. Yes, another shooting in Maine. This morning, someone tried to run one cube down again. They always say that they're all trying to run them down. The story's getting old. Yeah. They tried to ram us. Where's the footage? We don't have any footage. Nope. No footage. In today's age, how come when those dudes, remember the guy and the girl, they went up to the top of I forget, was it the Empire State Building? I don't know. They went to the top of that really tall building and he proposed to her. And they were like, immediately, 10 minutes after the arrest, they had body cam footage from the cops. 10 minutes. 10 minutes under arrest. Footage is on the internet from the cops themselves. And yet, every time they shoot one of us, every time they shoot a citizen, they always have to scrub it. They never release it, or they release it months later when many people have forgotten about it. So they've scrubbed the audio, so you can't hear him say the N-word. And so, but every time they're okay, every time the cops are the good guys, it's out in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, body cam footage available. But every time they shoot an unarmed civilian, no body cam available. And if it is, you won't get it for months. You got to wait till the trial. Sorry. You got to wait for a while. Why is that? Krasnov and Putin I don't know. I mean, Krasnov and Putin, why would he bother? At this point, why would they bother? They all knew that he was on Donald Trump's dick. Hell, only 18% of you think that Lindsey Graham is in heaven. I don't know. I don't think warmongers go to heaven. I think Jesus. Let me see. Let me just ask really quickly. Since Jesus was always talking about people going to heaven or hell, I mean, that's one of the main criticisms of that guy. Where would he put warmongers, people who always tried to talk countries into going to war? Just hypothetically, where would someone like that end up according to Jesus Christ? Asking AI right now, Google says, according to the teachings of Christ, someone who actively provokes war and manipulates countries into conflict would be placed in hell. In the Sermon of the Mount, Jesus famously stated, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." By directly elevating and blessing those who create peace, his teachings imply that the opposite, those who instigate division and violence, stand in direct opposition to God's kingdom. Additionally, Jesus warned that those who resort to violence and aggression will face a harsh reckoning. When his disciple Peter drew a sword, Jesus rebuked him and declared, "All who draw the sword will die by the sword." Oof. Unfortunately, he did not die by the sword. He died by the fentanyl overdose. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one who breaks it to you, but that's just how it goes. It's a problem. It's a problem. Princess Hanada, where you been all my life? Come on down. Where you been? Where you been? Where you done been? Princess Hanada, thank you so much for being here for the Morning Sky Show. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate and coffee addict. Please. I haven't even poured a cup of coffee yet, and I'm drinking the cheap stuff still. I'm hoping that when I get to Albuquerque, Albuquerque, I tried to buy a house yesterday, and somebody else already bought it. I was like, a ding-dang-do. I'm having bad luck with houses, so I'm going back to my original plan, which is to buy a condo in Albuquerque, right on Route 66. That's where I want to be. An Albuquerque condo right on Route 66 so I can see the neon lights out my window, watch the sunset or rise over the Sandia Mountains. I can't remember if that's east or west because I don't live there yet. Sorry. I'm pretty good at geography, but I can't remember where the mountain ranges are in Albuquerque. And I'm going to watch the sunrise or sunset. It's going to be gorgeous. Be a little bit higher up, That way also I can just set up my studio and get to streaming right away. No chores, no yard work. I really wanted to do vegetable gardens, but maybe I'll just do a little herb garden on one of my balconies, and I'll do it that way. And then I'll walk to the co-op where I'll buy vegetables and participate in mutual aid in other ways. I'll figure that out. When I get there. But I figure I got to get there first. So I'm going to buy a condo. And hopefully I'll be able to move in very quickly because I already sold this house. I got to jump out of it real fast. So it's going to be quite the, it's going to be threading the needle. But I'm poor. And Jesus said that rich men pass through the gates of heaven like a camel through the eye of the needle. So where's Lindsey Graham? He was a rich man. What was Lindsey Graham's net worth? What was Lindsey Graham's net worth? About $3 million. His assets were primarily tied up in real estate, including Capitol Hill townhouse. $3 million. He's not so rich. Maybe it's just the warmongering that gets him into hell. Maybe it's just the warmongering that gets Lindsey Graham into hell. Because blessed are the peacemakers, and those who live by the sword will die by the sword, or the fentanyl overdose, as the case may be. So I'm going to move, and I decided yesterday I'm going to put an offer in on this condo, which is crazy because that was my first idea. I just wanted to buy a condo, but then I convinced myself that I'd rather have a house because of all sorts of reasons, backyards, and I'm going to miss having a backyard with like the animals come and run up. But I can go hiking. I'm in fucking Albuquerque. I'll go hiking in the Sandia Mountains. I'll see a bunch of goddamn animals out there. What do I got to do? I'll go to the goddamn animal park. The wilderness, not an animal park. I'm not going to go in. I don't believe in incarcerating animals. I'm a total liberationist. I don't think anybody should ever lock up an animal. Lindsey Graham is somewhere saying ding dang do. He's down there in hell saying ding dang do. That's where he's at. That's not bad. Thank you, Kieran. Thank you. Can I get some ding dang do emojis in the chat, please? I'd love to see those because ding dang do. Lindsey Graham is gone. The ding dang do. They used to say ding dong, the witch is dead. The ding dang do. Ding dang do. Lindsey Graham is dead.
Joining us now by phone is
phone. You ever notice people in the South can't say phone? Phone. It's just one syllable. It's not hard to say, Southerners. Why you ding dang doers always gonna be like phone? Join us now by phone.
one of his best friends, President Donald Trump.
His best friend's on the phone. Hold the phone. Hello? Oh, this is Lindsey Graham's best friend, is it? Yeah, are you sure? Okay, put him on. Let's go. By phone.
Mr. President, I'm really sorry for our country's loss. I know you lost one of your close.
How many seconds will it take for Donald Trump to mention his ballroom? Because do you remember when Charlie Kirk died of his fentanyl overdose? They said, Donnie, I know one of your best friends, Charlie, just died. How you feeling? Oh, I'm okay. Have you heard about my ballroom? Like 0 seconds, like half a second it took him to switch from mourning Charlie Kirk to the ballroom conversation. How long do you think he's learned his lesson? Let's see. I have not watched this.
His friends and an ally in the Senate. How are you feeling?
Well, I don't feel great. He was a great guy, and he was a friend. He would call me all the time. He was
Well, I mean, great guy. That is what he said about Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? He was a great guy. And Ghislaine Maxwell, she was a great lady, top lady, top lady. It's hard to be a 10 with small tits. It's hard to be a 10 with the small ones, with the little itty bitty titty committee. It's very hard to be a 10. But she was grade 1A. I love G-Max, Ghislaine Maxwell. What a lady.
I'd say, stop calling me Lindsey. It was amazing. He just didn't stop. And he was a worker. He was a total workaholic politician. Now, some people don't call that work. Some people call that a lot of talking. But everybody loved him. He was good on the other side. If I had Democrats,
I don't know. Do you ever see the thing where Lindsey Graham says you'd have to be a piece of garbage if you don't like Joe Biden? He's one of the nicest politicians in all of Washington, D.C., and he is just the bee's knees. I love him. He's the cream of the crop. I love Joe Biden. Donald Trump, on the other hand, if you vote for him, you are voting for the destruction of America, the United States. I got him on the phone right now.
Problems, he could solve them. He was a man of all different abilities, actually, and he was a nice man. He was a great guy.
You could suck the chrome off a trailer hitch. He was so great. He had a lot of talent.
Loved playing golf. Loved being outside. He'd play golf.
Do you think Lindsey Graham loved playing golf, or do you think he was just so good at masking after 65 years of pretending not to be homosexual? 65 years of masking, and he pretended to love golf. I mean, we all do it. We all do it. Even the straight guys. They're like, yeah, I love golf. Let's go. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to play really golf again. We're all gonna. All right, let's go play. Really, we can't just drink. No, we got to go to a park and hit a little ball around. Okay, hey, if that's the only way I get to hang out with my male friends, I guess that's what I'll got to do. I love golf, guys. Can I come? I called you on the phone.
Golf with people, and you just liked him. It wasn't that he was a great striker of the ball. He wasn't exactly he wasn't Jack Nicklaus. He was not.
This dude, the guy just died. His corpse isn't cold. You're talking shit about his golf game? God damn, bro. This is the problem with these old guys. That's what they remember, right? You die, and the first thing the president of the United States says about you is that your golf game sucked. He wasn't that great of a striker. Kind of blew. Kind of played like a homo. He was kind of, and I probably should have told everybody, but I didn't tell anybody. Because I'm so good at keeping secrets, and I wouldn't betray my friend Lindsey Graham, but he was a horrible golfer. Yeah, he hit the ball like, well, when I was a kid, we called them Marys.
Tiger. But he loved it, and he had fun. He was a man who had a lot of fun. He had fun with politics, but he was really good at it. And then when he got angry, like he did in the case of Brett Kavanaugh, it was so impactful. I think it saved the Brett becoming a justice.
Yeah, that was horrible. Do you remember when Brett Kavanaugh was accused of assaulting a woman, and this guy, Lindsey Graham's like, y'all want to destroy this guy's whole life. And I'm so angry. Y'all are all being so bad, saying those mean things about my man Brett Kavanaugh.
It was just a moment in time that the Democrats got so sick and so angry and so crazy, and they were going to do something very bad. And Lindsey went on his tirade, and it was much more than a tirade, but I think it was one of the great 10 moments of Congress, if you want to know the truth.
If you want to know the truth.
I said that.
If you want to know the truth. Don't ask me. I don't know what it is. I've never heard of the truth. I've never done it. Never thought about it. Never thought about the truth. Never told the truth. Never the whole truth. Never about the truth. Never told the truth. But if you want to know the truth, don't ask Donald Trump. Maybe ask Melania. Melania, she always tells the truth. That's why she don't talk much. She doesn't talk much. She doesn't like to talk very much. We don't hardly ever hear her talk, do we? We never hear her talk. Melania, Because she always tells the truth. She always tells the truth. That's why we never hear her talk.
It was one of the 10 greatest moments in Congress. And I think you wouldn't find 10 other cases where somebody did what he was able to do there.
Dude, what do you mean? He bitched about Democrats. You just did it. You just bitched about the other team. All you bitches bitch about the Republicans, bitch about the Democrats bitch about the Republicans, and nothing ever gets done. Thank you, Kathy Skywalker. $2 for the impression. I appreciate that. $2 are going into the coffee account and the Melania. I'm going to put $1 into the Melania coin account and $1 into the coffee savings account because coffee's so expensive now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's speed this up because Donald Trump is now talking like a sloth, and I just can't. I can't. The guy talks. I'm a little bit. The bar picture, it's kicking in. I don't know why the older I get, the longer I take to do anything. I drive slower. I play golf slower. I do all of the things slower. I do lots of things slower.
Saved Brett from a very, very unfair decision, or they would have turned a man down who was so qualified and such a good man. So, and I do think.
Brett Kavanaugh said that Congress can pass a law limiting, birthright citizenship. He's not a smart man. Brett Kavanaugh is a bad man, not a good man, but a bad one. Maybe one of these days we'll be having an episode just like this, and we'll be talking about the dangers of fentanyl because Brett Kavanaugh is going to die of a fentanyl overdose. We all know that, right? We all know that he's going to die of a fentanyl overdose, just like so many young men like Lindsey Graham.
He was one of the top 10 in Congress. Like they have the top 10 in sports. This was the top 10 in politics. And but he was just a good.
Oh my God, Donald, we got it, bro.
He called me. He came back from Ukraine, and he called me, and which didn't surprise me at all. And he said, "I'm back." And
did he call you on the phone? Graham was a war hawk. That's a thing. You know what I hate? I hate the term war hawk. It makes him sound, he was hawkish. He was a lifetime bachelor. He was a Trump convert. No, that's not this. The language matters. And I'm sick of how we change our language. The second some asshole dies, second he starts blowing demons in hell, we start saying, oh, he was a hawk. Fuck that. He was a warmonger. He was not a peacemaker. He was a person that manipulated politicians and foreign policy in order to create more war, not less, in order to enrich himself and his friends, in order to bring pork barrel projects to South Carolina. This man was a warmonger. He profited. He was a war profiteer. He always loved war. He never met a war that didn't. The only thing that gave him a boner more than a war was Brad Pitt's character when he played Tyler Durden in The Fight Club. That scene where he's got the abs and he's like stretched back. That gives everything. That gives straight guys raging boners. I mean, but Lindsey Graham, that's the only thing that got him hotter than a war. And a bitch like most war hawks are. Yep, the world's a better place without him. And Mitch is still here, man. Mitch is still sucking our air.
A couple of things. He was very strong on fighting for the Save America Act. And I'm not sure if he was at the beginning, but he really became the primary advocate for it. And I think he would have felt the same way about terminating the filibuster, which was so important. I mean, it's so important. The Republicans have to do it. It's so insane. Otherwise, we're going to have a shutdown in September, and we have a debt ceiling problem coming in 2 years. And if you terminate the filibuster, everything goes away. And we do anything we want.
Man, come on, give me the ballroom. Mention the ballroom, Donnie.
Everything we want, and the Democrats are going to do it. And
we get everything we want. The Democrats are stupid.
Started to see that because he was against, because everyone's sort of against. Not everybody. 20% were against.
With him dead, MAGA is starting to finally. I think, man, this is the great way to start the second year. To start the second part of Donald Trump's second term. It's about to start. We only have a couple months till November, and then he's a lame duck president. Just a couple more months.
He was starting to say terminate the filibuster. Otherwise, we're going to have, these continued ridiculous, crazy Trump deranged. They're Trump deranged. These people suffer from a very fine disease known as.
It's all about me. My friend Lindsey. Trump derangement
syndrome, and he was seeing that. And
Mr. President, did you notice
he was really come a long way on this.
All right, Grandpa.
Which is the single smartest thing we could do.
Okay, Grandpa, back on track.
That's bigger. But even if we took the small loaf, and the small loaf is the Save America Act, and it's very simple. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's no voter.
Dude, did you ever notice that everyone on Fox News, have you ever had a grandma that was slipping into dementia? They talk like this. And then also there was this other thing. And I talked to my neighbor and she has a phlegm back up. Her phlegm is backed up. I didn't even know that could happen. I talked to my doctor. I'm getting my colonoscopy this week. I aced my colonoscopy. I got an A+. A++++. Plus. I got an A+. On my colonoscopy and my CAT scan, aced it. Aced my CAT scan. They say that my leg, my ankles are filled with fluid. I said, what kind of fluid? They said, it's candy juice. Candy juice, I said. Sugar water. Okay, because I eat too much sugar. They say I'm very sweet. They say I'm very sweet. This is how old people talk when they've got dementia and they can't talk. It's like poor people, like you know that at Fox News they see the Trump, they see him show up and they're like, oh God, do we have to take the call?
But the ballot. Look what happened to the kid in California. They send a million ballots. Nobody know where they came from.
Yeah.
So it's you don't do mail-in ballots unless.
Yeah, we're a little off track. Back on track. Lindsey Graham, sir. Lindsey Graham. We're not talking about mail-in ballots right now. Ballroom.
You're in the military. You're in deployment. You're in the military. You don't do them if somebody's sick, if somebody's disabled, or if you go on vacation.
Oh my God!
We make it nice and easy.
But Mr. President, did you notice
But Mr. President, hello. Hello.
anything different?
Hello, McFly. Hello, McFly. Hello, McFly.
To my office. He said he thought he won. I said, why didn't you complain? He didn't know who to complain to. But what they did to that guy was unbelievable. He's a nice guy. He worked so hard. And they found millions of ballots, and they took the election away from him. They almost did it to Steve Hilton. I complained. I got the U.S. attorneys involved and the FBI. And as soon as because he was, they were putting out reports.
Does this sound like his best friend is dead? Is this what Donald Trump sounds like? Dude, if you ever die and your best friend talks like this, I feel really sorry for you. I mean, you're dead and you have no domain over the living, and there's no reason feeling sorry for that dead. But now I do feel I hate Donald Trump even more now because he made me feel sorry for Lindsey Graham. This is how his friends talk about him. This is how his friends. And then Steve Hilton, that piece of shit from London that thinks he's going to be governor of California. No, why are we talking about him?
Steve Hilton is starting to fade. He's running, as you know, for governor of California. And they said, Steve Hilton. I said, here we go. They're going to find ballots. And they said he was starting to fade. He wasn't fading. He was the opposite. And I put the U.S. attorney involved. They said, well, no, in 2 weeks after can you imagine? This is the week after the election. They say he's starting to fade. And then I got the U.S. attorney involved. And they didn't know in 2 weeks. They let it be known an hour later.
So, Mr.
President, careful, guys. Skyjack will silence you. You can't agree. He knows it's fantastic persona. Why are Nazis always crying? Nazis cry about shit all the time. They want to kill all the Jews, but if you punch them in the nose, they're like, "You're a fascist for punching me." These cowardly lions. Put him up, and then you boop him on the nose. Dorothy, why? You're such a bully, Dorothy. Fucking bullies. These bullies, like every bully, the second you punch a bully in the nose, they cry home to mommy. You simps. You MAGA simps, all you maggers, you stupid Nazis that are so ignorant you don't even know your own history. You don't know the history of the world. You never went to school. What were you doing in high school? Sleeping? Were you sleeping? Jesus, I had a job all through high school and I still was awake enough to know that Nazis were bad.
Did you notice anything different from Lindsey
be in the run-up?
On the phone?
These elections are very dishonest, and you can't have a country unless you have a really honest election. And when people don't want to have voter ID, when people don't want to have...
So, sir, remember your friend Lindsey Graham? He's dead. Do you remember? This is like talking to my father. My father's got really advanced dementia. He doesn't know my mom is dead. He doesn't know any of his friends are dead. He's always asking about him. How's so-and-so doing? I'm like, so-and-so is having a great time. He's in... Mexico City right now. I make up shit. He's in Mexico City right now having the time of his life. Homeboy's been dead for like 10 years. Yeah, well, how's my dad doing? I'm like, your dad's doing great. His dad has been dead for 40 years or almost like 37 years. His dad's been dead. And he's asking me about how his dad's doing. How's my dad doing? Great, Dad. Great. He's doing great. This is Donald Trump has advanced dementia. Listen to this shit. How do you guys, if you're a magger and you don't see this, this is how I know you're in a cult. How can you watch this and listen to this guy Sir, do you remember Lindsey? We're talking about Lindsey Graham. We're not talking about Steve Hilton. Steve Hilton, the loser in California, no one wants to talk about. He's yesterday's news. Your best friend just died. Who's that? Oh, yeah, his golf. His golf sucked. That's all he said. The only thing he said about Lindsey Graham is that his golf sucks and that he defended the sexual assaulter, Brett Kavanaugh. How embarrassing.
Proof of citizenship. It's only for one reason, because they want to cheat, and they're very good at it.
And Mr. President, obviously, Senator Lindsey Graham was a co-sponsor of the Save America Act. Let me ask.
Thank you for bringing it back to Lindsey. Let's go. Let's see. Look at Lawrence is like, he's sleeping. God.
You, though we were talking, and you were just talking about that Kavanaugh moment being a top 10 moment, and I would agree, as we were all watching on that day in 2018, and we knew we were witnessing history. But I wonder whether or not that was a significant pivotal.
Did Donald Trump just cough? Careful. Does Donald Trump have a cough?
Moment in your friendship and the development of your close bond with him, when you saw him standing and fighting, since no other person was, that delivered ultimately Justice Kavanaugh. Was that in a key moment?
No, it was just a sign of respect. I knew Lindsey by that time. Don't forget, Lindsey was one of, there were a total actually of 18 people. They always say 16 or 17, but there were actually 18 people running for president. A couple have dropped out very early, and he was one of them running. And
yeah, remember when he said that Donald Trump was a Nazi, and that if we elect him, it's going to be the destruction of America, and if we elect him, the destruction of America is exactly what we deserve? That wasn't just regular politics when Lindsey Graham was saying that about Donald Trump. And then when he realized that America really is so stupid, that America really would like a Fourth Reich, that America really does want to go down into the annals of history as one more country trying out fascism to the extreme levels of Nazi Germany. One more time. Let's try it one more time. All you liberals. Well, we got to hear him out. We got to hear him out, liberals. You got to hear him out. Hear him out. Nazism. I mean, maybe it'll work this time. Got to hear him out. It's just we got to hear all sides. All sides are important. Meanwhile, the Nazis are lining up, ready to goose step, and Lindsey Graham sees the writing on the wall, and he's understood his whole life, because he's a survivor. He's a closeted homosexual that survived to South Carolina in the 1960s. Lindsey Graham is going to survive. Nothing's killing Lindsey Graham except for fentanyl, and that's how he died. He died of a fentanyl overdose, and it's really sad.
He was totally against me. I mean,
so many young men have gone the same way. Charlie, so sad.
He was fighting me. He sort of used me as the example because I was leading in the polls by a lot, and he said, I'll get you in South Carolina. I'm going to get you in South Carolina. And that didn't work out too well. I joke about it. It was like,
he said, I'm going to get you. Oh my God. How did you cope? I mean, that sounds like James Comey type level shit. I'm going to get you. Those are violent things to say.
It was amazing, actually. The whole thing was amazing. Hey, the whole career was amazing. But Lindsey was a big part of it, because once that ended, he'd left the race. And once that ended, I became really good friends with him. Now, he had one bad moment, and that was, the January 6th thing when he stood up. All right, now I've had it.
One bad moment. He said, yeah, I remember that when he said, I've had enough. I've switched sides. I'm sorry. I was wrong about Donald Trump. I thought that we could tame this monster, and look what we've reaped. Look at what we've done. We've had a coup in the United States of America. It's over. No more Trumpism. And then Donald Trump rose to power because all you idiots are, I don't know, misogynists, anti-black, anti-woman. I don't know what your deal is, why you would vote for Donald Trump. There's a lot of reasons, I suppose. But hey, maybe just told you what you like to hear. We're going to take all the illegal immigrants and kill them all. I mean, I know that you guys get really boners. You get boners about killing children. But like Donald Trump, even Lindsey Graham saw it. But then again, he got to power again, and Lindsey Graham loves nothing more than power. He knows that it's safe. It's safe if you're standing next to power. He knows that if he stands next to power and sucks ass, that he will survive another day in politics. That was his true superpower. Donald Trump's superpower is taking all the money and running before the cops arrive and leaving all of his friends and cohorts, co-conspirators high and dry. But Lindsey Graham's superhero power was getting close to someone who has power and sucking enough ass and ingratiating himself long enough to survive another day. That was how Lindsey Graham made it through high school. That's his whole life. He's done that. What a pitiful, horrible, sad man. Anyway, like and subscribe if you feel like a political orphan and you think Republicans and Democrats both are just one part of the unitard party. If you don't like the unitard party, please like and subscribe. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, are my arms tired. I'm also a coffee addict. And any super chats or Cash apps or Venmos, you can Venmo or Cash App Skyjack Morgan. It will all go towards buying Melania coin, which is the most important financial tool for the financial freedom of American citizens, according to Donald Trump, and endorsed by the First Lady, Melania. Melania coin, the best meme coin the world has ever, the most beautiful meme coin. I also have shirts with Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. It's a movement. Please buy a shirt in the merch section of this channel. And one more thing. If I don't buy Melania coin, I'm probably just going to buy coffee. I basically run my life on coffee and Melania coin. Thank you.
That's it. I can't do it anymore. Then he called me like about 40 minutes later. He said, "Did I really say that? I can't believe it." And he took it back. So I give him a 99 instead of a 100. You know, most people were, a lot of people were at 100, but he did have that one little moment. And it was sort of funny when he.
I love this. Begging for cash. I know that's all politicians do is beg for cash. Exactly. His superpower was also begging for cash. I wish I could beg for cash as well as Donald Trump or Lindsey Graham. I mean, that's really their superpower. You're right, Keith. You're right. Their true superpower is begging for cash, because that's mostly what politicians do. If you spend any time with politicians, they spend hours on the phone dialing for dollars. They literally call it just dialing for dollars. They say, I got to go dial for dollars. I got to do 2 hours a day calling people, begging for money. That's amazing. They call you at your house begging for money. And now they got robots calling and begging you for money, and they got emails begging you for money. It's rad. I wish that I were as good as a politician. Maybe I should go into politics. No, I'm not as good. I'm not that good. I'm not good at begging for money.
Goes, did you see it? By the way, I've had it. Now I've had it. It was just, I was too much for him. He said, "This is it. I've had it." I had nothing to do with that, by the way, just so you understand. And people got terribly destroyed because of that, where they did absolutely nothing wrong. I was very proud to give everybody a pardon. But Lindsey goes up and he goes, "Now I've had it. That's it." That was his only bad moment. He said, "I wish I never said it." But about 45 minutes later, he called. He said, "I made a big mistake. What do I do?" So I give him a 99.
Oh, look, whenever we bring up exactly what your president, God, why can't these guys spell your? You really, why can't you fucking maggers spell? Your president was falling, talking, and shaking hands with nobody. Yeah, Donald Trump is falling, talking, and shaking hands with nobody. It's totally true. You're right, Keith. You're right on target. Donald Trump cannot, he's got dementia. I mean, the fact that he shakes hands with nobody and he wanders around the stage and doesn't know where he is, absolutely right. It's funny, but it's elder abuse. You're totally right. It's bad.
9.9 instead of 100.
Oh my God.
One of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Keith. I know Donald Trump's a beggar, but that's not how you spell beggar. Dude, what is with you? Dude, I'm going to ban you just because you're illiterate. No more illiterates, please. I can't stand you.
So, Mr. President, Lindsey Graham was definitely on your side when it comes to Iran and the threat, them not having a nuclear weapon. It looks like they're back at their business, trying to take over the Strait. What's your response?
Well, we're taking over the Strait. They have nothing. They've got nothing. So something that nobody.
They've got nothing. They've got, billions of our dollars wasted in the desert. That's.
Knows yesterday they had an 11-hour meeting.
They got 14 of our soldiers. They killed 14 of our guys, right? I mean,
everything's 11 hours with these guys. You can't settle one sentence in 1 hour and 1 minute. It should be 1 minute. And everything was agreed to yesterday. And they leave the room and they call back and they say, "We had to make a couple of changes." I said, "Changes? They got to make."
Yeah, because it's not a dictatorship. As much as people would like to call Iran a dictatorship, it isn't. It's a fucked up theocratic democracy. I know. Democracy? Well, yeah, sort of, right? So what happens in Iran is that they get a slate of candidates and the Ayatollah has to approve them all, and then they're allowed to run in the general election. It's a weird system, but you know what? Don't get so haughty-toity when you think that we're so different. I mean, after all, we have religious leaders approve all of our people too. So anyway, they got this Ayatollah, the supreme leader, and he doesn't have much power other than he basically approves all of the candidates. He does make some decisions in the government, but the main thing is that so that nobody can run in Iran without the approval of the Ayatollah. But then they do run. They have a democracy. They have like a little parliament. They got a whole like a republic. That's called the IRGC. The R stands for republic. So I mean, ain't that crazy? They don't have like a royalty. He's not a king. It's not like Saudi Arabia where you can just like, "Hey, did we make a deal? Yeah, okay, let's go." It doesn't work like that. Republics take time. because they weigh in the will of the people. And you could say, well, really? Do they really weigh in the will of people? No, not really. Just like here, we don't really weigh in the will of the people. Maybe a little bit. Not really, though. But there are other interested parties in a republic that you have to kind of get their buy-in and shit. And that will hopefully, in our republic and in theirs, represent the will of the people. The idea of our republic and also theirs is that the will of the people is expressed through the filter of the oligarchy. That's why we have the Electoral College. That's why we have the Senate. It filters the will of the people, or else because they didn't trust us. They didn't, like, the oligarchs don't trust us to know our best interests. They don't trust us to be our own kings. They don't trust us to be in charge of our own shit. So they filter our will through the elite. And the IRGC is the same way. The Iranian Republic is the same thing. It's just, a different version, a different taste, a little different taste. Same idea, though. Same idea.
Changes. We're not going to make changes. Always changes. They just, they're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me. But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, President.
Oh, my God, 47 years. Dude, in 1953, we overthrew the Shah and gave the, in 1953, we placed the Shah. In 1979, they overthrew the Shah. It's been going on since 1953. We fucked them. They came back and gave it back to us. Now, for 47 years, they've held their ground, and Donald Trump likes to complain about it. Dude, what are you complaining about? You went to war. It's a war of choice. You did it.
As every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful. This should have been done 47 years ago. Should
have been done 47 years ago when they took out our boy, the Shah.
Have been allowed to start. But Clinton let him go, and Bush let him go. Everybody let him go, and Obama was the worst of all because Obama actually went to their side.
Oh, my God, dude. We all know by this point that the JCOP is the same thing. You're just trying to get Obama's deal back, the one that you ripped up. We already know. We already all know.
He's well, let's not say. Let's not say. Let's leave that for another time. He was terrible.
I don't want to say the N-word. Let's wait a few years when it's okay, because I'm making the N-word legal again. The N-word will be said just like the R-word. Remember we brought back the R-word right after we brought back Merry Christmas, and now we brought back the R-word. We're going to bring back the N-word. We're going to love it. We love the N-word, don't we, folks? We love the N-word. You're going to love it, Larry. You're going to love it.
He allowed Iran to, but he gave them $1.7 billion in cash, in green cash, put in stats.
We all know that you're giving him you're giving Iran $300 billion. We already know that you have already wasted almost $100 billion bombing them. So you're bitching about Obama. I'm waiting for the ballroom. I want to see if he mentions the ballroom before this is over, because when Charlie Kirk died, he mentioned the ballroom in like less than a second. So if you're watching this, I just want to see because they asked this whole thing with Donald Trump is just them asking, hey, your good friend is dead. How you feel? Now he's bitching about Iran and Barack Obama.
In an airplane and brought to Iran. $1.7 billion. You know what that is? Did you ever see $1 million in cash? This is $1.7 billion. It took up an entire Boeing 757, and they flew it to Iran, and they gave it to people that were waiting at the plane. Can you imagine these people? They never saw money, and now all of a sudden they've got $1.7 billion.
The Iranians have never seen money.
In cash, and he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars.
I just want to make sure everyone knows this about the $1.5 billion he's talking about Barack Obama. Let me be really fucking clear where that money came from. And he just said that they've never seen that money. That $1.5 billion was money that America collected from Iran for missiles and shit. We were trying to sell missiles and shit to Iran. But instead, we took the money and we never gave them the missiles. Not a good deal, right? Can't trust America. Don't trust America. Don't pay before you get your shit from America. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, $1.5 billion, and we stole it from them essentially. And as part of the JCPOA, whatever, the Barack Obama deal, they gave back the $1.5 billion. It was their money, and that was the deal. It was your money. We're going to give it back. That was it. It wasn't, they never seen money before. They've never seen it. We gave it to them. No, that's not at all what happened. They gave us the money. We took it. And to make it right, after we tried to get a good deal, and it was an okay-ish deal, we gave them their $1.5 billion, like a refund. It wasn't money. And, it's still bullshit. It still sucks. Like, they shouldn't have fucking given them. I don't think they should have given them the money at all. But whatever. I don't think they should have done it. But this whole thing,
Barack Obama dug through the couches and dug through behind the cushions, and he stole money from his mama to give them $1.5 billion, and they never even had the money. They never had a penny. They're so poor.
In cash and everything else. And he went to their side. And because of that, they became much more powerful because of Obama. And Biden, who was the vice president, but he probably had nothing to say because he was not such a stupid person. But then Biden, when Biden came in, and then I held him down, I stopped him. And, the JCPOA, I stopped it. And stopped it really, really powerfully. I ended, that agreement was the worst.
This guy,
JCPOA, we ripped it up.
Off camera, people are like, fucking
First,
Donald Trump.
Somebody should see. Maybe it's a C. It ends with a C. That agreement is the worst agreement that has been signed by this country. That's the top 5 bad agreements. And that basically gave them...
This guy, what are the other top 10 best moments of Congress? That maybe Donald Trump should give us some listicles. Get on like BuzzFeed and give us some listicles. The top 10 greatest moments of congressional history. It's all just Lindsey Graham bitching about Democrats or something. Lindsey Graham, he was a great bitcher. He bitched so much for Brett Kavanaugh. He really did a good job for Brett. Brett Kavanaugh, what would he do without? What would we do without Brett Kavanaugh? What would we do? I don't know what we would do. It's amazing. Such a great guy. He should do another one. List of top 5 worst deals for America. I'd love this. Meanwhile, Barack Obama used to do like top 10 books I'm reading this summer and shit. Donald Trump can do top 10 times my diapers got changed right off the stage.
Everything. And they built and built and built. And they were minutes away from a nuclear weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Had I not terminated the agreement, the Iran nuclear deal, it's called, they would have had a
Oh
weapon
my
then. Had I not
God!
killed Khomeini, who was a brilliant but mad general. He was a crazy Soleimani. I killed Soleimani. Soleimani was
Donald Trump admitting to war crimes. That's great.
like one of the really,
I assassinated
really
him while he was
thing.
sleeping. He was sleeping.
He was good at what he did. He was a very brilliant general.
He was brilliant, but he was sleeping. Don't sleep. Well, I'm truthing. I truth, and when I truth, people die.
Mr.
I think the
President,
killing of Soleimani was one of the biggest things.
And
I think
we heard they're rebuilding.
The B-2 bombers, I'll tell you, Ainsley, had I not attacked on the B-2 bombers, they would have a nuclear weapon. And right now, the Middle East in its current form would not exist.
I loved what you did last summer. Last summer, you destroyed their nuclear sites. It was awesome.
I
And now
love
we're hearing
that.
they're
I
trying
love
to
what you
rebuild
did
again.
last
What are you going to
summer.
do about that?
Well, they have no chance. Look, we have them in the run. Most of their equipment is gone. Their anti-aircraft stuff is gone. We hit them very
Ainsley, how come I never see you smile? Why don't you smile more?
hard last night. Every time they send a drone, we hit them very hard. But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the Strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the Strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the Strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. We guarded the Strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just...
It really is funny, Jason. They say shit like Trump derangement syndrome, but meanwhile, like this guy has mentioned Barack Obama and Joe Biden. And the question, just so you remember, the question was, Donald Trump is there ostensibly to talk about his feelings about the death of his friend. And the only thing he said about Lindsey Graham is that he defended the rapist Brett Kavanaugh and that he had a horrible golf game.
Played like a Mary. He played like a Mary. And I don't like playing with Marys, but he was always good fun. He always liked to have a good time, and that's what I like about him. He was down for my boner bumps.
They wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we never made. We guarded it for nothing, and now we're going to guard it. We're going to get paid for guarding it. A lot of money, but we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really not putting people. We're really saving people. Remember this: they killed 52,000 protesters so far. As of
do you have any video of that?
No, we have no video of that at all. We have no video for some reason of anybody getting killed, and no understanding of who they were. Or 50,000 people just died, and nobody knows what happened. Nobody has talked to any of their relatives. Nothing. Some people say it was the Kurds, but I say no, it wasn't the Kurds. It wasn't the Kurds.
I'm starting to believe more and more that there's a conspiracy theory about the 52,000 people who died in Iran, and that it was actually closer to, it's still tens of thousands of people supposedly, but that it was closer to like 20, 30,000 people, but that those were people who were Kurds who America switched sides on after Syria. Because, the Kurds had an anarchist population. They had a little colony. They were doing okay. And America was sort of backing them up because they were killing ISIS. They had a common enemy with the United States. Kurds hated ISIS. ISIS is gone. So now the Americans have changed sides, even though the leader of ISIS is now the leader of Syria. Somehow the Kurds got fucked, and supposedly they were put up to this this thing in Iran, and that Iranians just mowed them all down. But if you remember, if you go back in your little head back to those times, Donald Trump was on TV saying, if you touch one hair on any of those protesters' heads, we're going to war. And they never did. Of course, they killed people. Who knows how many really, but we did not go to war and save them. So imagine if you're a Kurd who's been told by the United States government that you are going to get your land back and have a little Kurd state and all that stuff. You have Kurdistan back, since there is no Kurdistan, and you could all you got to do is show up and kill some Iranians. Sounds like a pretty good plan. So and then they just let you die. That sounds more likely than 50,000 people just spontaneously rising against the IRGC and the United States government bitching about it, although they didn't do anything about it at the time. Nothing, no support whatsoever. But Donald Trump still uses their corpses as cannon fodder, saying that it's the whole reason he killed. But we're not really killing, but I killed the fuck out of them. Like, he's literally bragging about killing people and then complains that the IRGC killed people. Meanwhile, there's, I think, a fairly credible conspiracy theory that those people who were killed by the RGC were not just random protesters, but people that were put up to it by the United States of America, which makes sense because we do shit like that throughout history. We have a history of doing shit like that.
This moment, the number is 52,000. So who's going to protest? And a lot of people are surprised about the protesting, that they haven't, but nobody's going to protest when they get shot. They have AK-47s, they have machine guns aimed at people's heads. If you move 1 foot further, you get shot, and then they'll shoot 10 of them, and everybody flees. Who's not going to flee? They don't have guns. Right. So they're a bad group of people. Let me just tell you that. I don't say that often, and I have to live with that statement. They're a bad group of people. They've been this way for a long time, and right now they're getting their ass kicked. And in the top part.
Are they, though? Are they? Are you going to say that about Afghanistan, too? They said the same thing about the Taliban. They're getting their ass kicked. Yeah, and then 20 years later, guess what? We were beaten. We lost. The Vietnamese, they're getting their ass kicked. Yeah, then 10 years later, we lost. Like, these wars are so stupid, and there's just, I can't believe people keep falling for it. I can't believe there's people in my chat right now who fall for this warmongering bullshit. Yeah, we're kicking their ass. Yeah, well, why? Nukes. Yeah, okay, nukes. Nukes. No, not oil. It's definitely not oil. Okay, shut up.
I get a kick when the New York Times and CNN. So you got to understand, their entire military is gone. They got nothing. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. It's all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their leaders have all been killed. Their best leaders have been killed. They're gone. Khomeini is gone. The sun is 90% gone. And the New York Times writes an article. They're doing better today. Oh, they have inflation. It's 350%. That used to be at 5% 6 months ago.
Yeah,
they have 350% inflation. And the New York Times writes an article. They're stronger today than they were 4 months ago. These people are sick.
Yeah, obviously the American people don't believe that, Mr. President. They understand who's winning this war. Real quickly, Mr. President.
I actually think it's treasonous, Lawrence. I think by the way, how good is Lawrence doing? Okay.
I think it's treasonous. Saying that anyone who says that we're not winning the war is treasonous means that you should be murdered. When someone says it's treasonous, that means that you should be killed for it. It is a crime punishable by death.
Is he doing a good job?
I appreciate it, Mr. President. We want to talk about
I had my doubts at the beginning. Ainsley, I had my doubts. I wasn't sure. But I'm telling you, and Griff, you have a very good team.
Thank you, Mr. President. We want to ask you about something that we know you don't like talking about because you don't want to talk about yourself. But today marks 2 years since they tried to assassinate you in Butler, Pennsylvania. How do you feel about this on this day?
Who tried to do that? Who?
Iran is still trying to take you out. The threat level is high, but you continue to serve our country.
Well, let's put it this way. So I've known Ainsley longer than the two of you. I've known her through a great gentleman, a very handsome man named Sean Hannity. She seemed to be
and also Jeffrey Epstein.
attracted to him for whatever the hell reason, right? So I've known her for a long time.
Was Ainsley with Sean Hannity? What's her name? Was Ainsley with Sean Hannity? Earnhardt and Sean Hannity are in a relationship and got engaged on Christmas Day in 2024. The couple who originally bonded over their shared Christian faith have been dating since 2020. Oh, I guess I knew Earhart. Yeah, Ainsley Earhart. Crazy. Well, she just loves him. I don't know why. How old is Ainsley Earhart? What is the age gap between Ainsley Earhart and Sean Hannity? No, not so bad. Not so bad.
And I once told her a long time ago, I said, this is a very dangerous, being president is a very dangerous profession. I said, why didn't you tell me that, Ainsley? I wouldn't have run. But and now, by the way, the press will take that and they'll say, he wish he didn't run, because they're sick.
No, the press will take that and say, he's a pussy. He's a coward.
You can never be sarcastic when you're dealing with
He doesn't care about the people. He doesn't care about America. He's a coward.
the fake news, right? So anyway, but jokingly, I say
I've stolen money in many easier ways than this. Usually it's easy to steal money, and now I got to steal it by being president. It's so hard. It's very dangerous.
jokingly, but I say, Ainsley, if you would have told me this, I wouldn't have run. So it's 5.2% of the presidents basically are killed. 8.5% are shot at or shot. Like Ford was shot, and actually Teddy Roosevelt was shot. It hit him in the wallet. He had a wallet and a speech in his left pocket right over his heart, and he took one to the heart, and it didn't get through. It actually got through a little bit, but not far enough. Pretty amazing. But it's a dangerous. 5.2% are assassinated. Now,
All right, hold on a second. So Donald Trump just said that 5.2% of presidents have been assassinated, but how does that number carry over to other world leaders? Do we have any statistical evidence that world leaders are always, that's a dangerous job and the world leaders are often assassinated? See, I would wager that that's a common thing. 5.2% by Donald Trump's U.S. statistic, 4 out of 45 individuals, 4. Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and Kennedy. Only 4 have been assassinated, putting the historical rate near 9%. Oh my gosh, 9%. Worldwide, statistically, the death rate of heads of states is 44%. 44%. U.S. rate often skews higher numerically because the overall denominator of total U.S. presidents is actually quite small. While 4 presidents were killed, an even larger number have survived plots against their lives. 44% is from 1875 to 2004, according to the American Economic Review, analyzing global national leaders. Among leaders who died in office, 44% were violently killed. The study found that an assassination of a world leader took place in nearly 2 out of every 3 years since 1950. It's almost like governments are run. It's like when Jesus said, those who live by the sword die by the sword. When Peter cut that dude's ear off and Jesus said, hey, those who live by the sword will die by the sword. Well, since governments only exist by violence and every government is inherently unethical, it would make sense that the leaders of those governments end up dead a lot of times because they're living by the sword and they're dying by the sword. Jesus Christ called it again. Wow. Do we have any Christians in the house? Any Christians in the house? Any Christians in the house? Out of those 44%, how many did we do it? How many did we do? How many did we back and how many did we actually assassinate? Because America carries out lots of assassinations. Yeah. I will be known as the peace president. Totally. Yeah, that's beautiful. You know, of course, leaders of governments die. Of course they do. Because government is unethical. Centralized government is unethical. Centralized government is unethical. You ready?
there's no other industry that anybody can think of. Like I consider race car driving very dangerous. It's 0.1%. Bull riding, I don't know anything about bull riding, but those guys are pretty brave guys. It's 1 point, same thing. It's 1% out of 1%. Okay, I think
this guy's so funny. Only 4 presidents have been killed. Go fuck yourself. Like, how many coal miners have died since 1850? Over 200,000 coal miners have died in occupational incidents in the United States and United Kingdom combined since 1850. However, because accurate historical data and tracking was not standardized globally and excludes deaths from progressive diseases like black lung, the true global toll is actually much higher. So not counting black lung, which has killed a lot of people, 200,000 in the United Kingdom and the United States alone. Since 1900. I mean,
being a president is more dangerous than digging coal. Feel sorry for me. It's a dangerous job. I shouldn't have done it.
1%. It's a very small number. They get pretty well beat up, but it's not. It's a very small number. So
this guy's crying this much. Why can't Donald Trump stop crying? When will Donald Trump stop crying? That's going to be the new poll. 63% of you agree that Lindsey Graham is blowing demons in hell. Let's see. Donald Trump. When will Donald Trump stop crying? When? Okay. Here's a new poll for you. It's about Donald Trump. When will Donald Trump stop crying? Here you go. Poll is starting right now in the YouTube. If you're on YouTube vertical, the polls are only on YouTube vertical. Thank you.
This is 5.2%. So Ainsley should have told me that when we talked about it many years ago. Right, Ainsley?
Well, we have you covered in prayer. I'll say that.
Right, that's
Most
right.
of America is praying for you. God clearly has a purpose for you. Look at George Washington, too. He was shot at. But how are you feeling today? I think we all just want to know. And
George Washington was shot at. He was a general.
And after the report that came back, I hate to Monday morning quarterback and put down law enforcement because they do such an amazing job, but they missed some things in the report showing that. What's your response? What's your reaction to that?
We're talking about the Butler report?
Yes.
Basically. Well, they blew Butler because they had one building that was empty and they blew it. Now, at the same time, David, our sniper from 300 yards, was able to act within less than 4 seconds and took out somebody that he didn't know existed, which was unbelievable, the job he did, because if he didn't do that, you would have had a lot of people. And maybe not me, because they were on top of me pretty quickly. I had a lot of people on top of me, and they were very brave. Secret Service was very brave. They were on top of me.
It was one of the greatest moments in presidential history.
Very, very fast. They saw what was happening. Everybody saw very quickly. I knew exactly what was happening. There was nothing. It was amazing how I understood exactly, and I knew it was the year. They thought it was all over because the year bleeds.
Crying.
Some little fact. You'll ask your doctor who's fantastic, by the way. He just gave the report on Lindsey. He's such a great guy and such a great doctor. But you'll ask him. It has to do with cartilage. The ear bleeds more than any. So I got hit in the ear, and it was a bloody mess. But I knew I only got hit there, and they thought I got hit at many different locations because of the blood.
You did not get hit in cartilage because I could see that your ear has still all the cartilage.
The amount of blood. And, they blew it. They blew it because of the one thing. After that, they were incredible. They were very brave.
Who is Butler?
Butler, Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump pretends that someone shot at him. Although, notice that he has never mentioned the name of anyone else who got shot. They say a guy got shot that day. What was his name? Do you remember, Donald? Donald, do you remember anybody who died that day? If somebody had died that day, any normal human being, non-lizard person would come and say, well, I know that I survived, but we really need to focus on that poor family who lost their loved ones just because they wanted to come see a rally with me, and they're dead now. They were shot to death, and his name was... Like any normal human would make that dead person a hero. But instead, no one knows that person's name because Donald Trump has no clue because no one died that day. He wasn't shot that day. Everyone knows that Donald Trump, that was Butler, Pennsylvania, was bullshit. Everyone knows that already.
Our shooter, our sniper from very far away, he was on the other side of a field. He hit one shot and one bullet, and it was over. And if he didn't do that, this guy had like 300 rounds of ammunition he would have killed because they had 55,000 people there at that rally. And then we went back, and we had 117,000 people showed up. We went back. We had to go back. I always have to go back because you can't let them win. You can't let crazy people and bad people. And he was a very strange cookie this way, very, very academically smart, but very disturbed. He's a very disturbed person, but
Who? Thomas Crooks? Are you talking about Thomas Crooks? I mean, do we know anything about him? Are you going to release anything about him?
No, we're not going to release anything about him. Not at all. Not one little thing. We're not going to say anything about him because reasons.
Academically, his boards, he had almost perfect boards. He was a great student, but he was a person who was very tormented. He was a tormented person. And they should have had somebody at that, this is now history we're talking about, I guess, but they should have had somebody standing on that building or at that building or watching that building. But with that being said, after that, I got lucky. God was watching. There's one, Ainsley, God was watching because, my son Don and Eric, both of them, they know a lot about guns.
There's one. God was watching.
Wasn't watching for that dude who got killed in the bleachers, though, right?
Fuck him. Fuck that guy.
They like to hunt. And they said from that distance, with that gun, that particular gun, there's almost no chance of missing. They considered it something maybe easier than a 2-foot putt. To put it in golf terms, they said that's from that distance with that gun. It's like sinking a 2-foot putt, which is hard for those non-golfers. A 2-foot putt is almost automatic. I wouldn't say automatic because some people it's not, but it's almost automatic.
This guy's talked about golf more than it's just got golf on the head. Golf. It's only about golf for him.
We are really kicking ass over there in Iran, and Iran is like golf. It really is. It's like we scored a birdie, got a birdie.
And so God was with me. I turned my head to show a chart, and a chart that I never show on the right-hand side, but this time I did. And a chart that I don't even use that much. I use it probably 1 in 10 times at the rallies. But it's always on my left, and this time it was on my right. I looked to the right. I said, if I looked to the left, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. So many amazing things. And the chart is always at the end of the speech. And I just put it at the beginning because it was appropriate. Sometimes I'll start out, and I won't be reading a lot of things because it makes it much more interesting. I think that's why people like it. But I just said I'm going to put it up. It just felt good. It felt right. I speak the way I feel. And it felt right. And the chart, I said, let's talk about the chart. I look over to the right as it's coming down. And I said, wow, what was that?
Wow.
I said, it's either the biggest, most violent mosquito in history.
So what, he likes golf? He was asked if Lindsey Graham, hey, your best friend died. I don't know. You're wearing makeup. That's all I know about you right now, Stephanie, is that you wear makeup. If your best friend fucking died, and I was like, Stephanie, how you feeling? How you holding up? How you doing? And you were like, I'm all right. You know, my friend, she was a bitch who never could wear her makeup very well. She always did her makeup stupid. If that's how you talked about your friend after she died, and then I asked you that the conversation continued and you just wouldn't shut up about makeup, it would be an embarrassment. That's the same thing. He didn't just talk about golf. The only thing he said about Lindsey Graham so far is that Lindsey Graham that he defended Brett Kavanaugh, famous rapist, or at least assaulter. I mean, we know rape, assault, sexual assault, whatever, you know. He befriended and defended Brett Kavanaugh, bitched about Democrats, and then also he sucks at golf. That's all Donald Trump has said on Fox and Friends, trying to speak at this just a little conversation in memoriam of Senator, the late great Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina. Golf, though. Golf. I thought for sure it'd be about the ballroom, honestly. And then you'd be going, well, so what? You suck. He likes ballrooms. What's the problem? Well, when they asked him about Charlie Kirk, how you feeling? Your friend Charlie Kirk died. He said he literally did this. He went, oh, I'm doing all right. You know, did you see the ballroom? I'm like, literally 1 second, less than a second, he switched to the ballroom. I was really hoping he would talk about the ballroom, actually. But no, he's talking about golf. He won't shut the fuck up about golf. And how mean everyone is to him and how God loves him because of Butler, Pennsylvania. And like, it really is an embarrassment. The fact that you don't see it is really quite sad. It's really quite sad. You're in a cult.
Or I just got shot. It was one of the two things because I touched my ear. There was blood all over my ear. As soon as I touched it, this wasn't like a slow bleed. I touched it. You saw, I mean, the picture's a very famous one. And I'm going down. And I said to
It's almost like it was staged. It was almost like Butler, Pennsylvania picture was staged. And I had a camera and I touched it and the blood came down.
That was kayfabe. He learned that, you know, that Donald Trump is in this is no joke. He is in the Hall of Fame for wrestling, the World Wrestling Entertainment Hall of Fame. He is. He knows how to take a little blood and do this and pretend like he's bleeding.
myself, and sort of, I guess, as much as you can joke about something like this, but
well, Mr. President,
that's either the most violent mosquito in history or I got shot.
We're so glad that you're still with.
The most violent mosquito in history, or I got shot. You didn't get shot. No one thinks you got shot. Again, did he mention the fact that someone got shot that day? Because, I mean, that's what you like to hear, right? That someone got shot that day. American hero, fireman, I've heard. All these legends about some guy that was shot in the bleachers instead of Donald Trump. Does Donald Trump ever mention him? No, never. I guess God didn't choose that guy.
I pretty much knew what happened, Lawrence.
We pray hard, Mr. President, but we thank you so much for giving Fox and Friends some time this morning.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
We lost a great man. He was a great man. He was
Oh, there, finally. Back to Lindsey, finally, after fucking 20 minutes.
a great politician, and he was a kind man. And you know who really lost? Israel, Ukraine, a lot of countries that he really fought for.
Israel. Yeah, he loved war. And Israel loves war. Israel lost a bright star today. Israel lost a very bright star. You think that the Palmetto State might have lost him, but the Palmetto State doesn't even care. Nobody cares in South Carolina. They don't care. In Columbia, South Carolina, nobody cares. Clemson, South Carolina, nobody cares in Clemson. Nobody cares in Newberry, South Carolina. Nobody cares in Charleston. Nobody cares. In all of South Carolina, nobody cares. But they care in Tel Aviv. They care in Jerusalem.
And they lost somebody who was very special. But the loser was the United States of America. We lost a great person, a kind person, a very smart person, and a great, you know, they ask me sometimes, what do you think? He was a great politician. You know, we have mostly bad politicians. We have stupid politicians all over the place. This guy was a great politician. He really got it. And
He did. He knew how to suck up to power and sell out all of his supposed principles and values. That's what he did. That he spent his life doing that, sucking up to power in order to save his ass and survive another day. And he got a little bit of power for himself on the process. Great. That's what politicians do, I guess. Great. I agree with Donald Trump. He's a good politician.
He's a nice guy, as you know very well. You
He's a good politician, the same way Nancy Pelosi was a good politician. The same way Henry Kissinger was a great politician.
Probably 500,000 times. I think he got more television time than anybody in history, right?
That's right. Such a remarkable.
Everything for him was about work. It was about loving the country. It was just not easy to do that. You know, when you do
And Israel.
television, it's not that easy to get ready, be prepared. You got to look good. You got to, it's not that easy. A lot of people can't do it at all. A lot of people, when the camera goes on, they're terrible. I see it all the time. I watch people. Most people aren't very good, and he did it, and he did it with pride, and he did it because he loved our country.
Yeah,
Let's look at this comment. Like, we all know you're in a cult, but when you say shit like this, it's a little too on the nose. Skyjack Morgan, all right. We know you're a liberal Luciferian alkolite. Alkolite. Is that like is it like synthahol? It's like alcohol that's light. It's like light alcohol. Alkolite of Satan, aka Obama. Come on, man.
Served his country until literally his death. Mr. President, thank you, sir, for taking time joining us and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you all very much. We lowered the flags for a full week for Lindsey, which is we maxed out, and we've got every American flag in the country lowered, and till Saturday night. And he was a special man. And thank you all very much. And we're going to give him a special type of funeral because he deserves it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're gonna play a little bit of YMCA. That was his favorite song.
5th and 47th President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, sir.
But he wasn't gay. He wasn't gay. Shut up. Stop saying he was gay. He wasn't gay. Lindsey Graham, he was just a lifelong bachelor. Never gay. He never had a girlfriend. Never gay, though. He wasn't gay. He was never gay. Shut up. Just because he loved YMCA doesn't make him gay, okay? That doesn't make him gay. He's a huge fan.
Now to the frightening scene at Yellowstone National Park. A grandfather out on a walk with his grandson was attacked by a charging bison and thrown at least 8 feet into the air. He was injured, but is expected to be okay. ABC's Melissa Dunn has the latest.
I actually kind of like it when these idiots get hit by the buffaloes. I think it's great. When you go to Yosemite or not Yosemite, Yellowstone, or I saw way more in South Dakota and like the Black Mountain. What do you call that area over by Rapid City? I forget. There's another state park or national forest in Black. And I saw buffaloes in the Badlands of South Dakota too. Wild ones are so incredible. Such an incredible animals to see out in the wild. These buffalo it just makes you feel like America, and we're so like this is what it was like before us, But then when you see them, they say, don't get out of your car. And they also say, stay really far, like 30 yards. 30 yards. Don't get near buffalo. They're fast and they are big and they will kill you. Don't try to snap a picture close. Buy a postcard, idiots. Although one time I was driving a truck and the buffalo came right up to the side of the truck. I couldn't believe how close we were. It was wild. A wild buffalo. Not one that was like, I saw one in a cage off the side of the road in like Wyoming or someplace. I forget. He was just in a little cage. It was sad. But to see them wild is quite remarkable.
Tonight, these are the heart-stopping moments. A grandfather was attacked by a bison at Yellowstone National Park. The dramatic video posted online by a professional photographer shows a bison, which can weigh more than 1,500 pounds, charging after the 65-year-old, flipping him into the air. You see the man and his grandchild stop to take...
Look at how close they are. Look how close they are to this animal. That is not 30 yards. They say they even got a little thing where you're supposed to put your thumb up, like in the what's that show called Fallout, where they put the thumb up, and if you could see the mushroom clouds, you're gonna die. They say the same thing with a buffalo. Put your thumb up. You can't cover that buffalo up with your thumb.
Photos of the bison. Seconds later, the massive mammal then charges, chasing the family around trees before the man is thrown multiple feet into the air, seriously injuring him. Another video shows the bison running past tents at a campsite before the incident. The grandfather is lucky to be alive. Millions of people visit Yellowstone every year to see the park's famous wildlife. Unfortunately, this is not the first time we've seen bison charging tourists. As for that 65-year-old,
you see, it's always tourists getting too close. And there's all these signs that say, don't get close to them. Don't do it. They are not friendly. They don't like you in their personal space. I feel like this is kind of like Carmelo Anthony, like, don't touch me or I'm going to stab you. And then you put your hands on him and then he stabs you and then you cry and you're like, oh, poor Carmelo Anthony stabbed me. He said, don't touch him. It was raining. Don't fuck with them. Fuck around, find out. Same thing with Buffalo. Don't get too close to Buffalo. Don't get close to Carmelo Anthony or Buffaloes. Okay? In fact, don't get too close to anyone who doesn't want to be close. Wasps. Wasps are just friends that need more personal space. Just give them their personal space. You don't have to go crazy and like run and do. Just give them their personal space. Oh, there's a wasp. All right. Okay. You don't need to be all frantic. Just give them the personal space. That's it. Don't get in people's shit.
He was hospitalized and is recovering from his injuries. Yellowstone National Park warns people to keep at least 25 yards away from bison at all times.
5 yards. I said 30. 25 yards, not far enough. Don't get close to him. Like I said, the one time I got close to a wild buffalo, I was in a truck and they didn't. He kind of looked up at me. He kind of like knew that I was there. He didn't give a shit though, because I was in a truck. But if I got now, I'd be dead for sure. For sure. For sure. One time I was in the Badlands and it was on this golden field and there was just one buffalo. And I thought it was so incredible. So I got out of my truck, but he was in the middle of a field and there was like a fence of barbed wire between me and him. So I figured if he did start coming, I could just hop in the truck real fast, So I didn't really worry too much that the buffalo was coming at. He was pretty far away. I just wanted to breathe in the beauty of this scene. And there was no one on the road because out there in the middle of South Dakota, out in the Indian country, there's nobody out there, man. It's unbelievable. There's nothing on the radio. Your cell phone don't work. You are in, for all intents and purposes, 1855. There's no one there. Nobody. It's crazy. I love South Dakota out there, man. It's so beautiful. I love it.
And if too close, you are warned to retreat immediately. Lindsey?
So glad to hear he'll be okay, Melissa. Thank you.
She's not being herself up there because she's dancing like a hoe.
This is about Britney Spears. And do you remember when Britney Spears was a thing? And I always thought that it was a bit sad. Even now, I think it's really sad. I feel like there's nothing more American than the Britney Spears story. Like, we love you, so we're going to put you up on this pedestal, and then we're going to throw rocks at you and tear you down. We only put you up there to tear you down. Oh, you're beautiful and you're a virgin. We hate virgins. Oh, you smoked a cigarette, you slut. You know what I mean? It's just, she couldn't win. Oh, you're too skinny. Oh, now you're a fat pig. It's just no matter what she did, she was done. And so I love these super cuts of the early 2000s because it reminds me of how horrible, late 90s, I think. I think that's Avril Lavigne right there. But like, I think that's Carson Daly, right?
She's not being herself up there because she's dancing like a hoe. Is she a hoe? She says she's a virgin. It's just not clicking.
My album might not have debuted at #1 because I wasn't dancing around and, to have a huge dance video and I'm not showing my stomach.
Jessica Simpson. And then Jessica Simpson felt really bad that everyone called her an idiot and tortured her too. She suffered the same fate as Britney Spears, just not as bad. But yeah, they tore her down too.
To be on her album cover, like, and then end up dressing trashy at the VMAs.
I do know that Britney Spears is damn near illiterate and the closest thing that you can get to absolute trailer. You know what I'm saying? She's actual garbage. Yeah. That said, which one?
This is how Republicans talked about her. This is the right-wing media sphere back then. Right-wing media sphere.
But Britney Spears.
They look back and they're like, what happened to your sweet image that you used to be? And I'm like, then when I came out, you thought I was too provocative. It's like, you can never win.
Did you Britney Spears?
Okay, I did it. No. Yeah. The world has long been full of Madonna wannabes, and I might have even dated a couple. Peter J's are popular.
Yeah, Justin Timberlake, he fell hard too. He made fun of her, and then he's now he's just a joke. He's the butt of everyone's joke that he's just an alcoholic who drives drunk. He felt the same way.
Female singer. Publicly, they'll claim to be virgins, but privately, he hid it.
Just like talk about what we did together and like really sexually and stuff, and I just felt very exploitive.
But have you seen Britney's kids? Oh my God, they
Sarah Silverman, has she apologized?
are the most adorable mistakes you will ever see.
I would like for them to leave me alone.
If you could talk to them as individuals, not as a group, what would you say to them?
I would just...
Matt Lauer, he also went down as a sexual assaulter. Matt Lauer, the guy interviewing her right there, also torn down as a sexual assaulter. It's almost like this whole world is filled with pedophiles and sexual deviants and horrible human beings that would rather see us die and have no shred of value between them, and we laud them as heroes. All of these people that we've seen on Eminem. I mean, I didn't even mention Eminem, but shit, do I have to? Junkie who abandoned his daughter and did all sorts of crazy. I mean, let's face it, not a great guy. Eminem, lots of mistakes there. Great rapper though.
that you have babies at home and you have a wife. You have to realize that we're people and that we just need privacy and we need our respect. And those are things that you have to have as a human.
Also, you're taking a live look at the U.S.
A human. They don't care about. No one saw Britney Spears as a human, and I think that's like, it's just so American. And I love that all the people in those clips were people who also were exposed as being really horrendous humans. I think that's great. I think that's so great. Because even Jessica Simpson tried to pretend, well, I'm Christian and she's not really Christian. She's not a virgin and I am a virgin. And I'm actually a good one because I don't show my stomach when I do songs. But Britney Spears does. Britney Spears is too sexual. She made those claims. And then she was Daisy Duke in the Dukes of Hazzard and wore butt pads and starved herself and all these things. And then she was what? She was embarrassed that people thought she was a bimbo and everything. Careful what stones you throw. Let he without sin cast the first stone, I suppose. These liars, hypocrites, philanderers, sexual assaulters.
U.S. Capitol now, where flags will fly at half-staff for at least a week to honor South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. President Donald Trump ordered this after the 71-year-old's unexpected death last night. Graham died
I told you it was at the half-mast. There you go, half-mast. There you
a
go.
life-threatening tear of his aorta. The longtime Republican senator was a close ally of the president and was known for advocating a strong foreign policy. In fact, he just returned
A tear in his aorta caused by fentanyl.
from Ukraine, where he met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. For more on Graham's loss and his life and what comes next, here's Chad Pergram.
Lindsey Graham's death rattled Capitol Hill. Although official Washington woke to the unexpected news, bipartisan colleagues remembered Graham's humor. In fact, several said it was Graham's wit which made him effective, even during epic political and policy battles.
Lindsey had a way to be able to engage people, to charm them. You know, even after maybe calling somebody a homicidal maniac, he was able to go back and develop a relationship by just being funny. He was direct.
Yeah, that's true. He did that. He called someone a homicidal maniac, and he's like, "It's all just politics now. Can I get some of that power y'all hold? I can make sure that your life is mighty fine. Mind if I suck on your pee-pee real quick?"
And frankly, I think that's one of the things that a lot of foreign leaders appreciate about him, is that he would be direct with them.
Republican South Carolina Representative Russell Fry is one name mentioned as a possible successor to Graham. Fry echoed Ricketts, but Fry noted that it was the tenacity of Graham which saved the confirmation of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh in the fall of 2018. Christine Blasey Ford accused Kavanaugh of sexual assault.
You enjoy having your sides hurt from laughing. That was Lindsey Graham to a T. He always had a joke. One of the most authentic.
Yeah, we were all just in stitches over Lindsey Graham's joke. He was always quick with the joke and a light of your smoke.
Particularly funny people that you'll meet. I mean, this is the man who resurrected the career of Kavanaugh and put him on the Supreme Court.
Fry is one name mentioned as a possible Graham successor. GOP South Carolina Representative Joe Wilson says he will stay in the House protecting the slim Republican majority there. And there is Nancy Mace.
I actually texted the governor this morning and I suggested he should nominate himself to be that interim person, someone who can be divested, who can hold the lane for Lindsey Graham for the next 6 months. There will be a very short primary, about 3 or 4 weeks, quite frankly, special election, probably looking like August 11th.
A caretaker senator could serve through the end of Graham's term in early January. Graham entered the House as part of the historic freshman class of 1994. The GOP won the House for the...
He's been there for 30. I've known who Lindsey Graham is for 30 years. I feel like I'm losing an old friend. Lindsey Graham, I've been thinking about you for 30 years, Lindsey. I've been hating Lindsey Graham for 30 years. 32 years.
First time in 40 years, that so-called Republican revolution is nearly over. The only member of that class who remains in Congress now is Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman Roger Wicker. In Washington, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And local reaction to his death is coming out of Senator Lindsey Graham's hometown. News 15's Gracie Palmer visited the community in South Carolina, where he's being remembered tonight.
In the heart of Pickens County, Senator Lindsey.
Pickens County, look how cute. They picked the cutest corner. The Republicans have destroyed every small town in America.
Graham's hometown. Locals are reacting to his death with one word: shock.
In Pendleton, South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham's district office sits quiet. Flags fly at half-staff as residents from his hometown come to terms with the loss.
Shock has been the primary.
Oh, look, it's got Walt Disney
thing. Because, I mean, again, he's been a staple. He's been a staple of the area. Everyone knows who he is, regardless of whether you agree with him.
If your last name is Moscato, do you think you drink a lot of Moscato? I bet he drinks a lot of sweet wine. Oh, I love my Moscato, boy. My last name is Moscato. Give me a Moscato.
You're not.
In the small town of Central, the late senator's childhood home is right on Main Street. Sunday afternoon, he was remembered by many for his visits back home.
Super nice guy.
Look at these people in South Carolina. It's so hard. Super nice. Super nice. Super nice guy. Super nice guy. Super nice. I heard it was guy, but I never knew. Yeah. These slack-jawed Southerners.
Love being from this area. A good family person. Just a real.
He had no family. Never married. Never had a girlfriend. Lifelong bachelor.
Nice guy.
Last time I seen him, he was in the parade at Pendleton, and he was riding in a convertible Mustang, and it broke down right in the middle of the parade.
But shock was the main theme throughout Pickens County.
I thought it was a joke first on Facebook. I saw it, and
That's so big of you. You voted for a homosexual for state senate. That's rad. Good for you. You're liberal, Kirk Wilson. Liberal. Kirk Wilson's such a liberal. Liberal.
A supporter of his. He came to my elementary school, Central Elementary, in the early 90s, and then we knew he was from Central, but it was a shock for sure.
It's hard to believe that someone that's been in Congress for that long is gone that quickly.
And sympathy for those he left behind.
My heart goes out to Darlene and her daughter Emily. It's just a sad day.
Like she said, it is a sad day, and he'll be very missed very badly.
There's also
Dude lived in Washington, D.C. They never met the guy. He was nice. I was heard he was nice.
So a lot of questions around town as to who will take the late senator's seat. Reporting from Pickens County, I'm Gracie Palmer.
Say goodnight, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. Say goodnight, Gracie. Gracie Palmer. What a great name. Gracie Palmer. She was born to be in the news. What a great name. Gracie Palmer. She sounds like she should run. Gracie Palmer. Palmer. I hardly know her. Palmer. Gracie Palmer. What a name.
Paint the picture of what it was like being a young black man in the South in the 60s.
First, I was hoping that I didn't get drafted by the Atlanta Braves.
He didn't want to be drafted by the Atlanta Braves. He was a professional baseball player in the 1960s and just didn't want to be in the Atlanta Braves. Don't forget, my name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. Please buy me a cup of coffee by doing a Cash App at Skyjack Morgan or Venmo at Skyjack Morgan. I would greatly appreciate it. Or a super chat right here. Or become a Sky City Rebel. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra content, and extra love in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. I love you.
And woke up that morning. Congratulations, you're a member of the Atlanta Braves. And I said, Lord, you didn't hear me. And so they flew me and my mom to L.A. I worked out at Dodger Stadium.
Okay.
And I ended up signing in Dodger Stadium simply because Hank Aaron promised my mother that he would take care of me as if I was his son. When I signed, I went to Austin, Texas, and my first stop was Little Rock, Arkansas. Ooh.
Little Rock, Arkansas. Uh-oh. In the 1960s, it seems like it was just yesterday, 1960s. It wasn't that long ago. Here we have a man talking about his career in the 1960s, and people tell me racism's over in America, though.
And Seal said, where you going? I said, I'll get me something to eat. He said, no, you ain't. He said, you sit down, man. You let one of the white dudes get your food for you because, we can get off the bus. There were times when they wouldn't rent to us in different places.
Can't get off the bus. We're not even allowed off the bus in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Namely, they wouldn't rent to us in Florida. So we had to stay with the host family. They wouldn't rent to us in, Greenwood, South Carolina. When I was down there playing in 68, we didn't have a TV in our place.
In South Carolina, Greenwood, South Carolina? Huh. In the 1960s, a professional baseball player wasn't allowed to be in Greenwood, South Carolina because he was black. Not allowed off the bus, not allowed out after dark. Where was Lindsey Graham in 1960s? What year was Lindsey Graham born? Oh, 1955. So he was probably about 15 years old unless he was born in 1955. He was just a teenager probably when this guy was traveling America as a baseball player. How do you think Lindsey Graham acted as a teenager in South Carolina, in Pickens County? What do you think? What kind of person do you think Lindsey Graham was in the 60s in South Carolina? Think he was on the side of guys like this? You think guys like this? Think Lindsey Graham liked guys like this?
Stay behind Mama's Soul Food Kitchen.
Yeah, he good, though.
Oh, he good. and so we had a cement floor. All the blacks and Latins stayed there together. And one of my teammates, Bob Didier from the South, he's a pretty cool dude. And so I go with his whole family to watch TV. Okay. They had the sundown law. And I didn't know about the sundown law. That's what you're talking about. At 9 o'clock, if you was black, you had to be off the street.
That's a law.
Gunsmoke.
Yeah. If it was 9 o'clock, you had to be off the street in South Carolina, where Lindsey Graham grew up, when Lindsey Graham was a kid. Lindsey Graham was allowed outside after 9 p.m., but not him. This guy was not allowed.
Would come on, and at 8:45, I had to leave. I never saw the Gunsmoke. Next day, I asked Didier what happened. Richard, Virginia, when Ralph and I had to stay at the motel where the numbers men. This was when everybody, did their business, but it made me grow up a lot. Saw a different side of life. It was a blessing actually that I went through that, because then when I came back to California, then I saw things a little differently, and it was tough to fool me by the fact that you smiled in my face and really, I can feel how you really
Energy doesn't lie.
It always bugs me that people think that this was so long ago. Lindsey Graham just died, and he was old enough to remember these guys. He was old enough to remember this time. Donald Trump is old enough to remember this. Donald Trump was a teenager. He's 10 years older. Donald Trump was 25 when people like this guy were being forced by law to not allowed out after 9 p.m., forced by law to have to sleep at people's houses because they weren't allowed in the hotels. They had to have foster families, essentially host families, put them up as professional athletes because they weren't allowed to stay in the hotels as the rest of the team. Donald Trump was 25 when that was going on. And his supporters, his followers, his cult followers, they pretend like it never happened. And Donald Trump wants to erase it from Smithsonian. He wants to erase our history as if somebody made it up. But he was there. He remembers. He knows exactly what it was like because he and his father redlined their apartment buildings and wouldn't rent to black people. And they got caught. They got caught doing it. They were prosecuted for it, and they lost because they were racially discriminating against tenants in New York. They knew. Famous Nazis.
The best-known name in Colorado politics, John Hickenlooper, has been reelected to the U.S. Senate by less than 6 percentage points. His progressive challenger, State Senator Julie Gonzalez, cut his lead significantly as all the late ballots were counted. That race turned out to be far more competitive than I ever expected, which means that it deserved far more coverage than I gave it. You deserved better. Both Hick and Gonzalez came on this program for in-depth, pretty challenging interviews, but I basically left it at that. Had I realized that this race was so competitive, I would have tried to organize a debate. There was no debate in that race, and I would have spent more time covering their policy differences rather than focusing so much on other races. So how did I get it so wrong? I knew that there was strong anger against incumbents and inaction, but I expected Hickenlooper's decades of experience and his relative goodwill among Democrats to give him more of a cushion. I underestimated the ability for Gonzalez to put together a strong ground game without a whole lot of fundraising. I don't focus on this race or that race as a means of predicting the outcome or influencing how it turns out. I focus on certain races because your time and resources are not infinite, and nor are mine. But supporters of both Gonzalez and Hickenlooper would have been better served to know that this race was close. I missed on this one, badly. So each election season, our assumptions are based in part on what has happened in the past. This year scrambled a lot of assumptions, which hopefully will lead to me doing a better job next time, pointing out which races might turn out to be unexpectedly close so that you can act accordingly.
Welcome back tonight.
That newsman, I like that guy. I always forget that guy's name. He's in Colorado. He's always such a hardcore newsman. I like that that's how you do an apology.
Team following through on concerns about property preservation. Contractors who mortgage companies hired to care for homes that are vacant or in foreclosure.
Last month, we told you.
So a company's vacant. So you own the house, but the mortgage company says, no, we're going to start taking care of it for you because you're in default.
About a former NFL player whose personal property was stolen from Shore Acres home. And now a local homeowner says that she discovered one of those contractors went inside her house without her permission, armed with a handgun.
Investigative journalist Adam Walser tonight explaining why that incident is now part of a lawsuit.
At first glance, the people in the surveillance video look like a typical lawn crew. We're blurring.
You tell it's Florida, man. It says Tampa Bay right there, but like that Florida thing where they put their house in glass behind they always have their glass backyards. So crazy. So that they don't have mosquitoes. The mosquitoes will eat them, and the lizards will come, and the gators will come.
Their faces because they have not been charged with a crime. The home's owner says she didn't hire them or give them permission to be on the property.
I returned to the home as I tried to do pretty regularly.
Anna Maria DeSicco says the trouble started after her father passed away and left her his home, which was tied to a reverse mortgage. While she fought foreclosure.
Oh, reverse mortgage. That's hard. When you inherit a house that's in reverse mortgage, that means you got to pay back what they gave you. There's options there, but it sucks.
In court. Anna Maria said
reverse mortgage, basically, you're so old that you know you're not going to pay off the mortgage. So what you can do, you've built equity. So you have money in the house, but you can't get it out without selling the house. So you can go to your mortgage company and say, look, once you start paying me to live here, you pay me the equity every month. You pay me to hold this house for you. And so they're buying it back from you. It's kind of a cool system. If you're poor and you're not thinking about if you don't have any money, you can start getting the equity back out of your house that you've built. Because you have probably received, if some of these older people, they've had like a 10%, return on their investment. They want that money back without having to sell it and move. It's kind of a cool program, except when you die, And when you die, people got to figure out what the fuck to do with these things. And this lady wanted to buy her house back.
As that the mortgage company sent property preservation contractors to maintain the yard and secure the home. And Maria says when she checked on the house in early March, it was anything but secure.
I went up to the door and tried the knob, to turn the knob a little bit to put the key in, and the door was already unlocked.
She says the house had been ransacked and things were missing, so she called her.
That's crazy. They hired a company to make sure the house was okay, and they broke in.
Attorney Matt Widener.
Matt's advice when I called him about it was go get cellular trail cams and post them all over every aspect of your property and one inside your home.
Within days, Anna Maria got an alert.
We can go inside. The work order wants property condition photos.
She shared her video with us, which is cited in a lawsuit. It shows this couple accompanied by a small child discussing how they plan to get inside.
So we go in the sliding glass door. I'll put on there that it's unsecured.
Within minutes, an interior camera shows this.
There's a video of a gentleman walking through the home with a gun. He's got no right to be there.
A man aimed straight ahead, clearing each room.
That's
Banks hire these.
So dangerous. This guy's walking around your home with a gun. That's my house. What are you doing?
Subcontractors, these freelancers, and they make their way into people's houses. It's a dangerous situation.
Widener also represents Deshaun and Ashley Williams, whose story we previously shared. Their lawsuit claims their house in Shore Acres, which was vacant due to hurricane damage, was entered by a different group of property preservation contractors. Deshaun, who played for 10 seasons in the NFL, claims in a lawsuit that contractors removed a game-worn jersey and helmet from his home and listed them for sale on Facebook Marketplace.
What does that jersey and that helmet mean to you?
A lot, because it's my hard work, something I can pass on to my son.
Inside Anna Maria's house, recordings from her cameras suggest
10 season with the NFL. How the mortgage company do that?
These contractors have been inside before.
You owe me a taxes on if somebody's going to do this.
After getting another alert, Anna Maria called 911 and a Hillsborough County deputy met her at her home.
The cops will handle it. Let's make sure the cops do something about it.
The encounter.
This is the master bedroom. What's left of it.
While the deputy is inside, the contractors show up again.
We have work
They totally ransacked this
orders
house.
for it. Of course, you can contact my manager. You can contact the bank.
I want them trespassed from.
They're not going to get
You can't
trespassed.
trespass me. I just showed you
Cop.
the paperwork.
The cop doesn't give a shit. They're not gonna trespass. I'm not doing shit. I don't care. Fucking cops.
And they just showed me paperwork too, so that's fine. They're here because of the bank.
The deputy pulls away.
The cops yell at the homeowner.
Moments later.
Oh, what? Oh, he's just going to leave?
The female contractor later confided to Anna Maria how property preservation is a dangerous line of work.
I've been stabbed in the neck. They missed my carotid artery by 1/2 inch. So my husband goes in properties before me because I don't want to take that chance. Unfortunately, sometimes my son is with me on jobs.
Widener is suing the reverse mortgage company and the
It's so dangerous. Someone stabbed me in the neck, but I bring my little kid with me.
property preservation company. The lawsuit shows pictures of the contractors inside, alleging they, quote, failed to obtain a court order authorizing access and that their actions were done negligently.
So the cop was wrong. Again, the cop doesn't give a shit.
With gross disregard for Anna Maria's rights.
The mortgage company does not own your house. You own the house. And how dare they be sending people in to do anything to the house when the bank doesn't own it?
I'm My-Team investigator Adam Walser with photojournalist Matt McGlashan, Tampa Bay 28.
And for weeks now, Adam has been digging into property preservation contractors and the problems that homeowners in Tampa Bay tell us they've experienced. If you've got an issue with...
That's so crazy to me. It's like the second... thank God my mom told me when she died, just move into the house as soon as possible. And I had a friend of mine was like, if you're not going to move into it, you need to go there and you need to give your neighbor the key. You need someone checking on that house, because as soon as... I'm so glad I didn't even think of that shit. I didn't think about that at all. You know, I didn't think someone's like, as soon as someone dies, someone's going to be breaking into the house. I'm so glad I had people tell me that, because I didn't even like, wasn't on my radar. My mom just died, you know, and everyone's like, no, you gotta take care of the house. You gotta show up. You gotta put some cameras in it. You gotta make sure it's secure, because as soon as this happens, there's people that are gonna fuck you. And it's not even, it's not the people you think, it's the bank. The bank is there sending randos with guns. How is this even? Those people weren't squatters. Those were bankers. Those were people hired by the bank to go in with guns and secure the property. What were they doing inside the house at all? What were they doing? They secure the property.
First tonight, a former daycare owner is waiting to learn her sentence after pleading guilty in a fraud case, accused of defrauding the government out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lou Raguse is looking into her background and the unusual turns her past.
If anything, you would want to like contact next of kin. You would try to figure out who, if someone's still alive to take care of this house, what's going to happen. But instead, they just send people with guns. They send some dude with a gun, and that they did it illegally. The court said it was illegal. And the cops, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to trespass. I'm out of here. Fucking cops. That cop should go to jail.
Took.
The path to federal court has been quite unusual for Jill Mertens.
Miss Mertens, anything you'd like to say about these fraud allegations?
The 43-year-old Hamel resident is an accomplished singer, an evangelist and worship pastor, and going back even further, a pageant star. That's Mertens on stage with Tony Danza.
That's what happens, right? You become a worship star because you were a pageant star, right?
Competing in the 2001 Miss America pageant after being crowned Miss North Dakota.
Jill, are you here to plead guilty today?
But it is Mertens' venture into the childcare industry that brought her to court. State records show that in 2016, Mertens began registering.
It's funny. This is Minnesota childcare. How come all the people getting arrested are white people? How come that keeps happening?
Daycares, Creative Stars Academy Child Care and Learning Center in Casson, Minnesota, a second Creative Stars location in Rochester, and Tree of Life Academy in Ramsey, all three of which show a number of complaints and violations, during which time Mertens also was defrauding a taxpayer-funded program created to help pay teachers at child care centers like her.
How does she defraud? I want to know, because last time we heard the only fraud was that she wasn't charging people, but she was still taking money from the government. She wasn't forcing people to pay the copay. But this lady's, I think, is going to be different. Let's find out.
Governor Walz signed the Great Start Compensation Support Payment Program into law in 2023. Starting the next year, Mertens admits filing grant applications claiming 23 teachers who didn't actually work there and inflating the hours worked by another 11 employees.
So completely different than the other one. This is real fraud. She faked employees and defrauded the fucking Minnesota government and by proxy also the American government. Pretty remarkable if you think about it, because the worst fraud case we've heard about Minnesota yet so far was the lady who just didn't charge her customers the copay and was able to kind of get more kids, but their kids existed and the employees existed. She was basically just saying, don't pay me the copay because I've got money from the government coming and I don't need your money. And that attracted more customers. And they said that was fraud, which it is. And she might be going to 2 years in jail over it. This lady just made up human beings. It said that there were more employees than actually existed.
A total theft of $426,000.
It's just very disheartening to see in the community that we have that someone would even consider doing this.
Joe McInerney and his wife put down.
Where's that guy who's that guy, that squirrely guy, Shirley? Where's Nick Shirley about this blonde?
On a non-refundable deposit with Mertens last year to hold a spot for their unborn child.
I mean, everything looked like it was a smooth ship, so to speak.
And they didn't realize Mertens then filed for bankruptcy and transferred ownership of the Casson daycare last fall before the federal investigation took place.
Did you guys have any idea she was committing fraud?
We had no idea she was committing any fraud. We didn't have any idea that the daycare was in any sort of financial hardship. Hopefully she has some time to think about what she did. And
funny, why are the blonde Christians never... Where's Nick Squirrely when you need him? How come this lady's not got all the attention of national media?
Pay back her debts.
Jill Mertens and her attorney declined to comment after the guilty plea. The sentencing guidelines call for about 2 years in prison, but the judge will have a lot of discretion.
Do you think the black lady's going to get... The Muslim is going to get 2 years and that this lady's going to get 2 years? Do you think they're going to get the same amount of time? What do you think? They're both up for 2 years.
All of her daycares, including the Casson one where the ownership was transferred, have now been closed down. Jennifer.
Lou, do you have any idea on a sentencing date yet?
Nope, that hasn't been set yet.
Are there any daycares open in in Minnesota anymore? Are there any left? There's no daycare in Minnesota anymore. No such thing. There are no kids in Minnesota. They all had to move.
First, they do like a probation look at her past. She doesn't have any criminal history or anything like that. One part of her plea agreement that was interesting to note is that they said that she will have immunity with any other federal investigations that may or may not be going on.
Okay. I know you'll keep us updated. Thanks, Lou.
Well, the Democrat Party has made a decision. It's now officially a communist party.
What?
It is a Marxist Islamist.
No! The Democrat Party is now... The Democratic Party? What's the Democrat Party? The Democrats are now Communist Party. No.
Party. That's what it is. We don't have to guess anymore. It's not democratic socialist, whatever that means. How can you be democratic and socialist when socialism is about the government controlling the means of production?
It's about the people controlling the means of production. It's about the people seizing the means of production. And that's not really democratic socialism, but communism is. Democratic socialism isn't about seizing the means of production. It's about a more equitable world where everyone is a member of public and, promotion of, preference towards internationalism, international cooperation, solving crime before it happens so that we can abolish prisons, stuff like that. That's not No, democratic. You could be. That's more democrat. It's democracy. You see, it's for the people. Socialism is just the prioritization of the public need over private profit. That's why you have National Socialism and Democratic Socialism. Those are your choices now in America. You get National Socialism, the Nazis, that's MAGA, or you get Democratic Socialism, which is everyone's a member of the public, and we're going to promote the public need over private profit, that of everyone. Yeah. National Socialism is the same idea, except it's only for these people because these people we like, and we're going to make deals with corporations in order so that we make a lot of money for these people. Just these people right here, the people who inherited wealth, the people who inherited their space in the hierarchy.
We got to cut through their new definitions and new words.
These are not new words. Democratic socialism has been around since at least the 1930s, maybe earlier. I'm not really sure, but definitely in the 1930s, because they were the only party to stand up to Hitler. The only ones. They were the only ones. When Hitler wanted to become a dictator and they all voted on it, 92 people voted against it, and they were the Social Democrats. Those are the only ones. Everyone else voted to make him der Führer. Kind of like today. The Social Democrats are the only ones standing up to Hitler. The Democrats and the Republicans, they love Hitler. I mean, Donald Trump. They love Donald Trump. But there's only one group standing up against them. And yeah, they're not perfect, Social Democrats, but at least they don't want dictators, right?
To the chase. So the party is now officially communist. It's officially Islamist. It's officially un-American, is what it is. Now let's take a look at this so-called Democratic Socialists of America, shall we? Take a look at these charts. It comes right off their website, which is not unlike the website of the Communist Party USA, if you want to.
I guess, all political websites are pretty common. Donald Trump nationalized 10% of Intel, which, is National Socialism. Stop making socialism so scary, because Donald Trump is also a socialist. He's just a National Socialist.
Compare the two, and we will in a moment. Free Palestine. What does that mean? Well,
it means to stop the apartheid of happening in Palestine. Stop treating Palestinians as second-class citizens. Stop using them as slaves. Stop taking their houses. Stop incurring on their lands. Stop stealing their houses. Free Palestine. That's what it means. Okay, good.
You don't know what it means. It doesn't matter. No more.
They know what it means. I know what it means. Everyone knows what Free Palestine means now, right? Y'all know what it means, right? Does anyone knows what? Let me ask in the chat. We're gonna do chat right now. Do you know what Free Palestine means? Just gonna ask. Do you know what Free Palestine means? That's it. Yes or no? It's easy. Yes or no? What do you think? Just a quick pulse check on you, baby, because this dude over on Fox News doesn't know what that means. Mr. Levin doesn't have any idea. What does Free Palestine mean? Don't know. They don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. You Google it, motherfucker.
Economic warfare. Wow.
Wait,
And
what?
Well, they don't know what it means. It doesn't matter. No more economic warfare.
No more economic warfare. That makes sense, right? No more using embargoes to impoverish and starve people like Cuba, like using economic warfare by blockading a country so that their people starve just because you don't like their form of government is unethical. No more economic warfare. Makes perfect sense. Why are you making sure that people in Cuba starve? Why? Why do you want children in Cuba to starve? Give me an answer. I'd love to know. I think I know. Why are you making people in Venezuela starve? Why are you killing children in Iran? Why are you blockading their oil? How come they're not allowed to sell their oil to whomever they want? It's their oil. How come they can't do that? Because you're waging economic warfare. I love that on Fox News they just say nobody knows what that means. Nobody knows. It's just so. It's just like it's like they're promoting ignorance. Like if someone gives you airwaves, gives you a microphone, gives you all of this amazing technology and budget, and this is what you do. You say, nobody knows what that is. I'm looking at the Democratic Socialist of America website, and nobody knows what Free Palestine means or end economic warfare.
Free Palestine. What does that mean? Well, they don't know what it means. It doesn't matter. No more economic warfare. Wow.
Wow.
End the U.S. war machine.
And the U.S. war machine. That makes sense, right? I mean, Eisenhower said, beware of the military-industrial complex. And so, yes, we should beware of that. Let's end the military war machine. It makes billionaires billionaires, but it makes everyone else dead.
Sound like communists, don't they?
I guess. Is that communist?
Freedom of movement. somebody having a bowel problem? Is there a freedom of movement problem?
Poop jokes. Freedom of movement. You notice that the icon is dude's legs being able to move. Because again, it is your human right. Article 13 of the Human Rights Agreement that we all signed as part of the UN means that you have freedom of movement. You have freedom to leave your country and freedom to declare asylum anywhere. Now, you don't have the right to go anywhere, but you have the right to seek asylum anywhere, and you have the right to leave. No one can send you back. So that you end up pretty bad situation sometimes, because if you can't go home and they're not allowed to send you home and you're not allowed to, and they don't want you there, you end up screwed. You end up nationless or dead. So you have freedom of movement. I think that's a good idea, which means you're allowed to go anywhere you want as a human being. What about borders? Fuck your borders, you stupid piece of shit. Your borders do not supersede human rights. Fuck your borders. Borders are so important. It's the only way I know that I'm superior to others. My white supremacy requires borders, requires the threat of violence to enforce my supremacy. Freedom of movement. Right now, only capital has the freedom of movement. Rich people can move capital. They move at the speed of capital. You move at the speed of bureaucracy, which is grueling and tiring and sad and expensive and inefficient. Freedom of movement. It ain't that hard to understand. Here we go.
I don't think so. Medicare for all. Do you know Medicare is supported in part by private insurance that you pay?
Yeah, it's a bad situation, right? But it's still a popular program because they take the taxes from everybody and they make Medicare, which is partially the subsidizing of private healthcare programs, because we are too cowardly to nationalize those. We're too cowardly to abolish them. So we're too cowardly to do single payer healthcare in this country, even though it would be exponentially smaller. How would you say that? It would cost a fraction of what we pay, but we're too afraid to actually take on the oligarchs. So so we do need to continue that because we're too cowardly. We should abolish the whole system and have a single payer healthcare system like they do in places that we fund, like Israel. They have single payer healthcare. They've got single payer healthcare in Iran. They have single payer healthcare in Iraq. All sorts of countries that we have paid for to have single payer healthcare. But not here. We can't do it.
So if they nationalize Medicare, Medicare will cost you a ton more. You'll get less services. Well,
that's not true at all. Of course, they would just take your money and put it there instead of towards private healthcare. That's all.
Turn it into Obamacare. But they don't care. It sounds good.
No, Obamacare was a Romney care, but it's just the subsidizing of private companies. It's not a great idea. But Medicare, Medicare is I think dumb, but it works and people love it.
Fight mass incarceration and police brutality. That's right. They want their own police state. So they want to blow out our cops, open the gates, let the felons out, get new voters, and then create their own police state.
What the hell? What do you mean they want to create their own? You just said they want to abolish the cops and then create a police. What the fuck are you talking about? How do you get from I want to abolish police to you want a police state? Make that make sense. That's like the opposite of a police. It's the opposite of a police state. They want the opposite of a police state. And you say, oh, you want to abolish cops? That's a police state. What? You want to abolish the police? Yeah. That's a police state. What? Are people this stupid? They fall for this?
Medicare. Medicare will cost you a ton more. You'll get less services. They'll turn it into Obamacare. But they don't care. It sounds good. Fight mass incarceration and police brutality. That's right.
That's good. Fight mass incarceration and police brutality. That's it. That's all they said. They didn't even say they want to abolish police. Fight mass incarceration and police brutality. It makes perfect sense because there's a bunch of bullshit laws and people rotting in prison for things like minor marijuana possession charges and bullshit where they just forgot to pay their bills on time or cross the street when they weren't supposed to. Yeah, there's a lot of people in jail rotting in fucking hell for no reason. Stop mass incarceration and because it's private companies that are oligarchs making money again. So we put more people in jail. The more laws we pass, the more people go to jail, the more money our friends make. And police brutality, I mean, we can work on that. I think that's a good thing to work on. You think police brutality is good?
They want their own police state. So they want to blow out our cops, open the gates, let the felons out, get new voters, and then create their own police state.
All right, so the website actually says, I could see in the small writing, abolish mandatory minimums and cash bail, and something police departments. Oh, demilitarized police departments. Abolish mandatory minimums, cash bail, and demilitarized police departments. That doesn't say blow out the cops and free all the prisoners and create a police state, does it?
End the war on drugs. College for all. Support working families.
Oh, those are horrible. Support working families. What are you, fucking support working families? How dare you? How dare you, you democratic socialists?
A 32-hour work week. Well, that's pretty much what most of them work anyway, isn't it?
What's wrong with 32 hours? How many hours do you work, Levin? You fuckface, you piece of shit, you bald fucking loser. How dare you? You put a bigger bedazzled American flag on your pin. You look at these lapels this cunt is wearing. Look at this guy. Look at this guy with his stupid lapel pins saying, oh, you only work 32 hours a week. I work way over 32-hour weeks, and I've done it for most of my life. And let me tell you, it's stupid. People shouldn't have to work over 32 hours a week. 32 hours is plenty. Plenty. People should be working like 15-hour weeks as far as I'm concerned. 32-hour weeks. What the hell are you doing? Why do we pave all these fucking roads if we want people paving roads? It's so stupid. People don't work as hard as they used to. Yeah, that's the plan. That was always the plan. That's why they made roads last as long as they did. We didn't want our kids tarring roads. So only a few people got to tar roads, and they don't have to do it every day. You don't have to sit there covered in black soot or going down into the mines. That's why we did it. So that we don't have to be enslaved and shackled to the machines of industry. That's why we did it. It's why it was done that way.
32 hours, maybe 15 hours. Tax the rich. Union power.
Tax the rich, union power. Nice. I don't know. Well, this guy says these things like he hates, or what? Do you hate these ideas?
And of course, the Green New Deal. Wow.
Wow. Green New Deal. Wow.
An agenda.
What an agenda. Like that's your argument against democratic socialism? Thank you for reading out you misrepresented certain things, but then you just read the other stuff and went, wow. Fox News.
Nothing there about creating jobs and prosperity and wealth creation.
Actually, that's exactly what the Green New Deal is creating jobs and wealth generation. And so is, by the way, a 32-hour work week. It means that there would be more people in the workforce, because if someone's working 40 hours, it doesn't make any sense, because that's 8 hours somebody else could be working, right? And you broaden the workforce. You open the funnel so that more people can get in. If everyone's working a little less, more people are working. So yes, that's creating jobs, and Green New Deal creates jobs because it's all about trying to funnel money that we're wasting into things that will last us longer and be greener and better for our lakes, rivers, and streams, and our air, lakes, rivers, streams, our land pollution. That's the idea. Wealth generation.
Nothing there about strengthening the civil society, the family, and faith. No.
Yeah, support working families. That was family. That was it. That's it. Support working families. Did you miss it? Did you read? Do you know how to fucking read, Levin?
Let's read a little bit from their website, shall we? I think we shall.
Yeah, do it.
The U.S. political and economic system is failing the working class. Millions struggle with low wages, dangerous working conditions, and limited control over our own lives, all while the top 1% has gotten richer and richer.
Yeah, that sounds like exactly what you asked for. You wanted them to, how do you support faith and family? It sounds like that's a pretty good...
Billionaires control access to basic human needs like housing, healthcare, and education. Education and the media profit off of them. This capitalist economic system is the cause of violence, unemployment, and a climate crisis that poses an existential threat to life on Earth. Now, they do all these things as they take advantage of capitalism with their iPhones and their automobiles, as they go to the grocery store.
Automobiles. You can't drive automobiles without roads. Roads are paid for by socialism. Your cell phones were created for us by socialism. The touch screen, the GPS the internet, the cell phone towels, all the technology, even the cellular technology, was invented by socialism in order so that soldiers can communicate on the battlefield. And that's basically what we're doing now. We're using the same technology or similar technology that was developed from that. So yeah, socialism. All of those things are benefits of socialism, not capitalism. Thank you for playing, Levin.
Store, and they buy some extra wine and beer, things of that sort. So they're living.
Wine and beer. I like both of those things. You know what? Before there was such a thing called capitalism, people made wine and beer. That's the thing about wine and beer. Americans, human beings, we're always going to get our candy. It don't matter if you're capitalist. You tell me that they ain't got beer down in fucking Cuba. You tell me they don't have beer? They didn't have any vodka in USSR, guys. No vodka in the USSR because capitalism wasn't there. No vodka.
Off the capitalist system while preaching.
There was no wine in the anarchist communes of Spain. There was no wine. There was no wine in the anarchist villages of Italy. They never drank wine. They just didn't have it because capitalism wasn't there.
Communism. Black and brown workers in racially segregated communities bear the brunt of capitalism's cruelties, suffering especially from poverty wages, discrimination, deportation, and unemployment, often pushing workers into illegal activity to survive. Instead of investing in working class communities, capitalists prefer to police and incarcerate workers they consider expendable to protect their wealth. Who do they think built all these homes? Who do they think created the sewage system? Hot and cold.
The workers. The workers. Like, are you that fucking daft? Are you that stupid? Who do you think? Okay, so let me ask just, okay, let's just.
Expendable to protect their wealth. Who do they think built all these homes? Who do they think created the sewage system? Hot and cold running water, electricity, and all the rest. Well,
socialism! Hot, cold running water? The water, fucking, the water department? We did that. Socialism did that. We collected money from everybody and we built sewers. That's socialism, not capitalism. Now, eventually, a lot of the administration of those things were sold to companies because they figured that, hey, maybe a company could do it more efficiently. That did happen, and it turns out they don't do it more efficiently. That's bullshit. But doesn't matter. That happened way later. The creation of the sewage system and the water system and the electrical system, all of these grids, the fucking grids, all of them, socialist endeavors, 100% of them. The GPS satellites in the sky, socialism. Anytime you have a major project like that, you need to collect money from lots of people to do these big deal things like the internet and cell towers, all these big things. Because we're the ones with the means. And you know who builds them? Workers. Here, let's do a quick quiz. This guy's like, well, who built those things? The workers, not the capitalists. Who built all the houses? Rich fucks, workers. There you go. There's your new poll.
that's beside the point, isn't it? Accelerating declines in living standards are exploited by the Christian nationalist right and figures like Donald Trump. Americans rejected the far-right agenda in the 2020 elections and watched they failed to attempt to overturn the election results. That far-right agenda, yeah, we call it freedom.
Yeah. What? Freedom? You might call it freedom. That ain't freedom.
Freedom. You notice in none of their propaganda is there freedom, individual freedom, free will, liberty, none of it.
Actually, in every piece of that propaganda, they're talking about free will and autonomy. That's exactly what they're talking about.
The far right threatens American civil liberties. They attack the right of people to decide whether to have a kid by overturning Roe v. Wade and continue to restrict abortion and on and on. These attacks are all the more disturbing because we're missing a real and powerful opposition to it in the U.S. The center-right Democratic Party is controlled by its elite donor class and cannot act as an effective political counter to the nationalist far right. Only a party that fights for working people can win the battle against fascism. So you have the communists that have taken over the Democrat Party, and you have the weak
how do they let Levin on the news anymore?
Leaders of the Democrat Party who are acquiescing to this. They'll throw them out. It's just a matter of time. Our goal is to put workers in charge of the government.
You're right. They will throw them out. That is true. That they will throw out the Democrats. The Democrats, they all know their days are numbered. We're barreling towards the true tension that exists throughout humanity, throughout the history of humanity. The tension between Nazis and democratic socialists, the tension between those who inherit wealth and privilege and those who say that everything belongs to all of us, that all is for all, that everything belongs to the public and the public should administer it. The public should be the ones holding the reins, not those who are born with power. Just because you're born with something doesn't mean you should keep it. Just because you're born with status doesn't mean you should hold on to it. And if you aren't doing something for the benefit of all, then you should get the fuck out of the way because pitchforks and torches are coming. He's absolutely right. MAGA has already eaten the Republican Party so that we have Nazism is rearing its ugly head once again. But meanwhile, the Democratic Socialists, those social democrats are just waking up. And they're called Democratic Socialists today, but they'll be called Social Democrats here real soon. Donald Trump already started calling them that. The age old. It's like, it's like, I never saw Twilight, but I imagine that they must have talked about like the age old battle between vampires and werewolves, or Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Basically, we're Slytherin versus Gryffindor, and the war never ends. There's always tension, and then every once in a while, every 100 years, we got to have a big war. We got to burn down Hogwarts.
Through a new democratic constitution. They want to destroy our constitution. That establishes civil, political, and democratic rights for all, is based on proportional representation in a single federal legislature, and ends the role of money in politics. Yeah, a big communist Politburo. When a government by, for, and of the working class, and with powerful labor unions and social movements organizing in every city and...
What was the function of the Politburo? Politburo, supreme decision-making, functions as the ultimate authority coordinating policy and maintaining party discipline. Leadership appointment, controls the selection of party members and key government officials and elite leadership circles, holds both executive and legislative powers, guiding the directing and the entire apparatus of the state towards central goals. So that sounds a lot like MAGA to me, Politburo. It was created by Vladimir Lenin in 1917. It was the supreme ruling body of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. It was disbanded following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. It continues in several states today. For like the CPC, they have a 25-member Politburo, which is overseen by a highly exclusive 7-member Politburo standing committee. It's just totalitarianism. It's not a feature of communism. It's just a feature of the combination of executive and legislative branches, which is what Donald Trump has done under MAGA, right? Which is evidenced by the fact that Lindsey Graham, like the death of Lindsey Graham, is causing everyone to like, is this the end of MAGA? Well, one could hope. Probably not, though. Lindsey Graham was very good at keeping everyone on their P's and Q's in the Senate. Somebody else will come and do it for him. I mean, probably. Maybe it's John Fetterman.
Town, we hope to build a socialist society where people come before profit. Basic needs are guaranteed. The large corporations are put under public ownership. The democratic control, peace around the world is secured. And workers around the world join together in common struggle to construct socialism worldwide. This is plagiarized stuff of old communist propaganda.
It's not plagiarized. It's just basic socialism. You just described socialism. It's plagiarized. Well, yeah. I mean, these aren't new ideas.
There's nothing new about it. Here's the Communist Party USA.
Nothing new about it. Yeah, just like MAGA. There's nothing new about MAGA. It's just Nazism.
Similar program as the Democratic Socialists. Off their website, humanity is faced with multiple interlocking crises of capitalism, in which a shrinking capitalist class hoards the wealth that was produced by the vast working class in an inhumane and oppressive system of greed and exploitation. In the present, we struggle to improve the lives of the whole of the working class, including the impoverishment in our country and around the globe. To solve the challenges facing humanity, we need to replace capitalism with socialism, a system of cooperation, democracy, and equality. They go on. The U.S. is in the midst of a deep systemic crisis, perhaps the most severe since the Civil War and the Great Depression. It is a political, economic, social, cultural, and ideological crisis of the capitalist system. And they blubber on, just like the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. It would be a mistake to confine the problem to Trump, Elon Musk, a few Proud Boys, or even the insurgents who stormed the Capitol on that fateful day in January. Rather, the threat stems from a mass neo-fascist movement organized by the most reactionary sections of the billionaire class. It's been nurtured over decades, first in the evangelical rights moral majority, then in the Tea Party movement, and now in the MAGA movement. Capitalism is a cause of many of the problems we face, and it's also the main obstacle to finding real and lasting solutions.
It's true. Like what they just say about the MAGA brains. Rather, the threat stems from a mass neo-fascist movement organized by the most reactionary sections of the billionaire class. It's been nurtured over decades, first in the evangelical rights moral majority, then the Tea Party, then MAGA. Fucking those communists, they know what's going on.
Been nurtured over decades, first in the evangelical rights moral majority, then in the Tea Party movement, and now in the MAGA movement. Capitalism is a cause of many of the problems we face, and it's also the main obstacle to finding real and lasting solutions. We need a system that prioritizes the needs of the people before the greed of the few, the 1%. Don't they sound the same?
Yeah, so what's your beef about it? That they sound the same? Okay, so yeah, there's overlap between ideas of socialism and communism. In fact, I think Marx would say, paraphrasing, of course, that socialism taken to its logical ends is communism. That communism is kind of like the sci-fi version of socialism. that once you get socialism really working and people do it for a couple generations, you end up with a stateless, classless, no hierarchy society. Imagine there's no country. Like, that's a utopia. That's the idea of communism. You can't do it like right away, so you got to do socialism. You got to do that for a while and hope that communism takes up. But makes sense, right? Yeah, get it.
Don't they sound exactly the same? Let's go even deeper. You ready?
There's overlap, just like there is with Nazi Germany and MAGA. They're not identical, but there's a lot in common. Or like the Ba'ath Party in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. The Ba'ath Party, the Nazi Party, and the United States MAGA Party, they are all very, and Franco's Fascist Party of Spain, they're very similar. And Mussolini's Fascist Party of Italy, very, very, very similar. They sound the same. They're very similar.
You ready? Let's go into the Stalin Constitution of 1936 because he offers such beautiful things. Now, he slaughtered tens of millions of people. He starved to death tens of millions of people. He enslaved the people in Eastern Europe for decades until Ronald Reagan came along and liberated 300 million of them.
Ronald Reagan.
Yes. But this is the workers' paradise that they want to create in the United States of America. Here we have Chapter 10 of the Stalin Constitution that we've discussed before. Article 118, citizens of the USSR have the right to work. That is, are guaranteed the right to employment and payment for the work in accordance with its quantity and quality. Don't they all sound alike? And they are brutal, repressive bastards. That's what they are. They will lock you up. They will shut you down. They are violent. A whole history of this communism.
So the capitalists aren't locking people up and shutting them down. You just said that you like the fact that there's a for-profit jail system. What do you mean? You just literally just said that they're going to lock you up and shut you down.
They go on. Stalin's Constitution, 1936, Article 119. The right to rest and leisure is ensured by the reduction of the working day to 7 hours for the overwhelming majority of the workers, the institution of annual vacation with full pay for workers and employees, and the provision of a wide network of sanatoria, rest homes, and clubs for the accommodation
I wonder why some people miss the USSR.
for the working people. Wow. Article 120, citizens of the USSR have the right to maintenance in old age, and also in the case of sickness or loss of capacity to work. The right is ensured by the extensive development of social insurance of workers and employees at state expense, free medical service for the working people, Medicare for all, and the provision of a wide network of health resorts for the use of the working people. Oh, it's so beautiful. Except those mass graves and mass executions kind of put an end to most of this. Article 120.
I love that when they say that. So tell me what the great things about capitalism, because you could say the same thing, right? If you say, oh, America, we've done everything so great. Yeah, except for those mass graves and all the executions, you know? Except for all those mass graves and executions, except for like when you kill protesters, except when you shoot priests in the face, except when you shoot a Mexican national in the face, except when you shoot Alex Preddy in the face, except when you shoot Martin Luther King Jr., except when you shoot Fred Hampton, except for the mass graves. Other than that, capitalism's working great. American capitalism. Great. You see, just saying that Stalin killed people is not a reason to abandon ideas of socialism or even communism. There's no reason to abandon that because one asshole in the early days somehow rose to power. You have to be careful of that shit. Hopefully we'll learn this time around. We haven't learned really because we now have a new Hitler. MAGA, they forgot that if they really wanted to get some kind of any of their dreams come true, if they really wanted a golden age for American white people and white Christian nationals, if they really wanted that, they had to make sure that they don't get a king or a would-be dictator like Donald Trump. You have to be careful about despots. There's always going to be some asshole fucking it up for everybody else. So you got to kill that guy early or get rid of him real fast. You got to be careful, real careful. People, sometimes there's just some ambitious prick who just can't live without the attention of others, can't live without the adoration of others, just can't exist without building himself up, can't even talk about his dead friend without talking about how great he is. So people like Donald Trump, people who befriend pedophiles so they can get something out of it. His best friend's with a pedophile.
21. Citizens of the USSR have the right to education. The right is ensured by universal, compulsory elementary education, by education, including higher education, being free of charge, just like the DSA, by the system of state stipends for the overwhelming majority of students in the universities and colleges. Article 122, women in the
Compulsory education, that's like a normal thing. We do it here too.
USSR accorded equal rights with men in all spheres of economic, state, cultural.
What? Women have equal rights? Except for the mass graves.
Social and political life. All equal. All enslaved. All starving. The possibility
they all were starving
of exercising these rights is ensured to women by granting them an equal right with men to work, payment for work, rest and leisure, social insurance and education. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, the starvation mostly happened not because of just why do you think they were starving? America declared an embargo on Russia. They wouldn't even let them in the Olympics and shit. They ended up boycotting each other. It was a really stupid thing. The United States decided that all of our friends aren't allowed to do business with the USSR either. We had to starve them. We starved them. Stalin didn't starve them. We starved them. They just like wake up with no food. We didn't just wake up isolated.
Article 123, equality of rights of citizens of the USSR, irrespective of nationality or race. Unless, of course, you're Ukrainian. Of course, they killed 8 million of them through starvation. But look. I don't want to spoil everything. Any direct or indirect restriction of the rights of, or conversely, any establishment of direct or indirect privileges for citizens on account of their race or nationality, as well as any.
I love that people like this guy Mike. You think this Levin dude, he's the smart one, huh? Yeah, okay. You psychopath. You're crashing out, man. You're fucking spiraling. You're spiraling. And I'm so sick of you guys. Biden, though. What about Biden? Biden, I never liked Biden. I'm sick of talking about Biden. I never liked the guy.
Advocacy of racial or national exclusiveness or
Never.
hatred and contempt is punishable by law. Except, of course, the Jews were round up. But again, that's a whole other story.
The Jews were round up?
124. In order to ensure to citizens freedom of conscience, the church in the USSR is separated from the state and the school from the church. Freedom of religious worship and freedom of anti-religious propaganda is recognized for all citizens. And then 125, in conformity with the interests of the working people, always the working people. And in order to strengthen the socialist system, the citizens of the USSR are guaranteed by
always the working people. Yeah.
Law, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, including the holding of mass meetings. Isn't this fantastic?
Yeah. It's almost like their constitution wasn't that different from ours.
Freedom of the street, processions, and demonstrating. These civil rights are ensured by placing at the disposal of the working people and their organizations printing presses.
I love that this guy was reading the USSR's constitution and being like, isn't that sound great? Freedom for all, huh? Freedom of speech. It all sounds great, doesn't it? Equal rights for women. Ugh.
Stocks of paper, public buildings, the streets, communications, facilities, and other material requisites for the exercise of these rights.
Just remember that the right wing hates freedom of speech, hates women's rights. He's literally reading the USSR's constitution and saying how much he hates it. And he's cherry picking the parts that he hates. This is MAGA for you. They hate your children. They hate the working class. They hate women. They hate anybody who tries to say anything about the government or even criticize the government. And they hate anyone who wants health care. Anyone who thinks they should have the right to go see a doctor. They hate all of you. They hate you. They hate your Medicare. And you keep seeing these MAGAs that are like, I'm on Medicare. Not for long if you keep it going, unless you do something real crazy.
Article 127. Citizens of the USSR are guaranteed inviolability of the person. No person may be placed under arrest except by decision of a court or
yeah, it's habeas corpus. That's habeas corpus. We're supposed to have the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Just habeas corpus. Basic shit.
Sanction of the procurator. Wow. What happened to those gulags? Siberia.
What happened in our Manzanar? What happened in our internment camps? What happened in our concentration camps? We do it all the time. I love this holier than thou. You hate their constitution. It sounds just like ours. Because the truth is, every fucking government says the same shit. Government always lies to you. They love bomb you so they can control you. That's what they do. That's what we're doing here. You don't have the right to freedom of speech. You don't have women don't have equal rights in this country. You don't have the right to protest. You don't have the right to see a doctor. You don't have those things. We have a constitution that says you have some of those things, but they don't actually exist. You don't actually. When the rubber meets the road, you don't really. Workers don't have rights. You don't have a right to a job in this country. You have no rights.
That was kind of the favorite place to send all the prisoners. And then Article 128, the inviolability of the homes of citizens and privacy of correspondence.
Yeah, what is that? Third Amendment, the inviolability of the homes of citizens. That's the Third Amendment. Are you against the Third Amendment, Levin?
Protected by law. These are all lies.
Yeah, just like our Constitution. You're just reading our Constitution.
The Democratic Socialists of America, lies. The Communist Party of America, lies. Stalin, lies. Marx and Engels, lies. The inhumanity of what these people did. Let's be clear about a few things. Number one.
The fuck? What? I mean, I think this is a remarkable piece of propaganda. This is a remarkable thing. To present the communist or the USSR Constitution and pretend like it's so different from ours, except that they lied and our guys don't.
There is no oppressed versus oppressor in the United States. There's voting, there's debating, there's free speech, there's economic mobility. There is no oppressor oppressed. Number two,
there is none.
Capitalism has lifted billions of people out of poverty. Billions of people out of poverty, not communism.
Says who?
They put billions and billions of people into poverty. Number three.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Capitalism is inherently exclusive because it relies on voluntary exchanges, cooperation, serving diverse customer needs. By allowing anyone to participate as a consumer, a worker, an entrepreneur, it aims to reward merit and innovation.
If it has, if it's voluntary, that means that there's consent. Did you consent to any of this? Did anybody consent to any of this? Any informed consent here?
Rather than status. Number four, the so-called proletariat is in America the vast patriotic middle class, fiercely patriotic, and it's the soul of the country, which is why you don't have revolutions in America from the bottom up, trying to
Not from the bottom up.
overthrow the country.
They didn't in the USSR until way later.
You have blue-collar workers who fight that. Number five, communism has failed every single place it has been tried. Immense.
So is capitalism.
Human cost. Six, Marxism is a so-called meta-narrative. That is, it is a defective ideology that tries to explain all history, human activity, and future outcomes from grandiose schemes and declarations.
Well, that's true. That's what Marxism is. Marxism is meta-analysis. It's an analysis of history in order to show what humanity, how humanity could more properly organize society in order to benefit the entire public. That's true. Yeah, it's not real. It's not like a real thing. It's just an idea. Communism is an idea that we never actually do. We never actually achieve a classless, stateless society. It's a utopia. You might as well just call it utopia. Like people have tried little utopian societies, little utopian groups, and sometimes they last long, some last longer than others. But we've never actually done it. Like communism isn't really a thing. It's always failed. Well, yeah, when people try it and you starve and kill them, yeah, that'll fail real quick. If somebody tries something new and you murder them, it failed. Look at that. It failed. Cuba, they're failing because we keep murdering them. We keep trying to kill their leaders. We keep starving them. Failure.
It rejects human nature. It rejects human experience. It rejects the human character, and it attempts to impose a defective ideology on the masses.
That's stupidity. It does not reject the human character. In fact, it relies heavily on trust and the mutual understanding of one another. Communism does not reject human nature. In fact, it is human nature, and that's what Marx tried to outline. But capitalism, for example, promotes the profit motive, something that was invented. That's not human nature. Profit motive is something we invented later. That's not something that's human nature, or else you would see monkeys. You'd see monkeys trying to build societies based on who has the most bananas.
Which requires a strong police state, extensive police state, monitoring, the elimination of civil liberties in pursuit of the so-called workers' paradise. We are living in the workers' paradise. It's called the United States of America. Have you noticed America? They focus on Elon.
Workers' paradise. Here's a trillionaire South African to show you that you are in a workers' paradise. Look, there's a South African who snuck into our country illegally and took all our money, took $1 trillion from us and called it his own. Wow. This is a workers' paradise, everybody.
And they talk about trillionaire. They really want people angry at a trillionaire and billionaires. We got to create anger and jealousy and anxiety. because we know from rules from radicals and Saul Alinsky, you got to target your enemy, exploit them, and character assassinate them. And that's what they do. And example
Is that like what you did to the trans?
number one is Elon Musk. I don't know Elon Musk. I met him once at a football game, and I think we said hello, maybe not. It doesn't matter. He's an example.
Maybe not. You don't remember if you met a trillion. If I met Elon Musk, I'd fucking remember
For
it.
what they're doing. Elon Musk's companies.
I met Michael Jackson. I always tell that story.
Including Tesla, SpaceX, XI, Neuralink, and the Boring Company, rely on a vast supply chain of thousands of businesses ranging from localized machine shops to massive multinational conglomerates. The exact number fluctuates constantly, but data shows the following. SpaceX works with more than 3,000 suppliers for specialized parts and raw materials, despite producing about 85% of its components in-house. Tesla relies on roughly 300 to 600 tier
American taxpayers paid for that.
one suppliers globally to source over 2,000 distinct purchases. and
America
parts for their
taxpayers pay for that in the form of a loan for Tesla. What you're seeing right there, American taxpayers pay for this.
vehicles. How many people do Elon Musk's company employ? About 175,000. How many people do these businesses downstream employ? How many subcontractors and other businesses do they rely on? It's incalculable. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. That means hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people.
So kiss ass for the billionaires. Thank you. The trillionaires, they're the bosses, and you should shut the fuck up. The working class, fuck you. You exist. You exist for the pleasure of Elon Musk. Congratulations.
Shocking story.
It's so embarrassing that people watch that stuff. It's so embarrassing that you maggers are into this guy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Meth head drunk. He's supposed to be back in rehab again. Levin, is he really? Damn, Levin's supposed to be in rehab? Wow. I didn't know that.
Tonight, workers at a Vons grocery store say a customer collapsed and died inside of their store, and managers kept the store open for 4 hours with the body laying on the floor. CBS LA's Brittany Ehrman is live down Granada Hill.
The only good thing is that Elon is good at is manipulating our government to his own advantage. He's a good con man. He stole money from us. He's taken money from the government and he's turned it into billions and now trillions of dollars. He took our money and he gambled with it and he won. That's what happened. He's a horrible human being and an exploiter. Best vegan aphrodisiacs. I read that cashews have zinc and have an effect similar to oysters. I think strawberries. I think strawberries are aphrodisiacs. Don't you feel tingly when you tingly down under feeding someone strawberries? Don't you like feeding someone strawberries? Someone that you fancy. If you find someone you fancy and you feed them strawberries, or even watching them eat strawberries. It's fun watching a person you fancy eat strawberries. I think that's probably the best vegan aphrodisiac. Thank you so much, Steffelson. I appreciate that. Thank you for the Melania coin. Thank you so much for the Melania coin. I'm going to go buy some Melania coin. And with my Melania coin going to the moon, I'll be able to afford some strawberries. I can't wait to meet a new honey in New Mexico. I'm going to go there, take the place by storm. The place I'm moving into, by the way, has a balcony, and the balcony has a place to hook up a hot tub. Chicks love hot tubs. Just saying, chicks love hot tubs. I'm just saying, chicks love hot tubs. They love them. They love them. I'm thinking about getting a hot tub. Why not? People love hot tubs. Very popular hot tub area. Very nice hot tub area with a plug-in. You plug it in on the balcony, you watch the sunrise at the top of the world. It's so beautiful. So nice. So nice. Used to be a hot tub time machine. Strawberries, indeed. Tell me, do you like strawberries? I love the strawberries hot tub time machine. Yes. The poor and needy are selfish and greedy. Yes, the poor and needy. Exactly. Cashews are expensive due to Trump's Iran war. It's true. Cashews are more expensive. So are pine nuts. Don't even get me started on the cost of my nuts. My nuts are so expensive these days. It's ridiculous. Coffee's more expensive. Everything's more expensive. I just went to the supermarket yesterday and I just tried to buy enough to make. I just want to make a pizza. I made a pizza last night. I'll share it on the community tab for the channel members. Sky City Rebels. Join the Sky City Rebels. You'll get fun content about pizza and stuff. I'm gonna send a picture of the pizza I made yesterday, and I just went to the supermarket. I just want to get like a little thing of dough, some vegan pepperonis. I got some cheap, like the cheapest tomato sauce I could find, and I doctor it up with my own herbs and spices, And then I made some pizza with some vegan cheese on it, and I don't know. I bought a couple of like some chips and some junk food to eat, like some snacks, and it came out to like $30. I was holy $30. This used to cost me like $18, maybe $20. Everything's $1 more. So if you get 10 items and everything's $1 more, you're looking at like 30% more. It's crazy. Shit used to cost like $20 and now it's $30. It's wild, man. Everything's so expensive. I can't believe it. But when I get a hot tub, I'll be eating strawberries. I'll be eating strawberries in the hot tub. Come to my house. We'll get some we'll get some strawberries. Yes. You can take vegan crap so seriously. You take the vegan crap so seriously. I take slavery seriously, and I'm against it. Of course, I take veganism is just anti-slavery. I don't know why people get so bent out of shape. Are you against slavery? All right, stop enslaving animals. That simple. Piece of cake. That's it. If you're not, then you're okay with slavery. It's just I don't know why you guys want to like. But what about? I don't need to hear. I don't need to hear why you're unethical. I don't need to hear all of your pretzeling and why you think that whatever, somebody doesn't deserve to live or somebody doesn't deserve to be free or whatever. You always try to make up reasons why it's okay to exploit someone else. I don't think it's okay to make money off of the flesh, fluids, incarceration of others. That's it. It's that simple. If you're alive, you want to. Life requires freedom. Life loves liberty. That's it. This ain't hard. This ain't a hard concept. People want to talk about veganism all the time, like it's some big idea. The big idea is anti-slavery. That's all. The big idea is liberty. Big idea.
With the story.
Yeah, Jasmine, the worker we spoke to said she's actually taking this week off to try and recover after a traumatic incident. She tells me that people were shopping in the bakery and produce section when there was a dead person feet away.
What? In the bakery?
How could anybody do that? I mean, the lack of empathy. It's just horrible. It is horrific.
On July 5th, Pajan Horner-Smith says she was working as a supervisor at this Granada Hills Vons when a customer suffered a medical emergency. Horner-Smith says she and another employee performed CPR, but the customer did not survive. The Los Angeles Fire Department says crews were called to the store just after 7 that night for a report of a cardiac arrest. Horner-Smith says what happened next was troubling.
I'm being called by someone in corporate because they're looking at the cameras telling me that I need to barricade the body by using carts.
Horner-Smith claims employees were told to surround the body with carts and umbrellas while the store remained open.
Poor family that's just sitting there. They can't even.
Dude, at Disney, when I worked at Disneyland, there's stories about, there's this story when I worked there that a person died. This is just a legend. I'm not saying this actually happened, but when I worked there was a legend that somebody died and the employee was told to take the body and empty the churro wagon because it's refrigerated and put the body in the churro wagon and then wheel it off stage. Which at the time I thought that was ridiculous. But then when I was working there, somebody did die and the cops were held away while the staff, the cast members, put up canopies and cleaned up the blood and wouldn't let the cops into the park and basically tampered with the scene and stayed. Everyone, it was still open. Everything was, Disneyland was open, but someone got cut in half. And now because of that case, the cops are now at Disneyland. Now there's a substation on Disneyland property. But when I worked there was not. There were no cops at Disneyland. There was no, you couldn't even know, you didn't really notice security. They were like wearing secret clothes and stuff. The security guards every once in a while that you would see, like the Disney police, they were mostly far away. They weren't like walking around the park like they are today. It's crazy, this world we live in. So now I believe the churro story. I didn't believe it when I worked there, but I believe it now because they've done all sorts of shady shit that they got caught doing.
See their loved one, they can't touch their loved one, and they sat in the store for 4 hours while people continued to shop around their deceased loved one.
UFCW Local 770 President Kathy Finn says she contacted the Albertsons Labor Relations Department.
Yeah, why the hell wouldn't you just say, I'm closing up shop? You're the supervisor, just close it. No, we're closing. I mean, like, I've been around, like in Las Vegas, if somebody dies up in the rooms, they close the floor. That's what they do. They don't close the whole casino, but they close the floor that they're on. Or if somebody dies in the casino, they don't close. They close like the area, I guess. They close like the sports book or whatever. I remember he didn't die actually. There was just violent. Every time there was violence, they would close like sections of the casino. I'm trying to think if anyone actually died at the casino when I worked there. But we said some crazy shit happened throughout. So many violent things happened while I worked in Vegas. And we would close like sections. We wouldn't just like put an umbrella over the body or something, because we had like ODs and crazy shit. But usually the med they take them. You call 911. Well, we have like a in-house security and stuff. They would come with their stretchers and their guys with guns, and they make sure everything's cool, and they'd fucking take the body or the person who, if they're still breathing or not breathing, they're leaving real quick. I don't know why.
After learning about the incident,
are there protocols for what's supposed to
4 hours, you're sitting there with a dead person. What are you doing?
happen in this situation? And they were going to get back to me, but as of yet, I've not heard back anything.
the union is now urging the company to review its emergency protocols.
This situation is just one incident of that kind of callous attitude towards the needs of the workers.
Vons, you need to do better. You need to have some sort of policy when someone passes away in the store. This should not have happened, and it should never happen.
This is so weird. When you go to Disneyland, you sometimes hang out in the morgue to escape the heat. What morgue? What are you talking about? Of course, the workers get the screw. The workers always get screwed the most.
Yeah.
This is so sad because, like, I remember again when I was in Vegas, I had shit like that. Not like this. Bad stuff would happen, and we're just expected to just keep going. And you'd have. I would always handle it after work. I had this ability to like shut down my emotions at work about stuff like that. And I would go home and I drink afterwards, and people like, what's your deal? Like, how come? And I'd be like, man, the shit that I'm seeing at work is pretty intense. And I still sometimes have to deal with some of that trauma, I suppose. But I've always been able to kind of separate work and I don't know. But there'd be people at work like full on like breakdown mode because of like during the shooting. That was a big deal when there was that massacre, or when this one guy, he was with us for 2 weeks and he was like hanging out, we all knew him, and then he went upstairs and he shot himself, but the SWAT team had to come. It was like a big deal. It was on the news and everything, helicopters, and people were like crying because we knew the guy. After 2 weeks, you get to know a guy a little bit, and he's dead. And it was that type of thing, man. It was just always whatever. So I feel for these people because these are frontline workers, She's an hourly supervisor and she's crying because her company said, "Oh, we're all family and everything's the best. We're great." And they just made her watch it. They made her stand by a dead body for 4 hours while they figured out what to do.
And the supervisor tells me
And
that the
people
family
were
could arrange for the
shopping.
mortuary to come and remove their loved one from the store. Now, we did reach out to Albertsons, Vonda's parent company, trying to get more information about what happened. And we also asked if there are policies in place if someone dies in their store. We're still waiting on that response. Live in Granada Hills tonight, Brittany Erman, CBS LA.
Brittany, thank you. This week, there are growing questions over what exactly is happening with Senator Mitch McConnell. His office has provided very little information.
I mean, look at this picture. What's happening with Mitch McConnell? What do you think's happening with Mitch McConnell? What do you think's happening with Mitch McConnell? Look at this picture. We're all family. Oh, yeah, we're all family. We're all family. We're all family here at Vaughn's. We're all family at Disneyland.
Since he was hospitalized on
We're all family at Boeing.
June 14th after an unspecified medical incident. The most recent statement released last week merely said that he appreciates the outpouring of support he's receiving as he recovers and that he's working with staff while Congress is in recess. Meanwhile,
Look at this picture. What's going on with Mitch McConnell? You tell me you don't know. Only maggers would look at this and be like, "Nah, he's fine. He's fine. Let's keep him. He's fine." Only maggers could look at Donald Trump and be like, he's good. He's good.
Lawmakers are preparing to return to Capitol Hill on Monday, and they have until the end of September to pass a bill to fund the government. Yes, it's pretty important. And of course, McConnell is not just an ordinary senator. The former leader is a member of the powerful Appropriations Committee, where Democrats and Republicans are currently locked in a stalemate over defense funding. Also, not a small thing. MS Now's Alex Tabbitt has
Not a small thing. we gave him $1 trillion. Why can't our army work with $1 trillion? How come? Why are they always asking for more money? We gave you $1 trillion. You have $1 trillion. That's your budget. Don't go over it. It's like an allowance. Listen, honey, we gave you $1 trillion, and if you went to your comic book store and you spent it all in one place, that's the problem. Here's $1 trillion. Don't spend it all in one place, generals.
been speaking with McConnell's constituents in Frankfort, Kentucky, and Michael Schnell is our congressional reporter on Capitol Hill, and Philip Bump's still with us. Michael, we've heard some growing rumblings that
See, what we need is a Mitch McConnell NFT project where he's dressed like a space cowboy and a fireman.
Republican lawmakers themselves are having some questions over Mitch McConnell, what's going on with him. How concerned are they, and how does this impact business as usual on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, Ariel, we've reached the point where McConnell's absence is not just a concern among Democrats, but Republicans are itching for more information as well. Mitch McConnell first admitted to the hospital on June 14th, and we still, to this point, do not know why
He's been in jail for a month.
was put in the hospital and what his condition is. We do know that he has spoken to some top Republicans. He spoke to John Thune, according to Thune's spokesperson. He spoke to the second highest ranking Senate Republican, John Barrasso, earlier this week. But again, we still don't know what his condition is. And the concerns are rising on both sides of the aisle. We heard from Nancy Mace, the Republican congresswoman from South Carolina, who said that if Mitch McConnell's
Is that Boehner?
condition is as bad as it seems it is, he should step aside. We've also heard from Marlon Stutzman, a Republican from Indiana, who said that Mitch McConnell owes it to his constituents to tell.
If you were a restaurant manager and you took a month off and were in the hospital for a month, they'd say, all right, it's time, man, you can't work here. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. When my mom died, they said, look, yeah, you're not the same guy for a while. And I took 2 weeks off. And when I came back, they're like, all right, let's see. And then like 2 weeks later, they said, here's 3 months severance. You don't work here anymore. Because it's hard to be a leader, I guess. And no one looks at you the same way. You're not allowed to have any kind of problems in America. This guy's been in fucking hospital for 30 days. 30 days. And we're like, what's going on? I wonder what's happening. He's dying. How old is Mitch McConnell again? How old is he? He's the same age as Trump, right? How old is Mitch McConnell? 84. He's 84 years old. He's dead. He's dying. He's almost dead. He's dying. That's what he's doing for the last month.
Them why he is absent. At the end of the day, it's the constituents and those voters of Kentucky who put him into the job. Now, in terms of logistical,
and before you say, "Oh, you're so mean," you pearl clutching maggers, you're so mean. You're mean to Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell's a very mean man. He's done very mean things. He's got a place. He's got a seat reserved next to Charlie Kirk and Lindsey Graham in hell. He'll be down there with them any minute. Don't tell me I'm being mean to Mitch McConnell. The guy is fucking deplorable. But you know what's even worse is, I don't know, torturing him. It's elder abuse to keep this going. Someone needs to pull the plug on Grandpa's career, at least, if not on Grandpa himself. Someone's got to nip this in the butt. Nipped in the butt? No, it's too late for that. Someone's got to finally stop this fucking freight train from doing any more damage. This is hideous. It's beneath us. The same thing's going to happen to Donald Trump, by the way. He's deteriorating as well. We just watched him on his weird geriatric rant about Lindsey Graham on Fox and Friends this morning. It was ridiculous. It was embarrassing. These old men are too old to be doing what they're doing. They should be playing golf, hanging out with their kids, bouncing little kids on their fucking knees, like grandpa shit, That's what they're supposed to be doing, grandpa shit. Not running the world in high-stakes negotiations with international powers, not ordering the assassination of world leaders, not, double-tapping children's schools and civilian boats off the coast of Venezuela. This is not what they're supposed to be doing. Play golf. Chill the fuck out. Do some grandpa shit. Like, Barron doesn't even know his dad. Think about Barron. He's like 19, 20 years old now. However, I forget how old that kid is. Doesn't even know his dad. His dad's been doing politics in the twilight years of his life.
impacts of this, we will start to see it up on Capitol Hill. As you mentioned, Mitch McConnell is a key member of the Senate Appropriations Committee. In fact, he's a top Republican. He's the chairman of the subcommittee that deals with defense spending, which is going to be so key as this war with Iran continues and as we get closer to that September 30th deadline. But Ariel, I've been speaking to a number of Republican lawmakers in recent days, as well as aides and staffers. Nobody seems to know what Mitch McConnell's condition is. Though notable, the Senate will be back in session next week, and I would assume
no one knows. No, we all know. We all know. I'm so sick of this like shitty journalism. Nobody
Some
knows.
survivors of the dead pedophile Jeffrey Epstein say that his former longtime assistant lied to Congress when she testified behind closed doors last month.
Wait, who's this guy? Jeffrey what? I never heard of this guy. What's this guy's name? Oh, are we still talking about this hoax, this Democrat hoax? Democratic hoax.
Told lawmakers she never met any of the girls and young women who provided massages to Epstein and that she didn't know anything about their backgrounds, including how old they were.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
In interviews with CNN's MJ Lee, multiple survivors say that Groff had access to their
Are these women twins? Those are the
passport
same
information.
Are these women twin sisters? What is Jeffrey Epstein's assistant's name? Leslie Groff and Sarah Kellen. I don't know which one it is. Leslie Groff. Does Leslie Groff have a twin sister? Ashley Taylor Hull. Ike Groff, her husband. It's just a sister. Are they twins? They look like the same goddamn person. Don't these women look like twins? They are definitely sisters. Damn.
Documents that clearly listed their dates of birth. They described meeting Groff in person and being paid directly by.
That would be such a pain in the ass. Your sister was Jeffrey Epstein's assistant, and now for the rest of your life, people are going to be like, "Aren't you Jeffrey Epstein's assistant?" That's because her sister's going to get this for the rest of her life. Aren't you Jeffrey Epstein's assistant?
Her lawyers for Leslie Groff did not respond to CNN's request for comment. We should note that Groff has never been criminally charged in connection with Epstein's crimes. Joining us now, one of the survivors.
Well, nobody has, to be frank.
Survivors taking issue with Groff's testimony, Marina Lacerda. Marina, before we begin, I know this topic must be horrible to talk about. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and we will continue to fight.
You told CNN that you first met Epstein in 2002, just shy of turning 14, and that you did interact with Leslie Groff directly over the years. Tell us more.
That is correct. And in fact, it's weird that she has said that she has never spoken with any of the survivors or has met with us. In order to get to Jeffrey Epstein, in order for you to even speak with Jeffrey Epstein, you had to go through Leslie Groff. So I find that very, very hard to believe that she never spoke to us. And
You very hard to believe. Why don't you just say what it is? She's lying.
she has met myself quite a few times and has handed me over envelopes with money with Broadway shows. We have definitely met and we have definitely spoken.
What was your reaction when you heard what she had told the committee?
You know, I was in shock because this is the only person that we were expecting to go up there and to bring true accountability to this whole cover up. And it's really sad that she wasn't able to just be completely honest about it.
Are there any other interviews by the Oversight Committee that you've heard about that concern you?
Hold on, Chris, what are you talking about? I couldn't care less about being put in timeout or even banned. I'm in the majority. So because you're in the majority, you think tyranny is okay? Is that your point of view? That the majority of people think that women are second-class citizens, that women are worth less than men. The majority of people think that blacks are somehow closer to animals than whites. The majority of people think that angels are having epic battles with demons right behind the invisible veil in our universe, that constantly all around us there are angels and demons fighting constantly for the control of our souls. The majority of people believe that. The majority of people think that evolution is a lie. The majority of people can't read. The majority of people thought that the Titanic was the greatest movie ever made and is the only movie that anyone should ever watch and is the greatest movie that anyone will ever make. The majority of people are wrong about a lot of shit. The majority of people are perfectly okay with almost every form of slavery, except for the one that they were told is naughty. But they're okay with every other type of slavery. Just this one type of slavery they're not okay with. Like, I can't believe someone would have that point of view. I can't believe anyone would have that kind of view. Because I'm in the majority, I don't care what the minority says. I mean, the majority of people during the Civil War were for slavery and were very, very racist. The majority of people, the majority of people during Martin Luther King Jr.'s time thought that he should be killed. And then he was by the FBI. The majority of people is not someone you really don't want to be on the side of the majority. If you are like, I'm part of the majority and that makes me great, maybe you should take a look at history, man. The majority of people thought that the Civil Rights Act was a bad idea. The majority of people didn't want black people and white people to be in the same public schools. The majority, oftentimes, is very, very wrong and usually extremely unethical. It's called the tyranny of the majority. It's something that must be fought at all times. It's something we always have to worry about constantly. Anyway, thanks for playing.
You know, I mean, there are some interviews I think that they're lining up that will be coming up. Haven't heard much, or I've heard some. Don't really, you know, I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but I think there are some interviews coming up.
As a survivor, what do you and other survivors need to see from the Oversight Committee as they continue their investigation?
We really, really need to see investigations.
Look, I can't really tell what's happening in the chat with the vegan stuff, man. But again, becoming a vegan to please your minority group is not being vegan. You can't become a vegan to please a minority group. In fact, you can't become a vegan to please anybody, because that's not what veganism is. Veganism is a stance, a philosophical stance, in order to embody the values that most of us espouse, values of liberty over slavery, values of freedom over exploitation, values of autonomy over enslavement. That's, I mean, this is not, you can't be vegan. You're like, I'm not going to become a vegan just to please. You cannot. It's impossible to become vegan to please somebody else. That's not a thing. You know, you hear about like men going, oh, I'm vegan at home because my wife's vegan or some shit. You're not vegan. You're just having a plant-based diet or some shit. You're like, I know people frame veganism as dieting, but it isn't. It's oftentimes the fault of the vegan movement, because the big organizations have said things like "go vegan," which is basically like go on a diet. You know, it's not your fault that you think it's a diet, but it isn't. It is not a diet. You cannot go vegan for somebody else. You cannot go vegan for the animals. You really can't even go vegan for the animals. There's only one person you can go vegan for, and that's yourself and your values and your principles. If you are a person of principle, then you get to decide what those principles are. I've decided my principles are freedom, liberty, life, autonomy, those types of things. And I disagree with those who would seek to enslave others, exploit others, make money off of others, use others, especially when it's against their will, knowingly or not knowingly, or just false or flawed consent, against their consent, even if it's partial consent. I think that informed consent is the only way. I think that that's the only way not to exploit somebody. It's very difficult to always choose freedom and not trying to control other people or anyone else. I don't want to control anybody. That's it. That's it. You cannot go vegan for a minority or anybody else. You can't. And if you're like, I don't want, look, man, the best I could do is just tell you what it is. All I can tell you is what the definition is. I really can't convince you. I can't convince you that slavery is wrong. I can't convince you that animals love their lives as much as we do. If you don't think they love life, then there's nothing I can do to convince you otherwise. If you don't think they scream when we put them in the gas chambers, if you think gas chambers are cool, and if you think, you know, raping an animal to bring another animal into existence just so that we could torture and kill them for money and pleasure, that's crazy to me. But if you don't believe that, if you think killing others in the pursuit of pleasure and profit is a-okay, I cannot change your principles. I hope that you share my principles. But all I could do in the meantime is tell you what veganism is, and that it's an alignment of principle. And those principles are freedom from exploitation for all. Total liberation for all.
To combat so-called wokeism in higher education, West Virginia Republicans allocated $3 million to create a, quote, Washington Center for Civics, Culture, and Statesmanship at West Virginia University. State law says it was created to teach constitutional studies, great debates of Western civilization, and in the words of the governor, push back on the woke ideology that has infected our schools as it prepares to open.
I'm not trying to make emotional pleas, Chris. I'm not trying to make emotional. You're either for slavery or you're against it, Chris. I cannot change you. I cannot force you to do anything. I don't know why you're getting so emotional. Why are you sitting at your screen all super emotional? I'm not the one making emotion. If you're feeling emotional, that's your conscience. That's Jiminy Cricket fucking sitting on your shoulder telling you shit, man. It's not me. It's not anyone in the chat. No one's able to dictate your emotions.
In this fall, university officials confirmed the center has a whopping, wait for it, 1 student enrolled per West Virginia Watch. Proposed courses this fall include, and I'm quoting here, woke, nation and migration, and the new right. This comes as the university faced a roughly $45 million budget shortfall, forcing them to axe dozens of majors and hundreds of jobs. Republican lawmakers say they hope enrollment will grow once those courses can count towards students' majors. Joining us now, Amelia Farrell-Nicely, investigative reporter at West Virginia Watch, which is a state's newsroom newspaper.
West Virginia University is starting an anti-woke college. It's such a joke. Like, West Virginia, how about you just try to get your citizens to stop fucking their sisters?
3 assassination attempts, if you include the one earlier this year at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Obviously, the president's security is paramount. 4 officials told CNN that one of the reasons the president didn't fly out of Turkey, the NATO conference, on his brand new Air Force One that was a gift from Qatar, was in part because of security concerns and the plane not.
All right, calling it slavery is bullshit. Now you've got a claim. My claim is this, Chris. Owning anyone who wants freedom, owning anybody, whether they know it or not, they don't know if they're being owned, is slavery. Using somebody, owning someone in the pursuit of pleasure and profit is slavery. That's, to me, the definition of slavery. Owning someone who, well, for pleasure and profit. Owning someone for pleasure or profit, or both. This isn't me talking, by the way, Chris. This is Aristotle talking. Aristotle said that all animals are born into slavery and that they're all here to serve man. He also said that some human beings are closer to animals than the white class or the ruling class or the ownership class or whatever you want to call them, the elites. There are people that are born closer to animals, and that's usually in conjunction with certain attributes. This is Aristotle talking, not me. And therefore, we can enslave some humans because they're more like animals than humans. That is just basic. That's the earliest forms of philosophy talking about animals. Aristotle said that all animals are slaves. He had a vested interest in defending slavery. Aristotle did. Many philosophers do. They have a vested interest in the elite class, the ownership class, and propping them up. That's why things like Machiavelli, that's why Machiavelli wrote The Prince and stuff like that, right? To address the ruling class. And Aristotle was no different. I disagree with Aristotle. I think that's, if they're born slaves, I'm against slavery. If that's true, they're born into slavery, I'm against it. That's it. It's not like I invented. I call it bullshit. I call it slavery, and I'm full of shit. I just am using the words that were written down for thousands of years about animals by philosophers as early as Aristotle, the motherfucker who's often credited with inventing philosophy. But whatever. Call it. You don't think it was Aristotle? You think it was Plato? You think it was Socrates? Was it Socrates? All these assholes had opinions about this, and they said the same thing, that animals were born slaves. And later on, someone like Descartes said that animals are not born slaves, but machines that we can use, and that they squeak when they scream, and when their machines stop working, they scream, just like a machine squeals when it breaks down. Well, what is a machine but a thing that we use for pleasure and profit or convenience? You think animals are machines like Descartes? Is that what you think? This idea, like, don't hide behind Aristotle. That's fine. Then we'll talk about Descartes. Some animals have a better life than many humans. That has nothing to do with it. And death in a meat works is quick. Doesn't matter. And painless by comparison. Don't matter. Why are you talking about painless? It doesn't fucking matter at all. I don't fucking care. If you treat slaves well, does that make slavery okay? If you have a slave and you use them for pleasure and profit, but you feed them bonbons every day. You give them chocolate every day. Does it make it okay? Make slavery okay? See, this is why I say I don't believe that slavery is okay. I don't think owning someone, regardless of how you treat them, owning someone for pleasure or profit, I am against it. Because I've studied ethics and philosophy. And I didn't fucking make this shit up. I'm not some genius who fucking arrived at this shit. I've read lots of philosophy. I've read lots of ethical fucking treatises. I've been vegan for over 20 years now. You're like, it's bullshit though. Then fucking read some books, motherfucker. I can't tell you. I cannot convince you, nor do I even want to have to spend the energy convincing you that slavery is wrong. We have definitions of what slavery is. We have definitions for fucking thousands of years about slavery and how it exists and why it exists and the many forms it takes and what it is. And I'm against it. I'm against it. If you're not against it and you think sometimes it's okay, you're different from me. I'm against slavery. And I don't care who knows it. I don't care who knows that I'm against slavery. All of it.
Having defenses that it needs. Is the president's new plane outfitted with the defense capabilities that it needs in order for the president of the United States to be safe?
Jake, as you can expect, I'm the U.S. ambassador to NATO, and the president's protection is outside of my purview, no matter how I'd like to expand my role in this government. So I don't have anything to add to these unsubstantiated reports.
You were the acting attorney general in the first Trump administration, and the Justice Department is subpoenaing 4 New York Times journalists after they wrote a story about the new plane's defensive capabilities. The Justice Department says, quote, "To be clear, reporters are not the targets. Those leaking classified information are. We're not going to ignore the law and stop investigating the people who work in the administration and think it's okay to leak classified information impacting national security." Isn't that a confirmation that Air Force One had inadequate security, given that they're going after the New York Times for publishing that?
I think the biggest challenge we face oftentimes is protecting our national security. And I know when I was acting attorney general, we took those issues with leakers and those that were sharing our most important secrets that should not be out in the public. We took that seriously and we enforced the law. But, one of the nice things about being ambassador to NATO is I don't have to think about what the Department of Justice is doing. I know that.
Man, basically, no one knows why this fucking jet is. Why is this this bribe jet? Why is the bribe jet such a problem? Why is it? They're gassing pigs, and that's an awful death. Yeah, I mean, you hear about how awful the death is, gas chambers. Like, are you okay with gas chambers, right? But how else do you want to kill 300 million pigs, right? How do you want to kill 300 million pigs? And the question is, was there a better way? Is there a better gas that's better for them? Can we do it with carbon monoxide instead of carbon dioxide? In fact, carbon monoxide was mostly what they used to gas Jews in Auschwitz, but after Cyclone B was a very short-term solution. The final solution was carbon monoxide, because you can just hook up a car exhaust, hook up an engine to the gas chamber. But carbon monoxide is dangerous for the workers, so they haven't been using it for pigs. They use carbon dioxide, which is far more painful for the pigs, but far safer for the workers. Now, the question that I have for you is, why are we talking about the welfare of pigs at all if their lives don't matter? Why do we talk about their welfare, whether or not they're in pain at all, if we don't think that their pain matters? If their pain matters at all, that means their lives matter. If their lives matter at all, that means that they're capable of being enslaved. If they're capable of being enslaved, then they are against slavery. Then why are we gassing them for pleasure and profit? Why is that happening? It's clearly not out of necessity, because I've been vegan for 21 years and don't eat pigs. So the only reason to kill a pig is for money and pleasure. I don't even know why we bother talking about how horrific the gas chambers are. I don't even know why we bother talking about how mean people are to baby cows when they slit their throats after taking away the babies from their mothers so that we can sell the baby's milk. The milk was intended for the baby. I don't even know why we bother talking about the horror show that is happening all over America on animal producing, these giant corporations that produce animals for pleasure and profit. I don't know why we even bother talking about how horrific it is. It doesn't matter to me how badly they whipped the slaves. It bothers me that there's a thing called a slave. It doesn't bother me that they castrated slaves or knocked out their teeth in order to use the teeth in white slave owners' mouths when they got cavities, like George Washington. It doesn't. I mean, it's gross, it's sickening, but that's not what bothers me. It bothers me that there's slavery, that one person can own another, that a person can own a hawk or a dolphin. If you saw a dolphin swimming in the ocean or a hawk in the sky, is your first thought, I want to own that? I want to put them in a cage? If it is, you're a sadistic piece of shit. I want to steal that out of nature and put them in a cage so that I can make money. I'm against that shit.
Blanche and team have
posted on West Park for sure. Calls for accountability are continuing nearly a week since a deadly ICE shooting in Houston's East End.
Over the week.
Oh God, Chris, look, man, I can't even show you because every time I've shown the gas chamber footage, I get the video taken down. You can go ahead and watch it. Go watch the gas chamber footage. There's several videos from England and the United States now of what pigs go through in the gas chambers. They've put cameras in the gas chambers. Even slaughterhouse designers like Temple Grandin say that it's fucking shit show. It's disgusting. Stun a pig. You know what, Chris? Then you go in, see how it feels. You know, one time I was in a CO2, I was in a keg room, and the CO2 was malfunctioning. It was a new restaurant, and it was malfunctioning. All of a sudden, I heard all the pumps, all the clearing pumps. They started, it was like crazy, like click, click, clack, 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 all around me. And I didn't know what was happening. And I was there with two technicians, and like I started going. I could feel it start to sting, and I started going down, and they pushed me out, and we all came out of the keg cooler on our like the Three Stooges kind of. We came out, and I was close to dying that day. If luckily I was with technicians who knew what the fuck was happening. I didn't know what was happening. They saved my life, really. But don't tell me that it's because there's no pain. If there's no pain, what do you care if there's pain? Why do you care if a pig has pain? First of all, why do you give a shit? If it's okay to kill them, why do you care if there's pain? You've already figured out. You've already said it's okay to kill them and buy them and sell them and kill them for money. Then you care if they're in pain? No, you don't. It's not true. It's not true. CO2 is not good. Not a good way to kill them. And we kill chickens that way too. When we mass in California, at least, when we depopulate, we use little chicken gas chambers, little boxes, and one by one they put them in the box. Fucking horrific. It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter if you. Cyclone B was the reason why they used Cyclone B was because it was supposed to be painless. Does that make it okay? Chris Jensen says it's okay if you use. Is it okay to kill the Jews if it's painless? Is it okay? Because after all, that was the plan, right? It was to deport them, and when that didn't work, they used them as slave laborers, and when they couldn't work, they killed them with gas. Does that make it okay? Is what they did okay? Does that make it okay? Well, it's painless. Sounds like Bill Cosby. Well, they didn't know, and it was painless. I mean, those women were knocked out. They were unconscious. Does that make it okay? They were unconscious, though. Yeah, but you use somebody else for pleasure. You see. It's unethical. But they didn't feel it. Doesn't matter.
Weekend, a lot of people gathered across the city to remember Loretta.
You didn't say, yes, you did. Yes, you did say it's okay. You're defending it. I don't know why you're here defending it. I don't even want to talk about it. You're defending slavery. If the whips are soft, does it make slavery okay with black people? If the gas that you're using to kill them, they're stunning them. They're dead. They come out all floppy. Sometimes their hearts are still beating. Either way, they're going to get hung upside down and let their blood drain out. Doesn't matter. Most of them are dead when they come out of those gas chambers. That bullshit. It was just stunning. Yeah, it's called stunning because sometimes their hearts are still beating, so that the heart can be used to pump the animal's own blood out. That's why they call it stunning. That's why the cows get stunned with the captive bolt. Doesn't kill them. They want the heart still beating, so when they hang them upside down, the blood drains more quickly. It's only for efficiency. That's efficiency. It's not for the animal's sake.
Salgado, while urging federal officials to be more transparent about this investigation.
KHOU 11 Sivan.
Ooh, racial purity. No, it's not different at all. It's not different at all. In fact, there's a book called The Eternal Treblinka. You should read it. It's written by Holocaust survivors. You should read The Eternal Treblinka. It's an amazing book. It's amazing. You should read it. The Eternal Treblinka. It's identical, actually. They weren't killed for racial purity. Some people thought it was racial purity, sure, but mostly it was just for their own good. And they couldn't work, and they provide no benefit to the Nazi party, so there's time for them to go. Like mama cows when they can't get impregnated anymore. They use the mama cows until they can't get pregnant, usually 4 or 5 years, and then they captive bolt and hang them upside down and drain their blood and slit their throats and drain their blood, and they turn them mostly into hamburgers. About 90-something% of hamburgers are mama cows, dead mama cows that just couldn't get babies as quickly. They can still get pregnant, but they can't bring them to turn as quickly. They're not producing as much milk as they used to, so they slit their throats. That's very similar to what Nazi Germany was doing, because they would use them until they couldn't anymore. They'd use them until they were spent. They'd use them as labor until they were spent, and then they would put them in the gas chamber. It's very similar. They killed them for pleasure and profit.
Devon Roming is live in the East End this morning. And Devon, how are supporters keeping this momentum going?
Well, many of the supporters we spoke with over the weekend say that the whole goal of these gatherings and protests and marches are to keep public attention on this case while also pushing for answers and accountability. Now, outside Houston City Hall, over the weekend yesterday, there were tons of people who gathered in honor of Salgado's life. The crowd covered the plaza with handwritten chalk messages, flowers, and candles, creating a space for reflection, prayer, and support.
Yeah, so this is exactly like Azaka Hops thinks it's okay, thinks rape is okay if it feels good. It's okay to use somebody else if it feels good. Again, killing for pleasure and profit. Some people are okay with it. Azaka Hops is okay with it. Killing for pleasure and profit. That Azaka Hops would definitely go to Epstein Island, because if it feels good, it's okay. Going to Epstein Island, Azaka Hops defends Jeffrey Epstein because he made the same argument. I'm making money and it feels good, so it's okay. Most people are okay with it. That's why no one has been tried for the Jeffrey Epstein Island stuff. Not one person has been tried, because most people are okay with it. If you're making money and it feels good, doesn't matter. Do whatever you want to those kids. Azaka Hops defends that. That's it. I'm against it. I have values. I'm against it. Doesn't matter if they're little kids or little rats or chickens or pigs or cows or hawks or dolphins or women or boys or boys and girls. I don't care. I'm against all of it. People like Azaka Hops is okay and justifies it because it's pleasurable. If you can justify things because it brings you pleasure, if you could justify anything because it brings you pleasure, what kind of person are you? You get to decide what kind of person you want to be in life. Azaka Hops decided he wants to be a person who defends pedophiles and defends Jeffrey Epstein.
Organizers say bringing people together helps families and neighbors grieve while also showing Salgado's loved ones they have the community standing behind them.
We're just glad to be here. We hope to see some change because it's needed. We both have parents that are immigrants, and this hit home.
Salgado was fatally shot by an ICE agent during...
There were lots of things going on. Nuremberg laws for racial hygiene, kind of like the same thing going on right now in America. The laws being passed in order to incarcerate people by ICE, in order to put people in concentration camps in this country, where you have our own set of Nuremberg laws, where we'll say it's for this or that reason. It's for, I don't know, like what like the Nazi that was on my show a couple days ago that called in, who said that they just wanted to be pure because they have bad ideas in other countries. We need to keep them out, or they have bad hygiene in other countries. We need to keep them out, or they have they kill our women. That's a big one you hear about with MAGA, right? They kill our women. They kill what was her name now? I can't remember her name. The one they used to say it all the time. What was that woman who died? Forget now. Was killed by an illegal immigrant. They're illegals. Then they're going to protect the children. All of these things, Nuremberg laws. We pass these laws and make a big deal about it, so you could take a subset of the public. You could take a subset of the public and put them someplace else and scapegoat them and scapegoat them. Nuremberg laws was part of the scapegoating. No historian disagrees on that. And then they use them as slaves for companies like Mercedes-Benz and Porsche and what was the oven manufacturer? What was the big oven manufacturer whose ovens were eventually used? Like they made residential ovens, and then those ovens were eventually used in Auschwitz. Yeah, J.A. Topf und Sonne, Topf and Sons. Based in Erfurt, Germany, the manufacturer specialized in civilian crematoria, brewery equipment, and industrial chimneys. During the Holocaust, the SS commissioned the company to design and build the mass incineration ovens used at the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration and extermination camps. Guess who built them? Slaves. They used Jewish slaves to build the ovens for Topf and Sons. But it was for racial hygiene, right? People will always use trans people. I mean, how is the scapegoating of trans people any different from the scapegoating of gays, Jews, blacks, and all asocial or feeble-minded people that the Nazis did? How is that different? It's the same. I mean, even RFK Jr. floating around the idea that he wants to make lists of people with autism and put them in camps. I mean, there's shit like that in the works. It's getting creepy out there. It's getting creepy out there, folks.
An enforcement operation.
Here you go. This is a guy that just got shot by ICE, by the way. They did similar stuff when someone got killed in Nazi Germany when the Gestapo killed him.
In Houston's East End last Tuesday morning. His death has prompted several vigils, marches, demonstrations with community members and immigrant rights advocates continuing to call for an independent investigation and more transparency from federal authorities. Organizers say they plan to continue holding events in the coming days as they honor Salgado's memory moving forward. Now, coming up in our streaming newscast at 7 and 8, you may remember that there were 3 other people that were in the van on Tuesday morning last week. Well, they're currently being detained in Conroe. Meanwhile, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia met with them over the weekend. We'll hear from her coming up at 7 and 8 and what she says.
Yes, misogyny and they used eugenics as a reason for a lot of stuff. Yeah, and desirables and asocial. Yeah, it's still an insult in Germany to call someone asocial. It's so funny. But yeah, interbreeding, misogyny. It's true. Yeah, you're right. It was a way to control them. First, they took away their pets. They took away their ability to sit on park benches. They took away all sorts of stuff first. And then later on, it was against the law to have sex with a Jew. But like it took a while to get there. First, you're not allowed to get a job. Then you're not allowed to sit on park benches. Then you're not allowed to stand in front of a Home Depot. Then you're not allowed to go to a gun store. Then you're not allowed to go to a swap meet. Then you're not allowed to go to a cookout. Then again, you're not allowed to go to the public park. That's already happening in America. It's just a matter of time. Already, they're starting to say that you're not allowed to have a birthright citizenship. They're trying to get rid of birthright citizenship, even though the Supreme Court has already said that's fucked. They're still trying. It'll get to the point where it will be illegal to have sex with an illegal. It's just a matter of time. In fact, it kind of already is. It's kind of already illegal to have sex with an illegal. Because even if you have sex with an illegal and marry that illegal, you've broken the law because they were here illegally, and they could kick that person out of the country. They don't fucking honor the fact that you're married to them. You don't just get married and you automatically get a fucking green card or something. That's not how it works. You don't just become a citizen. There's policies and paperwork. It's already against interbreeding is already against the law in practice. You can have a baby with an immigrant, and the baby might be a citizen for now. But the foreign national isn't. The foreign national can be taken away at any moment. Tell me how that's different than what they did to the Jews.
They're saying to her about what's happening right now. For now, reporting live in the East End, Devon Rahman, KHOU 11 News.
All right, all the updates we need to know. Devon, thank you. Meantime, KHOU 11 Investigates has uncovered another piece of surveillance video showing ICE agents running behind Salgado's van.
Our Jeremy Rogowski took to our social media page to walk us through what we are seeing.
Let's frame up the latest video we've obtained of the fatal ICE shooting in Houston's East End. It comes from a store on Canal Street and captures the pursuit of Lorenzo Salgado's van by two unmarked ICE vehicles as they head east on Canal, turn around, and come to a stop here. Now, in this angle, you can see one of the unmarked ICE SUVs catches up to Salgado's van, while the second ICE vehicle comes through the store parking lot a few seconds behind. About a half block down, we know from another video that the...
Do you notice that none of them have sirens? No lights? Do you see any red or blue flashing lights? When that Nazi came on the show last week and tried to tell me that, oh, well, he should have pulled over and done what they said.
Van and one ICE SUV turn around, and at some point, ICE agents get out of the vehicle. As the van comes back into the store camera's view, you can see two agents running after it, but where the van ultimately pulls over is just out of frame. And so video of the shooting itself, if any exists at all, still has yet to surface. And Harris County District Attorney Sean Tier made a plea to the public for anyone who has any footage whatsoever to contact his own.
How come we don't have footage from the cops themselves? Why aren't they wearing body cams?
The good deed that ended in a life-changing injury, Madison.
Yeah, the good deed, a 4th of July beach cleanup.
Lodi.
And of course, it took a devastating turn. A man picked up what looked like trash, but it was actually more like a ticking time bomb.
So just a 4th of July came by, I think on the 5th of July, whatever. He was cleaning up the beach. It's pretty common.
I thought something would happen to my dad like that.
After days at the UC Davis Medical Center, a family relieved. Their dad
Jesus, dude. Just helping out, trying to clean up the beach.
is alive.
He's always seemed invincible to us.
Jason Turner's daughter says he was walking a beach in Crescent City the day after the holiday, picking up firework debris left behind, when he spotted what looked like a small silver ball lying in the sand. But it wasn't trash. It was alive, likely homemade firework.
As soon as he picked it up, it exploded and it blew off his hand.
Turner was rushed from the beach to the hospital, where doctors had no choice but to amputate his left hand.
Jesus, this guy, because they launched fireworks over the ocean, it washed up on the beach cleanup. He picked it up and it exploded in his face. A fucking not a firework like you buy at the store, like a professional firework that would go up in the sky. It didn't explode, fell in the water, came onto the beach. He picks it up, blows up in his face because he's trying to do a good deed. God damn it. You are equating. I like the capital U here. You are equating. You are the ones equating human slavery with animal on a farm. That's bullshit propaganda. I'm not buying. Well, that's your prerogative, I suppose, but you'd be completely in line with everyone that said you are equating using black people to build to pick cotton, like you're saying, like they're white people. They're not white people. It's okay to enslave them. They're black, right? You see, like, you are no different saying that because they're animals, because they got 4 legs instead of 2 legs, it's okay to do what you want to them. You are pro-slavery. Like, I'm not equating. You are the ones equating human slavery. No, fucking Aristotle, motherfucker. Fucking Aristotle. Fucking every philosopher in the history of the world has addressed this idea. Like Cartesian fucking philosophy on which the Enlightenment is almost based on. I mean, like, fuck. Are you that fucking ignorant? You are the ones. And I'm not buying it. Then go then leave now and go read a book about read any book about philosophy. Just read one. Fuck me. Jesus. I'm not hiding behind Aristotle. You are ignorant. You're ignorant. You're ignorant. And you're for slavery because you're ignorant. And you're defending slavery because you're ignorant. And you want to point fingers and do all these ad hominem arguments. You're defending slavery. I'm against slavery. You get to be who you want in life. So if you're for slavery, shut the fuck up.
He's the type of man to say he's just glad it was him and not a kid or a dog, which he's always been that type of guy. It's just sad for us it was him.
Despite the devastating injury, his daughter says he's staying positive, using humor to help him through recovery.
he's in good spirits. He makes jokes and says he's Captain Hook. I think for us, him joking brings us ease, but still, it's just hard to.
One more reason why I know people are like, oh, well, you're against fireworks because it hurts animals. Yeah, I'm against fireworks because it hurts everybody. It puts bromium and lead in the water. A whole thing fell in. All the fallout happens over the oceans, rivers, and streams. It poisons us. It poisons the sea life. It poisons everything. Stop fireworks, you morons. Damn it. It's just like, how stupid can people be that we're still doing this firework bullshit every year?
So back with the latest in the Middle East, the United States conducting a fresh round of strikes against Iran. And
I own slaves. My God, dude. It doesn't matter if you own slave, if you're defending. Most people in America didn't own slavery, didn't own slaves during the antebellum South, during the antebellum era. Most people didn't own slaves. A very small percentage of humans own slaves. It just happened to touch every part of our lives, like today. It just happens to touch every part of our lives. 10,000 ads Americans see every day, most of which are some kind of fast food or some kind of dead animal product. This is something that touches every piece of our society. Drive down the road, you see advertisements and people hauling dead animals, people eating dead animals. You go to a football game, almost everything there, the way they're really making their money is selling dead animals. It's all part of it. Slavery is alive and well. It's just that it's very, very obvious when you look at what a huge chunk of our society is based on slavery. And you're like, oh, it's so prevalent that it's okay. Well, that's what they said in antebellum, race-based slavery in the South in America. People said the same thing. But it's everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere. I know it's everywhere. It touches everything. But I don't own slaves. Okay. Do you want a fucking cookie? I don't own slaves. Great. Then stop defending slavery. Well, no, it's part of my life. Like I have to. I have to support it. Do you have to participate in it? Every animal that you've ever eaten was a product of rape. Every animal you've ever eaten was a slave. They were killed for money. They were killed for money. Not necessity, not to deliver protein. Money. They were killed for money.
attempt to counter Tehran's aggression in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go live to Tel Aviv where Mike Tobin has the details. Good morning, Mike.
Yeah, protein, though. Like, how do I know you're a zombie who believes everything the state and the government tells you? Protein, though. Again, vegan for 21 years. I'm 6'5". I weigh 240 pounds. I get plenty of fucking protein. My friend Chip on Sundays, he's super buff guy. He's got more muscles than anyone else I know. He is not starving for protein. You know who else doesn't need to eat animals for protein? Elephants, gorillas, fucking rhinoceroses, bulls. All of the biggest, strongest animals on earth do not need animals for protein. That's a myth, so that you'll buy it. You chump. You have been had. You are a victim of a con game perpetuated by people all around you. But the big guys are people like Cargill, because they know that they can sell a lot more grain to animals and they can get idiots to buy it and kill themselves. Because if you keep eating dead animals, you die of horrible diseases. Not exclusively, but like colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer in America, and it's directly linked to how many animals you eat. So breast cancer as well, not as big a killer, but still a big killer. Lung cancer, though. Lung cancer. Why do we have so much lung cancer? Well, it's also connected to animal agriculture, but I don't really have any time to get into it because I don't give a fuck. I'm against slavery. It's not that hard. I'm just against slavery. Killing people for money and profit. Killing anyone for money and pleasure. Pleasure and profit. It ain't that hard, everybody.
Good morning, Lawrence. The latest in the back and forth with struggle for control over the Strait of Hormuz has Iran once again firing on its neighbors. Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait all took fire. The Kuwait is saying that border crossings, even...
Did cavemen eat meat? Great question. Now we're getting into really stupid shit. Did cavemen eat meat? Well, actually, for the longest period of time, no. Actually, we were probably mostly frugivores. But then towards the Ice Age, when certain ice ages start getting where, man, sometimes it wasn't that easy to get plants. And so we were opportunistic scavengers, more than likely. We would come across dead bodies and we would eat what we could. We weren't master hunters or apex predators like people try to pretend. We're pretty good at using tools, though, and we can poke a mastodon off a cliff and we can go down there and eat their dead bodies and stuff. But that usually wasn't the big thing. Cavemen actually, for the great expanse of time, mostly did not eat animals. No, absolutely not. People like to look at just the Paleolithic and they're like, oh, just this little sliver right here, that must be what we're supposed to eat. No, absolutely not. Like gorillas, sometimes they'll eat a termite, but you know what? We feed fish to cows for protein because we kill their babies. We kill the moms and we don't let them give each other milk and stuff. So we kill fish and then we feed them to cows. Does that make a cow a carnivore? Of course not. This idea, did cavemen, first of all, you're not a fucking caveman. Secondly, no, for the overwhelming majority of years of the development of humanity, no. Not until we really got good at growing shit. So we had an excess of grain and we could grow. We had leftovers and that attracted animals naturally because animals would come and we'd have a bunch of wheat or whatever grain we were growing and animals would come, rats would come, cats would come, all dogs would come. Animals were coming because we were growing food. And then eventually some guys well, we can kill those animals when they come. And they did. And eventually somebody said, you know what if we put a fence around those animals? And they did. And now you had private property and you had this land is mine because my animals are here. And then you had the birth of banks and feudal lords and castles, all the horrible shit of humanity, mostly because of these original sins. But we got really good at growing grasses and domesticating grasses. And then we were able to domesticate animals. And then we figured out how to breed grasses and plants, and we figured out how to breed animals and get the traits that we wanted and kind of manipulate their genes, even though we didn't really know what genes were. We had ideas like Linnaeus style ideas of genetic inheritance and stuff like that. And we did that for thousands of years, I suppose. But no, cavemen? Nah, not really. Not really cavemen. No, not really. A little bit. Not like you think. Mostly they were eating berries and shit and whatever.
Oil rig were hit out there. There's been a lot of social media traffic suggesting that U.S. service members were injured in Kuwait. Those reports are not true. But this follows another round of U.S. strikes inside of Iran. There may be some fresh reporting today about news.
Oh God, this is why you're so stupid, Chris. Chris, you're ignorant. We stopped wandering around because we got good at understanding how the seasons worked and stuff. But your ignorance again is showing. Does it make sense? So if caveman ate meat, if caveman ate meat, and that makes it okay to eat animals and enslave them and have this giant process of the gas chambers and all that stuff. If cavemen did it, it makes it okay. So whatever cavemen did, it makes it okay today. So cavemen raped women. Does that make rape okay? So you're pro-rape, right? You're pro-rape. You're pro-raping women because cavemen did it, right? And you're pro just murdering anyone you've got a problem with because cavemen did it, right? You're okay with it. And you're pro-communal land, by the way. You're pro-communism because cavemen did it. Cavemen basically lived in a communist society. Because cavemen did it, it makes it okay. And also because cavemen would own each other, would own slaves by force. Sometimes that type of shit happened too. That makes it okay. So whatever cavemen did, it's okay. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad we're getting our moral lessons from cavemen.
Strikes. The U.S. says everything from missile launching sites to maritime locations that Iran was using to menace shipping in the Straits were hit. Dozens of targets were hit by land-based.
Yeah, communism. I mean, sure. Primitive slaves and stuff. Even now, we have kind of isolated tribes that basically live without laws. They live without borders and they live without centralized government. Communism. The land We all own it all. It's all for all. It's pretty rad, right?
And sea-based fighter jets, guided missiles were fired from ships in the area. This latest round of airstrikes came after Iran fired on a Cyprus-flagged cargo ship crossing the strait. It was traveling outside of the route designated by Iran and following the route encouraged by the U.S. One sailor is now missing and the ship was disabled. President Trump says Iran triggered this round of violence.
It's Iran's fault that we're killing kids again. Cool.
The largest housing bill in decades has just become law after weeks of tense political standoff between President Trump and Congress. Now comes the real test. Can this ambitious legislation actually make housing affordable again? At its core, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act focuses on 3 major reforms. First, the law aims to increase the supply of housing by making it easier to build more homes. Researchers have long argued that America's affordability crisis is fundamentally a supply problem.
Is it going to work? Is it really a supply problem? Is it really a supply problem?
Studies have shown a strong link between the number of homes available and how much people pay to buy or rent them.
I don't know about this. They're available, but they're not available because somebody owns them and they're vacant. If a billionaire owns 10 homes and he won't rent them out, and now you can't afford because there's an artificial scarcity. We don't have a supply problem. We have a distribution problem like everything else in America.
The median price of an existing home in the U.S. reached $429,300 in May. That's up 50.8% from May 2020. And 30-year fixed mortgage rates continue to hover around 6.5%. By 2025, the U.S. housing shortage had grown to more than 4 million homes.
We underbuilt housing following the Great Recession, and we've really never fully caught up. At the same time, population grew. We had a pandemic-driven surge in demand. We had a demographic demand coming from millennials. The result is that more buyers.
You're totally right, Zachary Duck. You're totally right. They will just rush it and then use shitty materials and bad construction. Isn't that what they always do? And then you're just stuck with something that's falling apart. Like, I'm actually worried about, I'm going to buy a condo and I'm a little worried. Like, at first I wanted to buy like a 1940s house because I figure they're like, they've been around for a while. And it's pretty rad to just buy a 1940s house and like work on it and build it and stuff. But like, I'm going to buy a condo. It's newer. It's only like 15 years old. And I'm a little worried because like, will it stand the test of time or will it just start falling apart? If it falls apart, how am I supposed to keep the repairs up and all this other stuff? You know what I mean? It gets tough.
Are competing for fewer homes, which has pushed home prices and rents higher.
The new law attempts to close that gap by combining federal incentives for new construction with reforms.
Like, I mean, and then if what happens is the poor are stuck in these homes that they own, but they're falling apart and then they're worth less. And so that which has been kind of taken by the oligarch, what we need to do is seize property and have anybody. If you got 5 kids, hey, you get the big house. You got no kids, okay, you can take that one over there. It's a studio
Designed to speed up home construction. It supports faster permitting and encourages local governments to allow more housing through zoning reforms. It also reduces regulatory barriers that build.
Good question. Is that the best excuse you've got? Then why isn't everyone vegan? All these rapists murder? Yeah, most people are okay with slavery. Most people are okay with exploitation. Most people are okay with it. Mm-hmm. Most people are okay with it. You said yourself, Chris, that most people are okay with it. Most people are okay with slavery, torture, exploitation. Most people are perfectly fine with women being treated as second-class citizens. Like as humanity, most people are okay with treating women very, very badly, treating animals even worse. It's just a sliding scale from the white man. It's okay, you don't treat white men so badly, but then you treat everyone badly as you kind of go down their hierarchy in their brain until you get to ants, I guess, and then you can just burn them or smash them or spray them. Like it's a hierarchy that most people are invested in, of course. Mm-hmm. Everyone then, yeah. Everyone wouldn't be vegan, of course not. Most people are okay with slavery. And even the ones that say they're not, they're susceptible to propaganda. Like I said, these are multi-billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies. Only a few families run all of our grocery stores. Like the vast majority of the grocery stores on planet Earth are run by just a few families. The vast majority of the grain grown in America and around the world are just a few families in charge. So they're all in cahoots. Mm-hmm. And they're all connected with our food system and our fast food. So why do you think fast food is so popular? You think that's just because people like it? I think that's just because people love it. And we fight wars over this shit, man. We kill people. We kill humans over the control of grain to feed animals so that we can kill them for pleasure and profit. We kill humans. We put our sons and daughters in harm's way so that we can secure the resources to continue the system of abuse and torture. We do it. Some of us just never get wise. A lot of us are just ignorant. Some of us are just susceptible to propaganda. Some of us don't care because most of us are kept that way. We want to keep working. We want to get laid. We just want to just leave us alone so we can watch 2.5 Men. Just let me just watch 2.5 Men. Just leave me alone. That's what most people want. Most people don't want to talk about where the hamburger comes from at McDonald's. They don't care. They want a Big Mac. They don't give a shit. They don't think about these things. You're thinking about it, but you're like, no, la 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 la. That's how you react when someone tells you where these things come from, what's happening. Just how it exists in our ethical framework, in any ethical framework.
Builders argue slow projects and increased construction costs. According to a study by the National Association of Home Builders, federal, state, and local regulations.
Chris, you're the only one who's being emotional, man. I don't know why. Like, am I being emotional? I'm not being emotional. In fact, I'm trying to not talk about the horror show and the blood and the guts and the whether or not a gas chamber is a good idea and whether or not what gas is better for the pig. I mean, I'm trying to be totally unemotional about it. And I am. I'm completely unemotional about it. I've accepted that there's people like you who are for slavery and abuse and rape and torture, and I'm not. I'm just not.
Add more than $131,000 to the cost of building a typical new single-family home. The law also expands support for manufactured housing, which is often among the least expensive paths.
Jesus, these are mobile homes. The least expensive. You don't own the land, and that they could kick you off of it.
Home ownership. The second reform aims to make housing finance easier to access. For example, the law expands access to mortgage financing for lower-cost homes that have been traditionally difficult to finance. It also updates federal financing programs that support investment and construction of multifamily housing.
The reason is that multifamily housing is one of the fastest and most scalable ways to add meaningful housing supply. It's where you can create hundreds of housing units within a single project. And that's important, especially in markets where affordability pressures are most acute.
By lowering financing barriers for home buyers and housing developers, lawmakers hope to encourage more housing construction while
So the 50-year mortgages, is that what we're talking about here?
making homeownership more accessible. The final reform aims to limit large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. Under the new law, companies that own at least 350 single-family homes would generally be prohibited from purchasing additional single-family homes. Certain companies with specific requirements, such as building homes specifically for the build-to-rent market, would be exempt. Supporters argue the measure will give individual buyers a better chance to compete for homes.
Investor activity can absolutely influence certain neighborhoods and markets, especially when inventory is limited. And I think that's why policymakers remain focused on that. They want a competitive environment for traditional buyers, and they want some transparency.
However, the extent to which
This is not projection. It sounds like you're off the rails, Chris, but I'm not accusing you or emotionally projecting anything. That I'm not accusing you of anything. You are supporting those things. That is what you're doing. That's not my opinion. You are supporting and defending those things. Rape and murder and slavery. You're supporting and defending those things, man. Like, that's not an opinion. That's a fact. That's what's happening. I'm not accusing you of actually going to a dairy and artificially inseminating a cow against her will. I'm not accusing you of that, but you support that. You think it's okay. I think raping cows is wrong. That's where we differ. I think it's wrong. You think it's right. Like, I'm not accusing you of going to the dairy and raping the cow. You defend it and you support it. I do not. I am attempting every day to not partake in any of that bullshit. I'm a conscientious objector. I don't just not do it myself. I try not to support the industries that allow it and perpetuate it.
Just the market. So he doesn't want to do stuff like that. Strengths the market.
Guardrails for what? To go back to a world where we're all rainbows and unicorns with the Iranians? They've been at war with us for 47 years.
47 years. It's always the 47 years. Again, 1953 is that when we put the Shah in power and screwed over the people. And then 47 years later, 25 years later, they rejected that idea and they had a revolution because America fucked them. If we didn't do the original sin was us going in there and forcing them to take the Shah.
7 years. Okay.
Nobody has been rainbows and unicorns.
Why didn't I learn about the 40? I'm sorry. The first time I've ever heard about the 47-year Iran war was like this year.
Like,
Yeah.
we don't teach about the 47-year war with Iran in school. Like, it's insulting
Yeah, because it's bullshit. It's a lie.
to
It's insulting.
actual conflict
It's
that we've
insulting their
been involved
intelligence that
in.
you have no idea
to
what the
say that
Iranians
we've
have
been at
done
war with
to
Iran.
us for
How many
47
Americans
years.
have they killed on U.S. soil in 47 years in the war that
They
we've
have killed
been
thousands of Americans. They have maimed American soldiers.
Yeah.
Thousands of Americans?
They attacked American allies, and they have been
why
at
have our
war
soldiers been
with the
over there?
West for ever since this regime came to power, and it is their intention to build a nuclear
The
weapon,
West.
use it on us, and use
The
it.
West. Always the West. You ever notice that? The West. They love saying the West when they don't want to say that American imperialism is to blame. It's the West. It's white people. The West just means white.
On Israel and use it on the West. That is their intention, and they stay
No, they intend to just keep using the Strait of Hormuz. They have now learned that they can behave like a nuclear power without ever needing to be one. But okay, so like if we're going to keep going with this, what number of American troops are we?
If it were a fact, I love this. If it were a fact, it would be illegal, like slavery was, like owning black people. So it was always a fact that it was wrong to own black people, right? That was a fact, right? Can we all agree it's wrong to own black people just because they're black? It's wrong to own them. But people still did it. But if it was wrong, it would have been illegal because legality and morality are identical in your small mind. This is how narrow-minded you are, that you think because something is legal, that means it's also moral, or because it's immoral, it should be illegal. That's almost never the case. Almost never the case. Almost never the case does morality and legality line up. Almost never. Because that's not what our legal system is built to do. Our legal system is not a reflection of our morality. Never has been. Ever.
You're willing to commit to keep going? And like, what's your number? Like, how many U.S. troops are you willing to expend to achieve your objectives? And what amount of money? Because like, we're not having that conversation. And we need to, because we've already spent $300 billion. We've already lost like.
I love it. This guy's got a great, I love this guy's career. He's just like, I love that face. I wish I had that white. I never learned that because I grew up with a diverse group, you know. I never learned that white guy face. Like he moves his body and his head goes. So great. I wish I could do that. I want to be that guy. I want to be Chris, what's his name? Jensen? What's this shit now? What's his mother? Scott Jennings.
We need to answer.
To keep the American people safe from the worst regime in the world? A fair amount.
Now, the woman in that clip debating Scott Jennings is named Caroline Sunshine, a Republican who literally worked in Trump's White House. Scott Jennings is such a hack that a White House alum is literally humiliating him on national television. Now, the reason that Scott Jennings sounds so ridiculous here is, first of all, this 47-year Iran war only came into existence this year. If this war was raging and required our immediate attention...
Again, the war started with Iran a long time ago. Way longer than 47
years. And we begin
years.
this Sunday morning with breaking news from Capitol Hill. Longtime South
And we started it.
Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Maria Bartiromo, what's going on with Lindsey Graham?
Has died at the age of 71. Graham's office releasing a brief statement saying, in part, the senator passed away from a brief and sudden illness last night. Graham's passing occurred just hours.
I'm whiter than the CNN dude. I don't know. I can't do that face with like such alacrity. Love it. I love it. And he's doing that GLP. He's lost so much weight. That guy, Scott Jennings. He's lost so much weight. Good for him. Look at this guy. Remember when they were all friends?
After he returned from Ukraine, where he met with President Zelensky on Friday. We will have reaction from his colleagues in the Senate when we speak with Utah Senator Mike Lee coming up in a moment. But first, the United States launching a third round of military strikes this past week on Iran. Yesterday, again, after Tehran attacked another commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz and declared the vital waterway closed to maritime traffic. CENTCOM this morning contradicting that, putting out a statement saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open to all vessels seeking to lawfully transit the international.
Lawfully transit. It's only for the lawful ones.
National waterway. After saying U.S. forces hit approximately 140 Iranian military targets last night, bringing the total number of targets hit this past week to more than 300 in Iran. President Trump on Wednesday declared the ceasefire effectively over, as administration officials now say a new deal with Iran is increasingly looking unlikely. Meanwhile, Iranians loyal to the brutal regime, or perhaps those who were ordered to do so, chanted and carried banners during the 6-day state funeral for former leader Ali Khamenei, calling for revenge against President Trump and the U.S. A banner reading, "We will kill Trump."
Wow, that's pretty badass. Can't get away with that here. Damn, I wonder why. Oh, yeah, he murdered their leader. I forgot. Yeah, so Donald Trump murdered their leader, and now they want to murder Trump. They want to murder our leader. Why does that keep happening?
Amidst new intelligence from Israel indicating Iranian leaders.
Damn. They even got the women out there. I thought they weren't allowed outside. What happened? How come this woman's allowed to say that? What happened here? What's going on here? I see a lot of women out. I even see one with her hair showing. Oh my gosh, there's a lady right there with her hair showing. 3 women with their hair showing. I thought that was illegal. I don't know.
Leaders have been plotting to assassinate President Trump. Here's the president at the NATO summit on Wednesday in Turkey.
Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone, and they had another
It looked like there was a lot of stuff still there. I don't know.
set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too.
You're going to be gone too? Why are we assassinating leaders? Who started this? Oh, shit. It was Donald. It was us. We started this assassination thing. What's going on with Maduro? Is he all right?
Because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one because they're scum. That's the way they act. And that's the
They're the scum. They want to kill me. But wait, you just described how you killed like 3 levels of their leadership. you just talked about how you assassinated a bunch of people. But they're scum. If they're scum because they want to kill you, what are you for actually having killed a bunch of leaders? What?
way they've done it for 47 years.
Meanwhile, former
It's different. People like Chris Jennings here. What's his name? Chris something. It's different because they're Iranians. That's why. It's different because they're Iranians, right? Chris Jensen. It's different because they're Iranians. It's different because they're pigs. They like being in the gas chamber. It's different because they're Jews. They like it. It's different because they're black. They like it. It's different because they're Iranian. But if you try to kill our president, you're scum. It's different. It's different. They call that a double standard.
Florida Governor Jeb Bush this week praised President Trump despite years of public disagreements between the two. Jeb Bush said that the president rightly decimated Iran's military and drone production. Bush also warning of the dangers Iran poses to the U.S. homeland, citing reports that roughly 300 Iranian-made Shahed drones are now stationed in Cuba, 90 miles off the coast of Florida.
Not Cuba! Uh-oh. Remember I told you that we're going to war with Cuba like 2 years ago? Remember I've been saying that we're going to go to war with Cuba? Uh-oh. They got Iranian drones in Cuba, everybody. Do you believe it? Let's ask it. Let me ask you in the chat. Do you believe? Okay, we got to do a new. Do you actually believe? Do you actually believe that Iran has how many drones? Suicide drones. Drones in Cuba aimed at the U.S. of A. Do you actually believe that? Do you really believe that somehow a blockaded country took hundreds of drones, maybe thousands, I don't know how many, and shipped them all the way to Cuba, which is another blockaded country, where we actually have a giant military base right on their soil? Do you believe that that's what happened? I gotta know. Do you believe this? On Fox News, Maria Bartiromo, what's going on? What's happening with Iran drones? What's happening with Lindsey Graham? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Joining me now with the very latest breaking developments is U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz. Ambassador, thanks very much for being here this morning. And I know that you spoke with Senator Lindsey Graham just a few days ago before he left for Ukraine. Is that right?
It is, Maria. Our hearts break for his family, for his sister, for his nieces. He was a fighter, Maria. He always fought for the troops, fought for South Carolina, and most of all, believed that our freedoms were best.
I'm not demonizing anybody. Look, you think that it's different. If they're black, it's okay to own them as slaves. If they're Iranian, it's okay to kill them. If they're women, it's okay to punch them in the face. It's okay to rape them. If they're animals, it's okay to rape them and use them for money. If they're animals, if they're pigs, it's okay to put them in gas chambers. If they're chickens, it's okay to stomp on their heads and cut their throats. If they're dogs, no. If they're dogs, no. Bad dog. Chris Jensen, is it okay to put a dog in a gas chamber for money? For money? Is it okay to put a dog in a gas chamber because I wanna? Just because it's for fun? Is it okay? I wanna know.
Defended by showing strength at home and abroad. I know he talked to President Trump regularly, played golf with him regularly, and he has just got such a strong voice in the Senate that's going to be missed. And that peak moment where
we're going to miss him. I'm going to miss him. For 30 years, I feel like I've listened to this I just don't like gay people. I swear I'm not a gay, okay? I don't. Please stop making those jokes about me.
He buckled everybody's spine to stand up for Justice Kavanaugh, I think was one of the most memorable moments in Senate history.
Yeah, most memorable moments when he was defending that rapist.
Absolutely. Probably one of the senator's finest moments when he defended and pursued truth for Justice Kavanaugh. But as you say, he was one of the strongest advocates of peace through strength and a robust military.
Hold on a second. Let's go ahead and say Lindsey Graham defending Kavanaugh. What happening with? There we go. What's happening with MySpace? What's happening with my fliz? I gotta know. I wanna know. Maria Barter.
Nothing to apologize for. If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that.
You remember when Mitch McConnell wouldn't allow Barack Obama to appoint a Supreme Court justice, and he said that it was too close because it was a year ahead of the election?
Would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's supposed to be a job interview. Look, I'm so upset.
This is hell.
This
is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics.
Trump's close aide and U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham.
That was the most important. Maria Bartiromo, Donald Trump, and now this asshole are all saying that this is the best and most important thing. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. It's Friday night. You know, it's like on the West Side.
Absolutely. Probably one of the senator's finest moments when he defended.
That was his finest moment, defending Brett Kavanaugh, because he was in need.
Truth for Justice Kavanaugh. But as you say, he was one of the strongest advocates of peace through strength and a robust military, unwavering support for Israel, certainly supportive of confronting Iran as well.
Yes, supporting Israel. He will go down in history as the guy who supported Israel and the rapist Brett Kavanaugh, who is now a Supreme Court justice. Way to go.
A scary incident on the streets of Oklahoma City.
In Oklahoma City, meanwhile, we have people in the blue. Wait, this just in. It's a red state. Uh-oh. Everyone is a Republican over there, and this guy just threw a Molotov cocktail on a just a person in a wheelchair.
When police say a man threw a Molotov cocktail at another man in a wheelchair in broad daylight, cops say it actually happened close to police headquarters. Surveillance video shows the victim cross the intersection in his wheelchair. Meanwhile, the suspect seemingly just walks past him crossing another street. When the suspect reaches the other side of the street, he does an about-face and confronts the man in the wheelchair. Moments later, he's lighting the cocktail and throwing it at the wheelchair, flames breaking out on the road.
What in the hell is going over in Oklahoma City? What is going on with you guys over here? What is happening in Oklahoma City? Could someone tell me?
Witnesses, including passing police officers, rush to help. They detain the suspect while another passerby helped the victim.
Did they
Officials say
shoot him? He just fell over. Why did the assailant just fall over? What was that?
he only had minor injuries, but they credit the community and first responders for not letting this situation go any
He's
further.
alive.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
Cops just happened to be there right there. Freeze! You can't. No one lights a handicapped person on fire in my town. Freeze! Y'all just being silly. Y'all just being silly. You know I'm being silly. You know, it's horrific. Oklahoma City. I mean, things are happening. I've unfiltered the comments. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, this is what I deal with MAGers every day. People are like, how come you think MAGers are a bunch of cult leaders? Read my chat.
Well, traffic came to a stop at the busy intersection of Sunset and Edgemont in East Hollywood due to a man vandalizing a Waymo. Take a look at.
Man, this guy's John Connor taking on Skynet.
This. Police say they arrived to find a shirtless man on top of a Waymo in the middle of the intersection. This is video posted to the Citizen app. The man was seen on the crushed windshield holding a bent windshield wiper while screaming at the sensor on the top of the Waymo. Traffic had to come to a full stop.
I thought that was Andrew Tate for a second. This guy looks like Andrew Tate. He's not taking the shit, man. The Waymo. Why is it okay to have these Waymos? I like this guy. Fight the machines, man. Fight the machine. Rage against the machine.
The Waymo was stopped right in the middle of the street. It's still unclear if anyone was in the Waymo when that
They should be doing that with the flock cameras, too.
destruction started. Officers arrived on the scene and arrested that man for vandalism.
Yeah, vandalism, sure.
We start this half hour with a business bummer and a restaurant with a
At least they didn't say he was violent. Remember when those people lit the Waymos on fire and Maggers said that it was violence to light a car on fire that doesn't have a driver?
desperate social media post. So let's bring in Tony with this one to tell us what this one's all about. This owner seems pretty frustrated. Tony, what's going on?
It's one of those things we have to say, tell me what's happening in that place? They're stealing what? Usually restaurants make a plea for more butts in the seats, right? But this guy isn't asking for customers. He has plenty of those. He's asking that some of them stop doing what they're doing.
A local barbecue business dealing with sticky fingers. There's growing concern over some bold customers who are not so sweet.
It is unfortunate.
Bruce Atkins is general manager of the Hangry Herd, a family-owned restaurant in Rancho Cordova's Beryl district that just opened up last fall.
Here you go. You see, animal slavery affects us all. It's always in everything you look at. Look at this guy. He's going to use these dead animals for money.
He says customers keep coming back for their brisket and other smoked meats that take up to 20 hours to slow cook.
It's been staggering. We sell out every single weekend. We have people like
so normal. People wait in line for it.
Up the door, and that's the case every single day.
If you're craving barbecue, this is the place. I will absolutely be back more often.
But some people are also taking away tabletop items they didn't purchase.
We have our sweet sauces, our silverware.
The restaurant is dealing with customers stealing, get this, their forks, knives, and spoons.
Get this. They're stealing salt and pepper shakers, forks, knives, and spoons. Go for it. There's probably no seating, and they're not giving you little packets. You know what? Everywhere I've ever worked, we had to deal with forks, knives, and spoons going missing. Sometimes the staff is throwing them away by accident. You're gonna lose some. You got to build that into your profit. Your profit margin. You got to start charging more. People stealing your salt shakers. You got to charge more for salt. You got to charge more for your briskets. Sorry, buddy. That's how business works. Supply and demand. That's how business works. People start stealing your shit. You got to sell. You got to charge more. Charge more. Your lines will be shorter too. You'll make the same amount of money. Charge more. People will steal less. That which is stolen will be covered by the cost of your income and EBITDA. And then you'll have a shorter line. So you'll have happier customers. Huh?
Pilfering the salt and pepper shakers and walking away with the barbecue sauce squeeze bottles.
And if it ain't tied down, they're taking it home.
The restaurant's owner is speaking out about the theft on social media.
This is
welcome to America, moron.
Super frustrating in Sacramento and Rancho Cordova.
They now have a polite sign saying, please only take what you need, but small items still go missing.
I don't even understand why anybody would do that to any business.
Oh, why would they do that to a business? Probably because there's no place to sit and they still need a fork to eat. So they take it. You got plastic forks or anything? No.
Here and there. It sounds silly, but, it just adds up.
And it's not just stuff inside the restaurant. Someone recently stole one of their outdoor sunshades.
Oh, no, not the sunshade.
Right over there.
And whoever did it worked hard to get them, melting off dozens of plastic zip ties that were holding down the shades.
It happens.
Thieves with a taste for stuff that's not on the menu. Forcing a small business to serve up an age-old reminder. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
It always happens. Sorry, I hate to tell you, when you run a restaurant, people steal all your shit. People steal. Sucks. People steal.
Political era comes to an unexpected end with the death of Senator Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham's dead, everybody.
Thought Lindsey was going to be living forever. I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
He's a member of the family. I hate the way he played golf. I hate that guy.
President Donald Trump remembering Senator Lindsey Graham during Sunday's Meet the Press. This morning, the country continues to mourn as we learn more about the circumstances surrounding his death. Meanwhile, tributes are pouring in from both sides of the aisle as
no one could imagine he was sick.
Flags remain at half-staff across the country.
Jacqueline Quinn is live on Capitol Hill with how Senator Graham is being remembered and what happens next as South Carolina prepares to fill his now vacant seat. Jacqueline.
Allison, right now, Congress coming back from a break here, and there will be a vacant seat in the Senate. And as those who've worked with him mourn his loss, this process to replace that vacant seat is underway. Now, Senator Lindsey Graham passed away just Saturday night. He was 71 years old, and doctors say that he suffered an aortic dissection. Flowers now line the sidewalk outside his Capitol Hill home. Neighbors told WSA 9 they were shocked by his sudden passing. Graham had just returned from Ukraine, where he met with President Volodymyr Zelensky and was pushing.
I think, it just makes me think, did J.D. Vance kill him? J.D. Vance, did anybody... Where was J.D. Vance just a couple days before Lindsey Graham died? Because didn't J.D. Vance... I mean, J.D. Vance killed the Pope. Did he shake hands with Lindsey? Oh, Lindsey, don't touch JD Vance. He's the modern day Typhoid Mary.
For tougher sanctions against Russia after sparring with the president, President Donald Trump, during the 2016 campaign and a brief fallout during January 6th. Senator Graham became one of the president's closest allies in the Senate and a fixture in the chamber that will not easily be replaced.
The bond that he forged on the golf course that made him such a powerful advocate.
I swear to God, it's so funny you say. It blew my mind when when you could wear a full-blown mask. I was working in the United States, in California, and my friends were in Vegas, and they were people wearing masks in the casinos, and that was like fucking bonkers. Because as a manager, if anyone was wearing a mask, I had to tell them to take it off. That's part you like. One time, the Jabberwockies were doing like a promo thing, and they came by the casino, and I was like, oh, it's just for, I knew who they were, but like for half a second, I was like, oh my God, we're all gonna die. Because they all came in with masks, and they weren't dancing, and then they put the boombox down, they do their dance, but the Jabberwockies wear masks. So when I saw people wearing masks in the casinos, I thought that was so crazy. Debs are the party of violence. Yeah, totally. You fucking idiots. Dems are the party of violence. It's the same party, buddy. Dems and Republicans, same thing. You're a sucker.
For the president and a powerful advocate for us with the president. And so we'll need that. But more importantly,
there you go. Dems and Republicans, the same.
Is a champion who steps up to the plate, not for politics, but for serving our country. That is who Lindsey was.
That is not who he was. He was a man who sought proximity to power and didn't care how he got it or how much of his soul he would have to sell. Now he's dead, and his soul is in hell. Hardly knew you, Lindsey. 30 years have gone by, and you stood for nothing.
California regulates everything. And yet, 150 miles east of San Diego, in one of the harshest deserts in the United States, sits a community with no mayor, no government, and no city services. The state owns the land. So why hasn't California shut it down? Because Slab City isn't surviving in spite of geography. It's surviving because of it. The story begins with a military base that no longer exists, a patch of desert that few people wanted, and a problem governments have faced.
Look at this. These guys are just starting an anarchist community in California. It's nuts.
Throughout history. What do you do with a place that costs more to control than it seems worth?
Look at they've organized a music venue.
At first glance, Slab City barely looks real. There are RVs parked in the desert, improvised homes built from scrap materials, and art installations rising out of the
What in anarchism, there will be no art. In communism, there's no art.
Sand. Most famously, East Jesus. An outdoor music venue called The Range hosts performances beneath the open sky. Nearby, Salvation Mountain turns a barren hillside into one of the most recognizable landmarks in Southern California.
Yeah, look at that. God is love. Love is something. Look, anarchism.
Scattered across the landscape are the concrete.
Look at they've used tires to build like a road and everything. Wow.
Foundations that gave the settlement its name, the Slabs. Those foundations are the remains of Camp Dunlap, a Marine Corps training base built during World War II. When the military left after the war, most of the base was dismantled and hauled away. The foundations stayed behind. Over time, people began moving in. Some came looking for cheap winters or an off-grid lifestyle. Others wanted freedom from rules that they felt were suffocating. And some simply had nowhere else to go.
Man, I kind of like these guys.
Today, the permanent population is usually measured in the hundreds. During the cooler winter months, that number can rise into the thousands as seasonal residents arrive from across the United States. All of this exists on roughly 640 acres.
What the fuck do they do all day? What do they do? They read?
About 1 square mile.
They're so remote.
Not a city in the conventional sense, but large enough to support a community with its own landmarks, routines.
Oasis Club. Like, what the hell? They're stringing RVs together. They got their motorcycles. I guess they do go into town, right? They got to get supplies, but how are they making any money?
And identity. And that's what makes Slab City so interesting.
Well, maybe I guess if you're not paying rent, you can make money go for a long time, right? If you have $100,000 in the bank, you can live for like 20 years if you're not paying rent and you're not really eating that much. I suppose. What are they eating out there? They're the desert.
Places like this disappear. This one didn't. If you look at a map, Slab City sits in Imperial County near the Salton Sea, in one of the hottest
Salton Sea. That's why no one wants to be at the Salton Sea. It's all poison.
Inhabited regions of the United States. Summer temperatures regularly climb above 110 degrees. Rainfall is scarce and water is limited. For most of modern history, very few people have looked at this landscape and thought it was the ideal place to build a town. The easy explanation is that nobody wanted the land. There is some truth to that.
You think they're all doing drugs? Then how do they have time to put all this shit together and stuff? Like, if they're just junkies, they look pretty organized junkies.
But plenty of places in America have low-value land. Most of them never become settlements like Slab City. But plenty of places in America have low-value land. Most of them never...
Like, look, they got little art installations and little structures and some car, like, I don't know, they got gasoline for cars and shit.
Become settlements like Slab City. What made this place different?
I'm shocked.
Was a combination of geography and history. The desert kept development pressure low. At the same time, the military had already solved...
Oh, they got some shit out here. What is this thing?
Some of the practical problems that usually prevent people from settling in remote areas. Roads existed, access existed, the site had already been cleared. The geography made the land undesirable. The abandoned base made it usable. That combination matters because people rarely move into completely empty wilderness. They settle where geography creates an opportunity, and history leaves behind an opening.
I don't think hot young women like that are living out here. I just don't think that's what's happening.
Slab City happened to have both. Of course, living in a place like Slab City has always depended on something else: mobility. For most of history, choosing a more remote lifestyle meant giving something up. Reliable power, communication, access to work.
That's true, it is like that, but
the farther you moved from major population centers, the harder those things became. That's why I wanted to feature remote vans here. What I find interesting about companies like remote vans isn't just the vehicle itself.
There, you can buy a
it's
van.
How technology.
You could turn this idea into okay, this is just an ad the guy's doing. You can.
Technology lets you keep much more of the convenience. They're all still there. The strange thing about Slab City isn't that people moved into the desert. People have been doing that for centuries. The strange thing is that they're still there. After all, this isn't some forgotten frontier outpost. Slab City sits in California, one of the most heavily governed states in America.
Heavily governed? Whatever. I'm not even going to touch.
The government has the legal authority to clear the settlement if it chooses.
If it's heavily governed, then why isn't the government fucking with them?
So why hasn't it? Because authority and incentives are not the same thing. Every government operates with finite resources. Decisions get made constantly about which problems deserve attention now and which ones can wait. And geography has a way of shaping those decisions. Imperial County is enormous. It covers more than 4,000 square miles of southeastern California, larger than some states, with extreme heat and some of the driest conditions in the country. The same conditions that discourage large-scale settlement also discourage large-scale investment. That matters. Governments tend to focus where the stakes are highest. Growing populations demand services, valuable.
The governments are here to protect capital. Great. So as long as you're out there not fucking with their capital, they're going to leave you alone.
Land attracts developers. Economic activity creates pressure for roads, utilities, and infrastructure. Slab City sits far from the center of those priorities. The state could remove residents, but that...
Look, I got a dog. There's people standing there. Got solar panels. Lots of solar panels. What do they do with their shit is what I want to know. What are they doing with their shit?
Would cost money and create a problem that few voters are demanding it solve. It could redevelop the area, but that...
I mean, this guy's clearly got some shit going on. He's making little art installations. He's like, this is what he does all day. He makes art.
Would require someone willing to invest in one of the harshest environments in California. Or it could leave the settlement largely alone. For decades, that has often been the easiest option. Slab City isn't hidden. It simply occupies a place where the incentives to intervene have remained relatively weak. And that actually raises a question I'll get to in a minute, because those incentives...
Sat Jesus, I'm a sinner. Please come upon my body and into my heart. Come upon my body and into my heart.
Can change. And when they do, everything about Slab City's future changes with them.
I don't know what kind of music they have there, but I think that looks like a sick venue. I want to go see a show there for sure. If I were in a big famous band, if I had a famous band, I would go play Slab City just cause.
The people who move here are all looking for different things.
I don't think this woman moves there.
The desert is giving them the same thing: distance. People have always moved to the edges. The Appalachian hollers, the desert southwest, the bayous of Louisiana. Not because they loved the terrain, but because the terrain meant nobody was coming after them. The people who live in Slab City often get the attention. The artists, retirees, and seasonal RV residents. These are people trying to live outside the systems most Americans depend on. But those groups aren't all looking for the same thing. Some are chasing lower costs. Some are looking for independence. Some simply want a place where they can be left alone. What connects them isn't ideology, it's geography. Throughout history, places at the edge of government systems have attracted people looking for more autonomy. Sometimes those places were mountains. Sometimes they were forests, deserts, islands, or distant frontiers. The details changed, but the pattern didn't. Distance has always created room for alternatives. Not complete freedom, not independence from the state, just a little more space between people and the institutions that govern everyday life. And that's part of what Slab City represents. The settlement survives because it occupies a place where that distance still exists. It's close enough to civilization to remain habitable, yet far enough from major economic and political centers that the pressures reshaping most communities arrive much more slowly. That combination is rare, especially in California. After all, most of California's landscape has become more valuable over time.
I mean, I think that's great. Rad, a little anarchism never hurt anybody. What's wrong with a little anarchism, huh? It's better than what's happening in New York. Look at this
data breach at Madison Square Garden last month exposed more than 45 gigabytes of internal data. I don't know how much that is, but it sounds like a lot. So we are learning some of what is in there. According to Wired, MSG kept an internal list of celebrities.
Hey, why you guys gotta hate? Man, I say every day, I don't hate former Trumpers. I don't even hate people that voted for him. I mean, like, if you voted for him, you got suckered. I'm not mad at you. I'm a little sad for you, but at the same time, it's like if you're supporting him on July 13th, 2026, I think you've got some mental issues. But I mean, you got betrayed, fooled. You might hate him more than the left now. I mean, I don't know if you hate him more than me, but I'm glad that you are no longer in his thrall. I'm very happy for you. Good for you, you know?
Categorizing the nearly 40,000 entries based on some interesting factors: race, gender, even sexual.
So there was a breach over at Madison Square Garden. They found out that they were tracking hundreds of celebrities by their sexual orientation.
And whether they've said anything negative about the corporate owners of.
And whether or not they've said something bad about the corporate owners of Madison Square Garden. Who are the corporate owners of Madison Square Garden? Madison Square Garden Entertainment Corp. James L. Dolan. Oh, James L. Dolan. Yeah, I know that name. Yeah, what else? What do you know? Individual institution investors, home, what information, other. What else does the Dolan family own? They own a lot of things. Lots of venues, sports, multi-billion-dollar sports, media, and entertainment empires divided across four main publicly traded companies. The New York Knicks, that's how I know the name. Dolan was the one who invited Donald Trump to see the New York Knicks game. New York Rangers, he owns New York Rangers, New York Knicks, the Hartford Wolfpack, the Westchester Knicks, and the Center Logic Gaming. I don't know what that is. North Americans Esports. He owns esports. He owns the Beacon Theater, Radio City Music Hall, the Chicago Theater, Radio City Christmas Spectacular. Oh my God, this guy owns too much shit. He owns the Sphere, the $2.3 billion immersive entertainment venue in Las Vegas. So this guy is very rich, and if you talk bad about him, they're going to put you on a list.
Of the garden. The celebrities were then listed with a risk score determining whether they were allowed back into the garden. We should note that Madison Square Garden has responded to Wired's reporting, saying that it is false and inaccurate. Noah Shachtman is a contributing editor at Wired and worked on this article and is joining us now. So Noah, what surprised you the most about this alleged tracking of famous guests at MSG?
I mean, there's so much that's surprising here. And yeah, 45 gigabytes is a lot of data. It represents the customer records of over 10 million people. Wow. And in that 10 million is a separate database just of celebrities, VIPs, politicians, and what have you. And in that smaller subset are 400 people that are considered risks. Why?
What the hell?
Why are they risks? Because basically, Madison Square Garden was worried that they'd say something mean about the Knicks owner, Jim Dolan, and about Madison Square Garden. That was the risk that was involved. It had nothing to do with safety. It had to do with PR. Who were some of the people that they were worried about risk? It was some of the Knicks' biggest fans. It was some of Jim Dolan's biggest supporters, strangely. Rappers like Fat Joe, rappers like Freddie Gibbs were considered medium and high risk. Even some of the Knicks' biggest celebrity fans like Ben Stiller and Edie Falco were considered risks.
What?
I saw Anna Wintour was even considered a medium risk. Why might that be?
Yeah, that was pretty awkward considering that Anna Wintour is in charge of Condé Nast, which publishes Wired. So that was a kind of interesting request for comment call there. Yeah, why was she considered a risk? I have no idea. Honestly, a lot of these things go through a pretty strange and arcane process at Madison Square Garden. And you could blow it off as just like one billionaire owner acting a little oddly and his minions acting
a little oddly.
But Madison Square Garden also has a very sophisticated surveillance network, both within the garden and stretching out beyond it. And that's what makes this particularly concerning.
Well, that's the question that I have, which is you've described the risk factors associated with some of these celebrities, which is whether or not they said something critical about Dolan or his family or even the Knicks organization. But I'm more concerned with how he was able to track these individuals. Is it something that,
so messed up? Like, I go to a baseball game or a football game, I don't expect them keeping tabs on me and think of me as like, oh, this guy's a risk. He said something negative about the owner. What? Come on. Dolan is keeping tabs on everyone that goes into Madison Square Garden. And his people like, I mean, come on, Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller's got to come out and say something. Fuck the Knicks. Fuck Dolan. This is ridiculous. Why are you fans of this shit? This is what's so crazy. The sports fans will be like, yeah, but I'm still a Knicks fan. The devil owns the Knicks. He invites Donald Trump to come. He doesn't care about you. He cares about Donald Trump. He's a billionaire. He takes money away from... I don't even want to get into the whole thing about the sphere. There's a whole thing about the sphere, how he's taking billions of dollars and like... billions of dollars, and he's keeping tabs on you. Now, and one more reason not to go to the sphere. I kind of wanted to go see it, but now I really don't want to go see anything at the sphere. I don't want a little another check on after my name. You tell me he doesn't share that data with the FBI.
We often hear, don't be on TikTok because there's a way for perhaps the Chinese government to track your movements.
Don't go on TikTok, but go ahead and go to the Madison Square Garden. We'll keep your tabs on you there.
To know what kind of content you're looking at. So is the way that they were able to do this just simply because they are public figures, they're in the public eye, and so you're keeping an eye on them, so to speak, whether they make any comments on social media or to the media, or is there a more sophisticated tracking apparatus at play here using technology?
I think that what every celebrity guest that goes to Madison Square Garden gets is a social media vet. It gets a dig into their background and into their socials. Yes, I think it's not terribly sophisticated, but that's what happens. The really sophisticated thing happens inside the garden, where the most up-to-date, most sophisticated facial recognition algorithms tracks everybody who comes in, and then if they're flagged as a risk, where they go, what they do. In our earlier reporting, there was a mess.
Burn it down, tear it down. Tear it down.
Madison Square Garden had issues with one particular trans woman, and they tracked her second by second, minute by minute, even went in and out of the bathroom. It was obtained an 18-page report detailing the surveillance, and frankly, it's chilling.
Wow.
Is this illegal? Is it an invasion, or should I should maybe ask, is it an invasion of privacy?
No, you're in public, but it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, these are both great questions. Madison Square Garden is considered in legal terms something called a public accommodation. It's a private place where the public is let in. There's certain rules that govern that. At the moment, this kind of surveillance seems to be okay, but there's bills both in the State House in
labels included LGBTQIA. The MSG database tracked and categorized hundreds of celebrities, famous Knicks superfans, and even some of Taylor Swift's wedding guests.
New York and within City Council that would change that a little bit. But for the moment, this seems legal but creepy.
Legal but creepy. Not a category anyone ever wants to be associated with. But, just one quick question, because security was cited as one of the reasons why Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got married at the Garden. How does this technology play into that? Was that a draw potentially for them? Or I would imagine maybe they'd have that facial recognition turned off while all those celebrities were in
probably not. If you're a billionaire, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if you're a billionaire. This is creepy shit. Like, burn it all down at this point. Burn it all down. These billionaires, the capitalism. This is great. It's great. The billionaires are taking pictures of us and have facial recognition on all of us. Anyone that goes to Madison Square Garden now has a file on record with MSG, and they're gonna check your social media to see if you ever said something bad about them. That's so crazy that we're all just okay with this shit. Like, what the hell, right? Look what happened, man. Look at this over in Ukraine. This is what happens. Look at this. Look at this server. Boom, bomb. The server just like she's just like, well, gonna keep working. Putin, such a great guy. Donald Trump loves him. Hey, I wish they'd show the footage from Iran with our bombs dropping, what that looks like for them, Yeah, did Taylor Swift help this guy by having a wedding there? Probably, in a way. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe she's in on it. She's a billionaire too. They're all in the same club. Yeah, Donald Trump. I mean, you saw what he said on Fox and Friends today. It's like he's a rambling old man. He sounds like my father. He seriously sounds like talking to my dementia-addled father.
There is something going on with these children of today that their behavior is so bad. We are in this classroom fighting behavior problems 100% of our time. Like most days, I just dread coming to work because I'm about to be a babysitter for the day. Like at my last school, a student full-blown hit me. And the very next day, I got an email from my principal talking about...
Was it always this way with kids? Like, I was kind of a little bastard in school, but like, I never hit a teacher. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on in schools, man. These teachers, listen to what these teachers are saying about what's happening in schools.
What I could have done better. And not only that, I was forced to call the parents and apologize for the child's behavior. And then I just altogether stopped calling parents because whenever I would call parents, they would say, oh, just move their seat. All these good teachers are leaving the profession because they're tired of coming to work and being a child wrangler. They're tired of coming to work and they're tired of being a babysitter, a therapist, and no learning is being done. But then when it's time for these reports and time for these numbers to pop up, they're being looked at as fraudulent because there's no growth in the classroom. Literally, my mental health is so bad when I come to work. It's me up at 4 a.m. in the morning tossing and turning, not able to detach from work because I'm so miserable going in because I have to deal with these issues that I'm getting no support on.
These kids are horrible. Horrible. They don't care about learning. The parents don't hold them accountable. They don't make their kids hold themselves accountable. The admin does not hold the parents of the children accountable. They say they hold the kids accountable, but they go to the office and they come back and they do the same thing. It's awful.
Teachers are tired of Gen Alpha and their millennial parents. Now, of course, it's not everybody, but as you'll see in today's video, there's a wide variety of teachers that are having the
what are we supposed to do with this?
Exact same problems, and it's worth talking about.
You're not going to believe what the student did to me today at school. This actually happened during passing period. I had just greeted my students at the door, and I was speaking to another student of mine about some missing assignments that she had. She was standing right next to me. Again, we were standing still at the door. The student was in the hallway, and I was standing right by my door. When I see another student pass by me right in front of me, and he goes into my class, mind you, he is not a student of mine, so I immediately asked him to leave my class and to please go to his correct class. He knew exactly where he needed to be, and he made the choice to come into my classroom. As he is finally exiting, he decides to stop right in front of me where I'm standing at the door, and you guys already know I'm only 3 feet 3 inches tall now.
Oh, she's a little person. She's only 3 feet tall. I was wondering why her arms seem so short. She's a little person. They're going to beat up a little person?
These are students who are about to go into high school. This student is very, very tall, and he gave me no personal space. And what I mean by that was that he intentionally stood right in front of me, and we were probably about 2 inches away from him rubbing his private parts in my face. And he did.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is the same as it ever was. I don't know. You say it's nothing new. This does not sound like nothing new. But this doesn't seem like nothing new to me.
This with a smirk on his face. So I know for a fact that he did it intentionally. This was no accident. He had plenty of space to walk on the side of the door. But instead, he chose to stand right in front of me, look down on me, and almost rubbed his parts on me. I did not even put my hand in front of him or anything. I instead went back like this because I didn't want to be accused of me touching his parts. So instead, I went like this. And the other student who was speaking to me actually told him, dude, that's gross, because she saw what happened. She was my witness. Anyways, I said a lot of things to him, and I asked him to please step away from me, to not ever come back into my classroom. Of course, denied it and went finally into his classroom. I immediately called the teacher that I knew had him, and I gathered the information to call him. And this is why I'm making the video. It is so important that parents do their part. I want to tell you as a teacher, I will never take time out of my day to call and lie about your child, ever. And you best believe most teachers will never do that. So if I'm taking the time out of my day to call you, it's because this actually happened.
I've never had classes behave this poorly. Even kinder students behave better than this. So next thing, do you know how hard it is to get kicked out?
Kinder students? I never kinder students. Are we doomed?
Out of my class, like unbelievably difficult. But second period, we're taking attendance, everyone's standing on their numbers, and he kicks a soccer ball as hard as he can and hits someone in the back. And I'm like, dude, what was that? He goes, oh, sorry, sir, I'm sorry. I'm like, all right, like everyone gets one mistake, right? Then we're doing laps on the track, we're playing soccer, we're playing football. Should be an easy day. And I watch him pick up a football, look directly at 3 girls that are walking along the track. He picks it up and just hucks it at him. And it happens to hit a girl straight in the back of the head. And I'm like, dude, like, let's go, you're done. Like, so I radio in the walkie-talkie, can I have a student room, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, what, mister, I didn't do it. I said, buddy, I just watched you do it. He goes, no, that was someone else. I said, oh, okay, who was it? Oh, I don't know. I said, but it was you. I watched you do it. He goes, no, it wasn't me, mister, it wasn't me. I'm like, man, you're going to the office. And luckily the supervisor came out. He goes, dude, you're so and he was like cussing me out. I'm like, all right, man, have a good one. And that same period, the boys are getting dressed in the locker room, they're like slamming lockers and getting super hectic. So I'm like monitoring, making sure they like stop doing that, like trying to get them out of the locker room, like let's go. And the start of third period comes, and one of the kids is like, hey, mister, there's like a clog in the toilet. I'm like, of course, perfect. So I look in the bathroom, it wasn't a clog. Someone grabbed a cone, stuffed it in the toilet, and then used the bathroom through the traffic cone. And I'm like, dude, what are we doing? And it's just like, this is why I don't like to teach middle school.
Parents, I am begging you to listen to me.
In middle school, I don't know. I don't remember ever pissing or pooping in a cone. I think it's is it getting worse? Maybe it's getting worse.
I'm a teacher, and there is a pattern I have noticed throughout my teaching career that it's not talked about enough. As a teacher, there is one thing that signals to me whether or not your child is going to be a behavior problem in my class for the entire year. It's not race, it's not gender.
It's not race, it's not gender.
It's not religion, it's not their home life, whether or not they're in foster care. If
home life, it's not foster care.
From a split home, it's none of those things. All children at some point in time make dumb decisions. That's just part of life and part of growing up. But if every single time your child is getting in trouble, you are immediately jumping to their defense without question, verbally attacking the teacher, the principal, whoever, and refusing to hold them accountable for any reason whatsoever, you are setting your child up for a lifetime of disappointment, failure, and a whole lot of confusion. And of course, this type of behavior makes it really difficult on your child's teacher and everybody else in her classroom. But
lifetime of disappointment.
That's not even what I'm talking about.
talking about. What I'm trying to tell you is that you are hurting your child by not making them take any responsibility, holding them accountable for nothing. If that goal of creating a good person is not mutual between the teacher and the parent of the child, there's only so much teachers can do. Learning how to be a good person, it has to happen at home.
Today I did something as a teacher that I told myself I was.
Does it though? Like, why is our children not learning? Why is our children not learning? Remember when Mark Wayne Mullen said that? What is the test scores right now?
Never gonna do. And I really think that like only teachers will understand, because like this sounds so bad when I say it, but like I don't know what else to do in these situations. And I hate to be that person, but when I was in high school, 2015, 2019, I do not remember a singular class I was ever in where kids did this to the teacher. And I'm not kidding. Like today, I'm just now realizing, I'm like, this is an every week occurrence in my class, I'm pretty sure. With every assignment, everything that we do, this happens at least once a week where kids just don't want to do it. And instead of just being like, oh my God, like I feel like when I was in high school, kids would be like, bro, if we were like annoyed with something. But most of the time, we didn't really do that because it's like we're in school. What else would we be doing besides work? Like, what do you mean at school? Anyway.
I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, we bitched about stuff. We were like, I don't know. I don't actually remember complaining that much in school. I kind of like, I didn't like the rigidity of it all, but I didn't mind the work. Like I didn't like having to do 100. Once I got a concept, I didn't like the idea. Like, okay, I'll do it 100 times. Like with math, you're like, okay, I get it. Okay, do it 5 times. Okay, I did it 5 times. I get it. Okay, now do it 100 times. What the fuck do you mean I gotta do it 100 times? You really got to get this. You got to do it over and over and over again. I hated that shit. But like, I did it sometimes. Sometimes I didn't. I don't know.
I get that it's the end of the year. Teachers are burnt out. Kids are burnt out. They are so tired of testing, and they're just teenagers. I get that. If you know me, you know my whole driving force of teaching is loving your students. But this year has taught me that that's just not enough sometimes. You can love them, and they can love you so much. They feel like they can talk however they want to, do whatever they want to, treat however they want to. And I'm learning this year there really is a very healthy balance of loving them and also being strict and not tolerating things. And this is my fault because this is the end of the year, and this should not still be happening. But it is, and I'm honestly just now realizing it. So we have 8 days of school left at this point. We're reading the graphic novel for the Odyssey. We're doing whole class reads, some independent reads. Like we're talking about it every day. I'm talking them through it.
Maybe reading the graphic novel for the Odyssey is not the greatest idea. You're reading the graphic novel?
Every single book. Every day on the daily agenda slide, it has said reading quiz on Friday.
You're reading the comic book version of the Odyssey? Why?
And this is just necessary for me to see where they're at. But not only that, they need to see where they're at. This quiz should be very easy. It's 20 multiple choice questions. If they think this is easy, then they're good. They're on the right track. They're going to do great on our last 2 big grades. Mind you, this is the end of the year. I was like, if it's hard for you, then you know you need to take this book home, read it, watch some summary videos. I'll link them on the daily agenda slide. Like you need to take it home and you need to read because we're finishing this next week. And these are your last 2 grades in my class, and they're big grades based on the book. So today it's time for their quiz. And like some classes, it's fine. They take the quiz. Like
it's not even a real book.
It's whatever. And then other classes, it's just not 2, not 5, like 10 to 20 to 30 kids just yelling at me all at once. And sometimes they wonder when I get in bad moods. I'm like, I just want anyone to imagine that many people just yelling at you. You're one person standing up in front of the room, everyone else is sitting down, directing all of this at you for doing your only job. And I tolerate it. Like I tolerate this all year. And today was just the first time I realized that this is crazy. Like, why do I let this happen every week? So they're all like, oh my God, this is so dumb. I want to do this. Like, oh my God, like yelling at me. This is so stupid. Like, wow, like, why are we doing this? And like always, at first I was like, y'all, like, I know it's so annoying. And I explained all that. I explained to y'all, like reading check, go in the grade book as a daily assignment grade, like not a quiz grade. And then I was about to hand the quizzes out and people were still just like kind of yelling at me. I'm just paused and I looked at all them and I was like, if you don't want to do this quiz, then don't do it. Like take the 0. You're old enough now. You're in high school. I can't make you do this. I'm not your parent. I can't write. I can grab a pencil.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, you don't want to take it, don't take it. The fuck are you talking to me for? Don't take it. Don't fill it out. Shut the fuck up. Do it or don't do it. It's your choice.
If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Take the 0 and fail. But stop yelling at me. Do it or don't. But stop yelling at me. I don't know what else to do. And if I would have heard that a teacher told kids that like a year ago, I'd be like, oh my God, that's just not the way to go about it. Like you need to love them. I do. And like these are things they do not prepare you for when you're student teaching or when you're going into education. What do you do when 10, 15, 20 kids are all yelling at you at once? And this is a weekly occurrence. You can't write them all up. You can't call them and be like, hey, your kid sometimes like just yells at me. I don't have time to call all those parents. I'm too drained by the end of the day. And it's like, I'm just going to go home. It's just time to go home. I just want to get home or I'm not around this anymore. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, what else are you supposed to do? Like, I don't.
Sounds like the casino business working with cocktail servers. Sounds like they're basically required to be managers, right? Because like when I worked in restaurants, like there were people, man, sometimes you're like, God, the whole staff is so whiny today. What did we put in the water? Is everyone synced up? What the hell? What's going on here? That happened a lot.
Know what else to do, but just to be like, okay, you win. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Sure enough, all of them did it. Like they stopped complaining. They all did it, and
if you fail, you can't fail them all.
Stop complaining. And I'm like, again, this is my fault. This is the end of the year, and they should know. They should not talk to me that way, but they don't know that. So that is my fault. What?
If you fail them all, look, she's even like, that's my fault. That's my fault. No, it's not your fault, lady. It's the parents' fault. I feel like I think here's what's actually happening. One, we have no health insurance. That's a huge problem, right? Mom gets sick. Dad's got to work 100 hours a day. 2, health insurance. mom and dad both have to work just in order to get health insurance because it's so fucking expensive. Everything costs so much money. Everyone's working. Mom and dad are working overtime. They're working 80 hours a week. They have nothing. Each of them are working 2 full-time jobs with the help. Parents got to teach their kids shit. Yeah, well, parents aren't there. Parents aren't home. I think we're going to have a whole... The parents are like, here, have a screen. They're not even latchkey kids anymore. At least when I was a kid, my parents were working. They'd be like, oh, play or something. I don't know. Go out on adventures. Get out of the house. Go on adventures. You got a bike? Go on your bike. Go do shit. I don't know. Go do some Stranger Things. Go do some Stranger Things, you little weirdo. And so I would go out and we'd cause trouble, break stuff. I don't know, be alive in the city. It was pretty urban where I grew up and just kind of rode my bike around the city, getting in trouble, doing stupid shit. Latchkey kids, be home when the lights come on. Be home before those street lights come on. You'll be all right. Okay. Bye. Now these kids, they're like, they got the same situation, except here's a screen. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave the house. Just spend time on the screen. They're not even learning any socialization with their other kids or with adults out in the wild like I was. You know, they're just on the screen.
Do y'all's kids feel like they don't have to respect the rules and regulations of the classroom? I made a seating chart. I make seating charts every time my kids take a major test. So they had a seating chart at the beginning of the year. They just took their summative exam. I made a new seating chart based off their data. I'm a teacher, that's what we're supposed to do, right? Why do your kids feel like they can come into my classroom and sit wherever they want to? Now, I've had...
What is it with you, weird? What is it with these guys about I'm not a Democrat. Can you fucking read? It says anarchist right underneath my goddamn name. Here, go deep, make yourself. There you go. It says anarchist. I'm not a Democrat. Thank you so much for playing. Please stop talking about I'm done. Democrats. That's how I know you're in a cult.
Years and prior, like last year, where I had students who would come in and do their work, and then the days they knew were like a little bit more laid back, lax days. They're like, hey, Ms. Lucko, can I go sit and, beside this friend? Absolutely. Because this is the thing. Those kids did their work, right? They did their work. So I didn't mind my kids last year that asked if they could go sit with a friend. That was fine because a lot of the times they did their work. I didn't have any issue with them talking, none of that. This year, I have kids just come in and sit where they want. And not only are they sitting where they want, they're sitting where they want and they're running their mouths. They're not doing their work and they're talking, disrupting the whole class. Why y'all not teaching these kids?
When I was a kid, the teachers sometimes would throw shit at us. I mean, like, I don't know.
Any level of respect. I've never been this tired in my life. I am actively looking for a way out of education because when I say education is in the trenches, along with everything else going on in the world right now, I don't have the mental capacity to deal with y'all's bad kids because y'all don't want to be a parent and y'all don't want to give them any sort of discipline at home. I am done. I'm exhausted. From destroying my things in the classroom to not following rules and regulations to skipping class. And I get kids have done this for years, but when I tell you it's like times 10 now, it's times 10. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, they're required to be parents, but they're not even able to actually act like parents. At least in boarding school, they can discipline them. But in like public school system, these parents can't. Teachers can't discipline these kids. Like what's the discipline? I remember when teachers try to discipline me, I'd be like, thanks. Like, go sit in this room with all the other bad kids. Great, I like that room better than the fucking room I just was in. You're gonna. You ditched class for a day. You're gonna have to show up on Saturday and do your own thing and read. Yeah, okay, cool. I love reading. I hate being here for this bullshit. So thanks. I'll come in on a Saturday, no problem. I don't fucking thank you. Oh, you did something bad. You're not coming to school tomorrow. Thanks. Awesome. They tell my dad beat the shit out of me. I'm like, I'm used to that shit. I'm used to my dad beating the shit out of me. Don't worry about me. I'm all right. I'll be all right. I'll be fine if he's home. Chances are he won't hear about it for a while. I'll be fine. I don't know. Like the discipline at schools, like they can't even act. What are they going to do? When I was at Catholic school, I had this teacher. He would like throw erasers at students. He did all sorts of weird shit. That guy. I forget that guy's name. Yeah, it doesn't matter what his name was. Doesn't matter.
I had a fourth grade student who refused to be in the classroom. He would run away constantly. And when we did get him into the school, he would be incredibly destructive. He destroyed my office. He bit me in the stomach and gave me all kinds of bruises. When we talked to the mom was like, I had no idea. He never acts like this at home. Sound familiar? We have a mass exodus of teachers leaving the profession because of parents and student behavior. Let's break that down a little bit. These kids are addicted to screens. They're addicted. Study after study shows that kids 3 to 5.
It's got to be the screens. That's all it is.
That spend more than 2 hours on a screen in a day.
When I was a kid, these kids were like, I want to go outside. Me and other kids, we just want to go outside. We want to be free. And you're making us sit here and do shit. We want to move around. We want to be free. These kids don't want to be free. They just want to look at their screens.
significantly more physical aggression, hyperactivity, and not following directions or rules or anything like that. We also know that kids who have high amount of screen time also cannot regulate their emotions. The schools cannot fix this. This is a parent-child issue. What are we doing about it? Kids are 2 years behind, and they
Yeah, man. When I was in Catholic school, I had a professor who had a yardstick, teacher. He had a yardstick. He would like boom on your desk if you weren't paying attention, or he would just like slam it on just to make a really loud noise, So he must have not been actually hitting it that hard, but it seemed really hard at the time. I mean, I was in the seventh grade, and I was like, it woke you up. Cleaning erasers as punishment. Yeah, they used to make us do all sorts. Wash the chalkboards. They used to make us do shit if we fucked around, right? Put your name on the I always thought embarrassment was a more fun way, like public shaming. Your name's on the board because you're a fuck up. That's why your name's on the board. Keep fucking around. I'm gonna put a check next to it. I got a list of fuck ups on my board. You're on it. You get to 3 checks and you're going to be kicked out of my goddamn class. I always thought that was pretty good plan. I don't know.
also have not had any social etiquette or social construct around them to function in. I thought this was bad 10 years ago. Oh my God.
Because I never wanted to get kicked out of class. That sucked. Because then you got to go deal with the administrators and they're the worst. They're the biggest dumb piece of shit. I hate them more than I hate the class. So I would never be too much of a troublemaker in class. I was kind of a little dick, that's for sure. Like to challenge authority. I always was kind of a little bit, rough. But this, I don't know, hitting teachers and having to go hang out with the administrators? No, thank you.
We are not ready for this.
I was ready to be paid absolutely nothing. I was ready to have to figure out how to teach to a test and also to teach to my students' needs. I was ready for parents to be either accusatory, unreliable, or outright hostile. I was ready for kids to not like school and act out in normal kid ways. And I was prepared with fidgets and natural consequences and building relationships. But the system was not prepared for the volume and the scale of behaviors that they are seeing right now. At my school, we had 1, 2, 3 levels of intervention. And every single kid, if you followed the chart, would hit the
I never thought it was terrifying. I thought it was just tedious and horrible. I always felt like school was pretty tedious anyway. And I wasn't bad at it. I always scored well. I always did fine at school, but I just didn't like it. I didn't like the rules. I didn't like all the bullshit. But I did not want to go to the office, not because I was afraid, but because it was like you're in this room with all these it's always darker in there, and like these assholes that are just they I don't know. I always hated that stuff. The administrators are worse than the teachers.
top of the intervention plan. And those interventions are
At least teachers, they might be annoyed. I think teachers kind of like you. They're just annoyed by you, Administrators, they're just they got bitter. They're like, I got better shit to do than deal with this fucking kid right now. That's all they're thinking
so
about.
time consuming that they're not designed to be done on every single kid in a grade. In my school, we had grades where 70-80% of the kids should have been in intensive counseling. They were sometimes active dangers to themselves and others, and you couldn't get them removed until something had happened and it was already too late.
It's the first week of school, and I've already had a student removed from my room. And I'm not even sure why, but I think, according to admin, that the student was removed from my room because the student went home and told the mom that I embarrassed him in front of his friends. So I had to think, I got great kids. I didn't have not one problem all week with all 24 of my kids. They're smart, they're nice, we had fun all last week. We even celebrated 2 birthdays already. So I'm like, why would he go home and say that? And then it hit me. He's a really good mathematician. And I told him that. There were about 2 or 3 of them that were really great at the math I was giving them. The 4th grade math. They mastered the 3rd grade math, and I started throwing, more difficult problems at them, and they were getting it. And I was so excited. So I told everybody, in front of the whole room, how amazing these 3 or 4 students were, and that they also were going to be amazing at 4th grade math. I clapped, I hugged them, I gave them stickers. I think I gave them airheads. So I celebrated this child in front of the whole class. I made him feel special in front of the whole class, and maybe that made him uncomfortable. And he went home and told his mom that I made him feel bad and embarrassed. So instead of calling me and asking me what happened, because the kid he's nice, he's the sweetest kid and smart. So when I got the call that he was going across the hall to the other teacher, I'm thinking, what did I do in these 7 days to make him want to go home and say that? And I'm like, are you kidding me? Why didn't anybody ask me what I said or did? Why didn't anybody ask me what happened? Because that's what happened. I celebrated about 3 or 4 students. I gave him little certificates and stickers and candy, and he was embarrassed by that. He went home, told his mom, I embarrassed him. Mom called school. Admin said, oh, pulled him right out. Didn't call me, then ask me what happened, because in their mind, oh, here we go again. Because, every 30 to 60 business days, somebody's complaining about me for something. Last year, I had a kid who was sleeping all the time. After the parent said that they would partner with me and get the child to bed, I demanded the kid wake up and do his work, and that was a problem. So he had to leave the room. Another year, I had another kid refuse to pick up a pencil and do any work. I'm seeing that there might be some trauma involved. So instead of partnering with me, working with me, because I demanded that, the child at least pick up a pencil and write his name, kid had to leave the room, because you can't ask kids to pick up a pencil. You can't ask kids to wake up. You can't celebrate kids for their achievement, right? Public school system, count your days. I will not be here for long. This is absolutely ridiculous. And just the last 7 days, the things that have happened and the things that they're requiring us to do in my 24 years of education, count your days.
But what are you supposed to do? You're an expert at teaching fourth graders. What, you work at a private school? You think it's gonna be fucking different?
I will not be teaching in this classroom for much longer. And trust me, I'm not gonna slip.
In private school, it's even worse, because then there's money. They're like each student represents cash. Each parent represents cash. You think it's gonna be better at a private school?
Out the back door like most folks. I'm not gonna go across the street to the next school.
I went to private school and public school, and let me tell you, like, they're different, but not in the ways you think. They're not different in the ways you think. I went to private school for until the 7th grade. And then I went to public school for the rest of my life. I went to public university. I went from 8th grade to college in public universities, in public education system.
I don't make linear moves like that. When I'm out of here completely. I will not be teaching for much longer, because it's ridiculous. It's a joke.
So if I think about it, it's almost half and half. It's like half and half. I went half my life in private education, half my life in public education. I feel like I know very well both what they are like. It seems like it's getting more extreme in both directions, but I don't think that private school is going to be any different for you.
Can't teach, can't celebrate kids.
For like the teacher.
Can't demand excellence. Can't do anything. So that's what I'll be doing. Since I can't do anything, that's what I'll be doing. A whole lot of nothing. And you know what? It'll be your loss, because I'm phenomenal.
It was really hard hearing what a lot of these teachers went through. And of course, I experienced very similar things as a teacher of 8 years. But I am encouraged that teachers are finding their voice to speak out. And I would love to hear from you guys too, whether you're a student, a parent, a teacher. Let me know what your experiences have been in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys.
Sounds rough, man. I don't know. It sounds like it's going to be, it's never going to get better. I don't know. I think sometimes I would like to have kids, but then I think about this shit and I'm like, how do you even get it going? How do kids, all you people with kids, like, how do you even, I feel very sorry for everybody who has kids. Really do. I really do. Democratic Socialist platform supports working families. That would help. It would help, but I mean, the only thing I could think of is like moving out to Slab City and starting your own school. Let's move out to Slab City. We'll all move out to Slab City and have an anarchist utopia, and we'll just start our own school, and we'll teach each other's kids, and we won't have to deal with all this bullshit from the public education system or the private education system. It'll just be us doing it our own way, doing it for ourselves. What I understand is I make $25 an hour and have a child on the way. You guys seem to forget that when the left was in charge, people were still upset. The parties are garbage. The left was never in charge. What do you mean the left? When were the left in charge? The parties are garbage. I'm not MAGA, by the way. That's good that you're not MAGA. I don't know what you mean, though, Zach. Yeah, Republicans and Democrats suck ass. Yeah, you're right. 100%. I'm with you. Don't worry, the super religious just homeschool where they teach the world is 2,000 years old and the earth is flat as a pancake. I mean, is that the alternative, right? Is to teach your own? I mean, you can't have a job then. I guess that's a thing. Like, make enough money so you don't have a job and you can teach your kid. I don't know. Wild. I live in the woods with my anarchists. That sounds like a good plan. Live in the woods with the anarchists. I was also a child that went to private school, started and then public, and then went back to private school. And it is different, way different. It's different. Like, we had uniforms when I was in school, right? And in private school, and we didn't have them in public school. I was exposed to more people of different economic statuses in public school than I was private school. Public school had a police presence. I was in Los Angeles, had a police presence. Private school didn't. No religion was taught in the public school. It was definitely taught in the private school. No art classes in public school. Actually, no, in high school I had an art class. That's not true. But in junior high, they didn't have art. It was hard too. I will say this, that when I was in public school, no matter what, at some point, teachers would change mid-semester, or mid-semester you'd have different teachers have to, or sometimes you just didn't have a teacher and you'd had substitutes for the whole semester, and that sucks because you never get to know that person. No one respects that person, whoever's there, especially if a revolving door. And that was something that I noticed in private school. You straight up just had your teacher, and that teacher has been there for a long time, and they're not going anywhere. Sometimes in public school you'd get that, but there at least be one subject every year where I would have multiple teachers like moving out, or one would get sick and they wouldn't have a replacement. Also, public schools, you had a lot of people, like history was taught by like the coach or some shit. You don't see that in private school very often, but it's not that different as far as just like the kids are still the same, really. The kids are the same. They're still just kids from the same generation. I don't know. But I was a little weird. Like my parents were very working class, and they just sent me to private school so I wouldn't have to go to the public school in the part of LA I was in. They thought the schools that I was in sucked, so they worked hard. They both had jobs, and they worked hard to send me to private school from K through 7. And then from 8 to 12 I went to public school, and then I left and went for a year in community college, and then 3 years at Berkeley. Oh, 2 years at Berkeley. I was 3 years there though. Maggers can't define liberty. No, they cannot. All right, I appreciate you guys all for coming out, hanging out with me. Thanks. I'm going to do a members only a little bit later, just not right now. Thank you all, Sky City Rebels. Thank you everyone for watching. This has been the Morning Sky Show. Thank you for hanging out with me. I've got a lot to do today. I've got to pack. I've got a lot going on. I'm trying to move. I made an offer on a condo in Albuquerque. Hopefully, if you're a channel member, I'm going to show you the walkthrough for the condo when I do that. But I've got to do something else, and then I'll be back for that. So we're going to end the stream right now. Thank you so much for being here. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. You're probably having a job. You're supposed to work and contribute. Explains why you're so lost. I mean, I don't know. Sucks working for other people, you know. Anyway, thank you. If you're not a Sky City Rebel, please become one and support the channel, support independent media, support this. And also, please share the channel with your MAGger friends or any people that you think might be interested, or not. Just hit the share button and share it to nobody. But it would help the channel. Leave a chat or comment on any of the shorts. Thank you for the support. Please share a short. Please share the channel. I appreciate you guys very much. And don't let the bastards grind you down. Godspeed, Rebels. Thank you especially one more time to Stuffelson, Kathy Skywalker, and Smokin' Blondie, channel members and contributors to independent media. Appreciate you very much for supporting the Sky City Rebels Morning Sky Show, and me, Sky Jack Morgan, an independent news and culture commentator. I'll see you later. Today, I'm definitely going to do a live stream for members only. Just don't know what time, but I'm definitely going to do it. All right. Thanks, everybody. Peace in the. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.